Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Location: Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, New York. 10 a.m. In the dimly lit common room, the core members of the X-Men sat in silence, eyes fixed on the flickering black and white television. The air was heavy, the tension almost suffocating. On screen, a live global broadcast from Red Square, Moscow, was unfolding. At the podium stood Premier Kruf, aging and weary, flanked by high-ranking Soviet officials. His voice trembled with weight as he read his speech. "I am too old to continue leading our great nation. Therefore, by unanimous cabinet vote, the Soviet Union will transfer full presidential authority to Sebastian Shaw. In 3 days, he will assume the role and lead us forward." The room went cold. Every X-Man's eyes widened in shock. Magneto's hands clenched into fists. Hank leaned forward. Even Professor X's composure cracked slightly. The Cold War balance had just shattered. This was more than a political shift. This was an earthquake in world history. The camera feed on the TV panned across a sea of stunned reporters. Suddenly, a swirling cloud of red mist appeared on stage. All eyes, both in Moscow and around the world, locked onto the anomaly. What the hell is that? Some kind of gas? Is this a coup? As the mist parted, 4 figures stepped into view, ominous, confident, untouchable. Sebastian Shaw, the Red Devil, Ursa Major, and the new White Angel, Emma Frost. Professor X narrowed his eyes. "Hellfire Club," he muttered grimly. Brian, however, remained unnervingly calm, arms crossed, watching without a hint of surprise. On screen, Sebastian Shaw, now wearing a mental shielding helmet, stepped forward to speak. "I am Sebastian Shaw. I am a mutant, and I am the new president of the Soviet Union." Gasps echoed from living rooms and military bases across the globe. "What is a mutant? Did he say mutant?" Shaw answered their fears with cold clarity. "Humanity has always evolved, but in this nuclear age, evolution accelerates. Mutants, humans born with advanced abilities, are the next step." He raised a hand. "Red Devil." The Crimson Demon vanished in a puff of smoke, then reappeared instantly beside him, snarling, tail swaying. "Ursa Major." The giant Soviet soldier roared, his body morphing into a towering Siberian brown bear. The transformation sent the audience into chaos. Panic rippled through the gathered crowds. Cameras trembled. Then, shots rang out. KGB agents, secretly planted by fearful Soviet elites, opened fire on the podium. But Shaw didn't flinch. The bullet struck his body and fell harmlessly to the floor. "Red Devil, clean this up." With a swirl of smoke, the Red Devil flickered through the battlefield. Agents were torn apart with claws and tails. Some officials vanished in a crimson mist, only to reappear in the sky and plummet to their deaths before the world's horrified eyes. Shaw clapped his hands. "Now, let's continue." He addressed the world. "My fellow mutants, no more hiding in shadows. Join me. In the new world we shall build. Mutants shall rule." With one final, sweeping gesture, the Hellfire Club vanished in a cloud of red mist. Back at Xavier's school, silence. The X-Men stared at the screen, stunned. Sebastian Shaw had just claimed the Soviet Union and revealed mutants to the entire world. Professor X looked grim. "He's forcing our hand." Hank McCoy frowned. "Professor, what do we do?" Charles didn't answer immediately. Magneto's voice cut through the tension. "In 3 days, once he's president, Shaw will declare war on America. He'll unite mutants behind him and use Soviet power to conquer the world." Hank paled. Magneto continued bitterly. "We never stood a chance against Shaw. Now he's not just a mutant. He's a nation." Siren Cassidy broke the silence. "Maybe we should join him?" Everyone turned. "Bad joke," Siren added quickly, sweating under Magneto's glare and the rising coin hovering near his temple. "Don't joke about that," Professor X said sternly. "Not now." Amid the despair, one voice remained calm. Too calm. Brian. He sat with a small bag of sunflower seeds, chewing lazily, amused by the panic around him. "You're all missing the point," Brian finally said. Everyone turned toward him. "You keep asking how we fight Shaw, but that's the wrong question." He stood and pointed at the floor. "Where are we right now? Xavier Manor?" Alex offered. Brian smirked. "Wrong. We're in America." Everyone blinked. If Shaw can control the Soviet Union, why can't the X-Men control America? The room fell silent. Even Magneto looked shocked by the audacity of the idea. "Are you insane?" Professor X barked. "The X-Men stand for peace, and Shaw stand for dominance," Brian cut in. "Your ideals are noble, Charles, but idealism won't stop missiles." Charles flinched. Magneto looked at Brian with new intensity. "He's right. We need power. Without it, we're dead." Charles shook his head. "There has to be another way." "Then name one," Magneto challenged. Silence. Raven stepped forward. "Let's vote," she said coldly. "The X-Men don't belong to just one man." Magneto nodded. "Agreed." The vote began. Charles and Beast voted against Brian's plan. Magneto and Brian voted in favor. Alex and Siren abstained. All eyes turned to Raven. "Raven, don't do this," Professor X pleaded. She met his gaze. "I've followed your dream for years, Charles. But that dream died on national TV today." She walked over and stood by Brian. Vote passed. Professor X was crushed. "You're insane. You'll plunge the world into chaos." Brian leaned forward, voice cold and sharp. "Or I'll stop World War III before it begins." 10 minutes passed. Finally, Professor X whispered in defeat. "Brian, how exactly do you plan to take control of America?" Brian smiled. "Step 1. Show them what a real mutant superpower looks like. Location: Xavier Manor, New York." Tension filled the room. The X-Men were gathered again. Everyone wore a different expression, reflecting the chaos of their thoughts. Professor X sat deep in thought, troubled. Magneto's eyes glinted with intensity, barely concealing his excitement. Shockwave Alex looked somber. Siren Sean Cassidy trembled with anxiety. Raven's gaze never left Brian. And Brian? He sat on the couch like none of it mattered, sipping his coffee, the picture of relaxed indifference. Finally, after half an hour of silence, Professor X broke the quiet. "Brian, what exactly is your plan?" Brian didn't respond right away. With a flick of his hand, several cups of coffee floated off the table and landed gently in front of each member. Then he looked up, his voice casual. "Professor, who's currently the President of the United States?" "John F. Kennedy," Raven answered instantly. She had been inside the White House multiple times recently. She knew. Brian gave a soft chuckle. Then the plan's simple. He leaned back, speaking calmly but clearly. "Charles, you'll use your telepathy to freeze the minds of everyone inside the White House. Eric and I will eliminate the president. Raven will take his place. And just like that, we'll control America." The room went still. No one blinked. No one breathed. Then, Professor X shot up from his seat, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You're suggesting we kill the President of the United States?" Brian tilted his head. "Is that a problem? Kennedy's fate is already sealed. Whether by history or by our hand doesn't matter." "That's insane," Charles snapped. "Even Shaw didn't kill the Soviet president. He used pressure, not blood." "Shaw didn't have you or Raven," Brian said flatly. "We do. Why waste time with politics when we can act directly?" Professor X was furious. "You're talking about assassination, treason, mass manipulation. You're clinging to a dying ideal, Charles," Magneto interjected. "Shaw will trigger World War III in 3 days. Brian's method is brutal, but it will stop the war before it starts." Raven nodded silently. Her silence was confirmation. Professor X's hands trembled. He sat down slowly, buried in thought. He hated this plan. He despised it. But he couldn't deny the truth. Shaw was mere days from taking full control of the Soviet Union. With thousands of nuclear weapons at his command, Global extinction wasn't a theory. It was inevitable. At last, Professor X spoke. Fine, I'll help. The tension broke. Magneto allowed himself a satisfied smirk. But then, without warning, Professor X activated his telepathy. Everyone in the room, Magneto, Raven, Alex, Sean, froze mid-motion, locked in place like puppets. Only Brian remained untouched. The room shifted. Professor X stood, his voice calm but steely. We'll proceed with the mission. But the president will not die. That is my line. The X-Men's line. He glared at Brian, projecting a clear warning. Disobey, and you'll be cast out. Or worse. Brian sipped his coffee, unfazed. You're the boss, Professor. Whatever you say. Charles stared at him, searching for resistance, but found none. Brian wasn't lying. He simply didn't care. As long as America fell under their control, whether through death or deception, it made no difference to him. Charles sighed and withdrew his psychic hold. The others blinked, disoriented. Charles, you used your powers on me? Magneto's voice was low, dangerous. Before Charles could reply, Magneto flung a metal fork toward him in fury. Clang! Beast Hank intercepted it mid-air with a single swift grab. Calm down, both of you, Hank said firmly. Charles bowed his head. I'm sorry, Eric. It won't happen again. Magneto didn't answer. He sat back down, spinning a coin between his fingers. Brian observed with mild amusement. Despite their unity, the X-Men were already fractured. Charles and Hank, Magneto alone, Brian and Raven. And the rest? Mere bystanders in a looming war. Still, for now, they had a common enemy. And that was enough. We leave in 5 hours. Prepare yourselves, Charles announced, then left the room. 5 hours later, Xavier jet, en route to Washington, D.C. In the cabin, Hank approached the team with a suitcase in hand. We need matching uniforms. For unity, he said, opening the case to reveal a bright yellow X-Men battle suit. This is it. That's the design. Magneto deadpanned. Ugly, Brian said bluntly. Raven didn't even glance at it. In the end, only Charles, Hank, and Alex agreed to wear it. Really? I thought it looked fine, Hank muttered, pulling the suit on. Despite the rocky start, the group settled into relaxed chatter. The looming mission weighed on them all, but the cabin felt lighter, if only temporarily. 30 minutes later, over Washington, D.C., below them, the iconic White House stood at the heart of the Capitol. Charles pressed 2 fingers to his temple. It begins. A pulse of psychic energy surged outward. Inside the White House, the Oval Office, President Kennedy sat with his advisors and generals. The atmosphere was grim. What's Shaw planning? Kennedy asked, exhausted. War, the general replied flatly. He'll force our hand. The room burst into debate. Some demanded action. Others urged restraint. Kennedy tuned them out, focusing instead on a file in his hands. A report submitted by Charles Xavier, warning of Shaw's plans to form a global mutant nation. Only mutants can stop mutants, the report said. Kennedy scoffed. Nonsense. Nothing survives a nuclear strike. He reached for a pen, ready to sign a war authorization order, and froze. Silence. Everyone in the room had stopped moving. Coffee cups suspended in midair. Open mouths. Static bodies. Only Kennedy was awake. What the hell? He stumbled to the hallway, only to find it worse. Hundreds of staffers stood frozen like statues. It's mutants. It has to be. He rushed back into the Oval Office and stopped cold. A young Asian man now sat behind his desk, legs crossed, sipping coffee. Who are you? What are you doing here? The man smiled. Mr. President, for your safety, we're relocating you. The X-Men, Brian replied casually. Then, with a flick of psychokinesis, he knocked Kennedy out cold. Raven, all yours. From the shadows, Raven stepped forward, shifting fluidly into Kennedy's form. Don't worry, Brian. I've got this. She took her place at the desk, perfectly mimicking the president's posture, voice, and presence. The real Kennedy levitated silently out the window, suspended by Brian's powers. And just like that, the most powerful seat in the free world changed hands. Above the White House, Brian was suspended in the air, and with a wave of his hand, he opened the hatch of the supersonic fighter. "Professor X, the President of America is in your hands." Then he threw the unconscious Kennedy to Professor X. As for how to deal with the president, that was none of Brian's business. He had already spared Kennedy's life, as requested by Professor X. After handing Kennedy over to Professor X, Brian's lips moved slightly, and a voice that only Raven could hear rang in her ears. "Raven, let's start our plan." Controlling America was only Brian's first step. Now, it was time to start Brian's second step. The White House in the president's office. The whole office had long since returned to the hustle and bustle. The war faction and the peace faction were still arguing. They had no idea that the person sitting in the presidential chair was no longer the original president. At this moment, Raven was sitting in the presidential chair, looking at the documents on the table with interest. "Charles, you traitor." Looking at the documents in her hand, Raven couldn't help shaking her head. Her eyes were a little disappointed. Obviously, Professor X delivered a letter to the president's office before the X-Men took action. Such behavior made Raven feel that she was backstabbed by Professor X. Especially in this document, not only the abilities and weaknesses of the Hellfire Club members were listed, even the abilities of the X-Men were listed. To be honest, Raven was very disappointed with Professor X. Didn't Professor X know that it would be dangerous to expose the X-Men to the American government? Professor X definitely knew. It was just that he naively believed that as long as the X-Men obeyed the law, the American government would not take action against the X-Men. Professor X, who had witnessed the dark side of human beings since childhood, placed the safety of the X-Men on the mercy and kindness of the other party. This has to be said to be a kind of irony. "Charles, you will kill the X-Men sooner or later." Raven destroyed the document casually, then sat up straight and knocked on the table lightly. "Quiet, gentlemen." Raven's voice was not loud, but it made the originally noisy presidential office quiet instantly. "You should not discuss whether to launch a full-scale war against the Soviet Union now. What you need to discuss is how to kill the powerful mutant, Black Emperor Shao." Raven's words made everyone present look thoughtful. Raven did not give them time to think and continued. "The current situation is very clear. As a mutant, Black Emperor Shao, with his powerful mutant ability, directly trampled the superpower Soviet Union under his feet. Gentlemen, that is a superpower, but still succumbed to Black Emperor Zhao's feet. I am very scared, gentlemen. I am afraid that the powerful mutant who controls the Soviet Union will do the same. Come to America, the free land. Even come to the White House. Then use his powerful strength to slaughter all of us American high-level officials. Strongly control America. Believe me, doctors. Since Black Emperor Shao can control the Soviet Union, he can definitely control America by force." Raven's voice was filled with fear and worry. The emotional words made everyone present look at each other. They realized that what the president said was right. They made a common-sense mistake. That is, since the other party can instantly control the Soviet Union with absolute force, there is a way to control America in the same way. War? World War? There's no need at all, because He Huang Shao himself is a human-shaped, self-propelled nuclear bomb. Wherever he goes, the country will fall apart. They no longer need to think about how to fight against the Soviet Union's all-out war. What they should think about most now is how to fight against He Huang Shao. Prevent He Huang Shao from suddenly coming to America and then killing all of them, the actual controllers of America. No one is not afraid of death, especially these actual controllers of America. They're more afraid of death. They witnessed how He Huang Shao slaughtered the senior officials of the Soviet Union. The mutant, who was like a devil from hell, directly threw down those disobedient senior officials from a height of 10,000 meters. The death was miserable. These American senior officials did not want to experience the death of high-altitude bungee jumping. So, they decisively gave up the idea of a full-scale confrontation with the Soviet Union. At this moment, everyone's thoughts were surprisingly consistent. That is to use all means to stop He Huang Mei. "Mr. President, How can we stop Black Emperor Shao? A presidential advisor frowned. He accidentally saw Raven sitting in the presidential chair with a confident look on her face, which made him ask subconsciously, "Gentlemen, mutant is not a specialty of the Soviet Union." Raven's words made everyone turn their attention to Raven. Everyone looked at Raven in confusion. Faced with everyone's doubts, Raven stood up slowly. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Raven said calmly, "In fact, a few hours after Black Emperor Shao delivered his speech on Red Square, our country's mutants, for the justice in their hearts and the safety of the country, ignoring their own safety and the strength of the enemy, spontaneously formed a mutant team to fight against Black Emperor Shao. I call them X-Men." Raven's words were passionate and full of emotion. She directly described the X-Men as righteous people who were willing to give and sacrifice for the country, for all mankind, and for the justice of mankind. "Gentlemen, when our country was in danger, the X-Men stood up without hesitation. They are real heroes. They are the embodiment of justice that deserves it. They uphold justice, overcome fear, and use their own strength to fight against the evil mutant Shaw. They are heroes of our country. X-Men are the superhero of mankind." As the time spent with Brian increased, Raven also learned Brian's success rhetoric. At this moment, under Raven's passionate speech, this group of American executives quickly recognized the justice and dedication of the X-Men. Can the X-Men really defeat the Black Emperor Shaw? One of the senators asked with some concern. One X-Men may not be able to defeat the Black Emperor Shaw, but what about countless X-Men? Raven's words once again made this group of American executives a little confused. They didn't know what the president wanted to say. "Gentlemen, I plan to make X-Men a legitimate superhero team in our country. I want them to become the benchmark of justice in America. I want to weave a superhero dream for the mutants in America so that they will join the X-Men superhero team enthusiastically, thereby strengthening the power of X-Men in order to eliminate the evil mutant Black Emperor Shaw." Raven shrugged and returned to the presidential chair. With her eyes shining, she told all the plans she had discussed with Brian. Yes, controlling America is not Brian's goal. Brian's real goal is to use the political power of the American government. Make X-Men a superhero team for America and even for all mankind, with the endorsement of the superpower America and the absolutely evil and powerful villain Black Emperor Shaw as the #1 enemy. There is no doubt that X-Men will completely become the embodiment of justice. Every member of X-Men will become a shining star like Captain America. Superhero? Like the superhero comics released by Marvel, Captain America? A bald man said as he took out a comic book from his pocket. This is the superhero comic released by Marvel in this era. Captain America. Once the comic was released, it became popular all over America. Captain America, like the early Superman comics, became a household name superhero. Some states even established Captain America comics halls, attracting countless young people. Yes, I want to make X-Men a superhero like Captain America. X-Men will become a more famous superhero than Captain America. Raven's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, vote now. To make X-Men America's superhero team, we need your support and operation." After Raven finished speaking, he waited quietly. Half an hour later, the resolution vote in the president's office ended. 90% of the senior executives agreed with the president's plan. Very good, in 2 hours. I will hold a presidential speech. Raven smiled and gave an order to the presidential secretary. 2 hours later, in front of the White House square, countless news media gathered here. "Mr. President, what do you think of the Soviet Union's mutant president, Black Emperor Shao? Mr. President, do we also have mutants in our country? Mr. President." Reporters took the microphone and asked countless questions. Facing these questions, Raven just stood calmly on the podium and drank a sip of coffee. Wait until these reporters finally quieted down. Raven continued to speak. "The Soviet Union's mutant president Shao, everyone has seen it. Black Emperor Shao was originally a military scientist in Germany during World War II. He had been in the Auschwitz concentration camp. Raven talked to the reporter and revealed Black Emperor's identity. When they heard that Black Emperor Shao was actually a military scientist in Germany during World War II, the audience watching the live news broadcast was shocked again. World War II Germany can only be described in 2 words. That is evil. And Black Emperor Shao was even more trapped and labeled as an evil NC. With just a few words, Raven nailed Black Emperor Shao to the evil pillar of shame. There is no doubt that Black Emperor Shao is evil. He tried to use force to coerce the world and create his own mutant country. And according to our intelligence, Black Emperor Zhao's real intention is to use the Soviet Union to start a world war, so that the world can accept the baptism of nuclear war. Black Emperor Shao insisted that the nuclear radiation produced by the nuclear explosion could make humans evolve into mutants. This crazy idea is simply outrageous. Sadly, with the current power of mankind, we simply cannot stop Black Emperor Shao. 3 days later, the world will be threatened by nuclear war. Humanity will also be destroyed in the nuclear explosion. Raven said in a heavy tone, describing a tragic future of nuclear explosion for everyone in front of the TV. Just when mankind fell into despair and panic, Raven changed the subject. However, the people of America are also lucky, because mutant is not exclusive to the Soviet Union. Our country also has powerful mutants. They usually live around you like ordinary people, abide by the law, and love life. But when the country is facing a crisis and mankind is facing life and death, they resolutely abandon their lives, their families, and everything that belongs to them, even their lives. These lovely mutants are ready to use their own power to defend the country, the people, and freedom. They are well-deserved heroes. They will also be the last hope for us humans to defeat Black Emperor Shao. They are X-Men. They will become America's superheroes. X-Men will fight for America, for the soldiers, for each of you. Fight for freedom. Now, let us welcome the 7 superheroes of our country. As Raven spoke passionately, the audience who were watching the president's speech began to regard the X-Men as messengers of justice. Especially those young people who love superhero comics. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Superhero? Super 7? X-Men. This group of young people were excited. They looked at the TV with full concentration. They wanted to witness the birth of America's true superhero with their own eyes. Swish. As Raven spoke, the entire White House venue seemed to be suspended in time in an instant. Everyone all stopped at the same time. What's going on? The audience in front of the TV looked at the motionless reporters and government officials in astonishment. For a moment, their faces were blank. Only those young people who love superhero comics realize something at this moment. Ability. It's super ability. Some young people looked at the scene in front of them and danced with excitement. He wished he was there. Just as he was cheering, Professor X, wearing a decent white suit, walked slowly from the still crowd, until Professor X walked to Raven's side. He released his ability. Everyone in the venue woke up, as if from a dream. They didn't know their minds were frozen at all. They only felt that in the blink of an eye, 10 men appeared behind President Raven. As you can see, this is our America's superhero, the leader of the X-Men, Professor X, who has the ability of mind freezing. Raven walked to Professor X's side, raised Professor X's arm, and introduced him solemnly. Mind freezing. A group of reporters were puzzled. Seeing the confusion of the group of people, Professor X stepped forward and pressed his right hand on his temple. In the venue, half of the people fell into a state of mental stagnation again. Superhero. Professor X. After Professor X showed his ability, the originally quiet venue suddenly cheered spontaneously. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Magneto opened his hands and descended from the sky like a king. This is our second superhero in America. One of the X-Men veterans of the superhero group possessed the ability to control the rotation of the magnetic field. Magneto landed on the ground and nodded coldly to the reporters in the venue. Magneto. Looking at the cold temperament of Magneto, Everyone subconsciously backed away. Only a few scattered reporters were cheering. This made Magneto frown slightly. Magneto, if you want to become a popular superhero, you still need to learn to show off. Brian's voice rang in Magneto's ears. Afterwards, Brian's figure fell directly from the sky, and then, in the shocked eyes of the crowd, he landed perfectly in a standard superhero posture. This is our Super 7, one of the founders of X-Men. Homelander, in Cayenne. He has the same ability as Superman in the comics: super strength, steel body, super speed, etc. Boom! Brian's superhero landing instantly set off the whole audience. Everyone started cheering, especially the female reporters, who screamed after seeing Brian's handsome face. Soviet Union, Moscow. Mutants of Hellfire Club are gathered here at the moment. They're also concentrating on watching the TV in front of them. On the TV, President America's speech at the White House is being broadcast. Black Emperor Shao is looking at the screen on TV with a gloomy face. Just now, he was labeled NC by President America, became the evil side, and the X-Men, who are also mutants, have transformed themselves into superheroes of America, the embodiment of justice. This makes Black Emperor Shao want to go directly to America to kill President America and the group of annoying X-Men, especially when he saw Brian, who appeared handsomely in a superhero-style landing posture and caused everyone to cheer, with a sunny and warm face and a friendly smile. Black Emperor Shao wanted to punch Brian directly. It was because of Brian. White Queen Emma left the Hellfire Club, put him in a passive situation. He had to wear this ugly mind protection helmet all day long, and he didn't even dare to take it off when sleeping. Definitely, Black Emperor Shao was just thinking about it. In fact, the person he was most reluctant to face was Brian. Brian's adaptive evolution was really too buggy, even though he was already the most powerful level 5 mutant in the world. But facing Brian's adaptive evolution ability, there was no way at all. The more he fought, the stronger Brian became. The more he fought, the more Brian could adapt to his energy attack. So the best way is not to fight Brian. Super 7, isn't this just 5 people? Just when Black Emperor Shao was helpless and furious, the voice of the Red Devil suddenly sounded, causing Black Emperor Shao to focus on the White House speech on TV again. At this moment, the White House in Washington, D.C., after introducing Brian, Raven, who was transformed into the president, introduced the other 3 X-Men members one after another. Since then, X-Men has transformed from an unrecognized mutant team to a superhero team officially endorsed by America, became the embodiment of justice. Why are there only 5 people in the superhero group? A reporter asked Raven with some confusion. Because the remaining 2 positions are reserved for other mutants. Mutant brothers and sisters, as long as you have justice in your heart, you can join the X-Men and become a member of the superhero group. Become a household superhero like 600 in Captain America. At the moment of life and death for mankind, I hope you can stand up. Fight for freedom, for the people, and for justice in your heart. Any mutant who wants to become a superhero can go to the X-Men base, Xavier Manor in New York, to accept Homelander Brian's test. Those who pass the test can become the next superhero. After saying this, Raven ended the presidential speech. At the same time, a group of reporters, under the instruction of the American government, began to frantically take promotional photos for the X-Men. Just 1 hour later, various promotional posters about the superhero group and X-Men have been hung all over the streets and alleys of various cities in America, under the promotion of the top leaders of the American government. America's capital began to frantically promote X-Men and the 7 superheroes. For a time, Cayenne and others frequently appeared on various interview shows. In just one day, X-Men became famous throughout America, became the benchmark of justice in America, also became a superhero team like Captain America. With the overwhelming publicity of Capital, a superhero fever appeared in America. Especially young people in America, they flocked to the X-Men's base, Xavier Manor, and began to observe the X-Men's training up close. In the eyes of this group of young people with great interest and curiosity, X-Men Shockwave Alex, Siren Sean Cassidy, Magneto, and Beast Hank performed an ability show for them. Various abilities dazzled this group of people and made these people remember them. Magneto and others had the first wave of fans. On the second day, the President of America issued the latest presidential order. As superheroes, X-Men enjoy free access to the White House. They can recruit mutants and add them to the ranks of X-Men. They enjoy independent decision-making power in the battle with Soviet mutant President Black Emperor Shaw. Moreover, X-Men are directly under the command of the President and are not subject to any restrictions. X-Men enjoy the highest privileges in America, including the right to freely deploy relevant agencies and draw military troops, which cannot be deprived by anyone. After the presidential order was issued, X-Men have become above the country and become a privileged class. That's why the mutants hiding in America, who were originally prepared to wait and see, seem to have found their direction. They began to flock to Xavier Manor of X-Men. Many of these mutants were originally planning to secretly go to the Soviet Union and join Black Emperor Shaw. Because of the appearance of X-Men, they gave up their original idea. In the past 2 days, the mutants have seen people's enthusiasm for superheroes. It is completely different from treating mutants. X-Men has become the embodiment of justice. If someone says that X-Men is not good, they will be directly labeled as NC and condemned by everyone. Since there is hope to become a superhero, who would want to be an evil mutant? Now, mutants all over the world have been divided into 2 camps. Some ambitious mutants chose the Soviet Union's Black Emperor Shao. They went to the Soviet Union secretly. And some mutants saw the hope of becoming a superhero and being loved and worshipped by humans. They began to move towards Xavier Manor spontaneously. And on the 3rd day, when Black Emperor Shao was about to take office as the president of the Soviet Union, the first mutant who made a choice came to the Red Square in Moscow. Shao, a mutant wants to join us. A girl wearing a luxurious long dress, like a medieval lady, walked into the presidential office on Red Square. This girl was the girl from the Hellfire Club. At this moment, behind Angel, there was an old man who was a little nervous, with a wandering look, and looked like he was about to die. In the president's office, Black Emperor Shao was preparing for his inaugural speech. When he heard what Angel said, his eyes lit up. But when he saw the old man behind Angel, Black Emperor Zhao's brows slightly frowned. The old man in front of him was skinny and dirty, looking like a homeless person on the street. In fact, this old man was really a homeless person. His name was Polly Orlo. Shao, you can never guess what Polly's ability is. Angel obviously didn't see Black Emperor Zhao's displeasure. She introduced the old man behind her excitedly. What ability does this old man have? Black Emperor Shao asked absent-mindedly. Polly can create a mental shield. According to Polly, his mental shield can protect people from mental damage. Angel's words made Black Emperor Zhao's attitude change drastically. Welcome, my mutant brother. Black Emperor Zhao's original absent-mindedness disappeared at this moment. He walked to the old man Polly with a smile on his face, opened his arms, and hugged Polly, not disdaining the dirt on Polly at all. Shao, can I join your mutant kingdom? Polly felt respected for the first time, which made him burst into tears. Definitely, Polly, the mutant kingdom welcomes any mutant. Now, show me your ability. Black Emperor Shao said impatiently. Mind shield. Under the gaze of Black Emperor Shao, Polly raised his hand and released a golden mind shield. There are mysterious inscriptions on the shield. It looks very cool. The golden mind shield enveloped Black Emperor Shao. Black Emperor Shao only felt his mind vibrate slightly. Then he felt that his spiritual world was protected. Moreover, he could feel that this kind of mind protection was even stronger than his own mind protection helmet. Black Emperor Shao was overjoyed, although he had a mind protection helmet. But other members of the Hellfire Club did not have the mind protection ability. This was also the flaw of the Hellfire Club. Without a mind protection helmet, it meant that once a full-scale war with the X-Men began, except for himself, no one could resist Professor X's mental power. Professor X himself could directly wipe out all the Hellfire members except him. That was why Black Emperor Shao wanted to get the mind-shielding ability the most. Originally, he thought that it would be difficult to find a mutant with a mind-shielding power. But he did not expect that in just 3 days, a mutant with a mind-shielding ability joined the Hellfire Club. Good, very good. Angel, take Polly to take a good bath. Then take him to get familiar with our members. Black Emperor Shao instructed Angel. Angel immediately took mutant Polly away from here. X-Men, superhero? It's just a joker. Black Emperor Shao is fearless now. After having mutant Polly, Hellfire Club has no shortcomings. The members of Hellfire Club can finally let go and do a great job. Mr. President, your inauguration ceremony is about to begin. A Soviet administrator walked into the presidential office and reminded him with a trembling voice. Black Emperor Shao, who was in a good mood, ignored the fear of the administrators. He straightened his suit and walked out of the presidential office. He was going to take office as the president of the Soviet Union, as the president of a superpower. The inauguration ceremony of the Soviet Union was still very cumbersome. In particular, some Soviet high-level officials deliberately delayed the time in order to delay the fact that Black Emperor Shao became president. The entire inauguration ceremony took 14 hours. Black Emperor Shao had no dissatisfaction with this. It was nothing more than taking control of the Soviet Union later. It was just 14 hours. Black Emperor Shao could wait. And just when Black Emperor Shao was attending the inauguration ceremony, in the X enhancement room of Xavier Manor, Professor X was wearing a helmet under Brian's gaze. Boom! The brainwave enhancer was turned on. His consciousness was connected to the mutants of the whole America. As X-Men became America's superhero organization, people's attention to mutants continued to rise. Some hidden mutants were discovered by people around them one after another. Although X-Men is now setting off a superhero craze, people's views on mutants have changed a lot. But not everyone agrees with mutants. That's why some mutants are still living in dire straits. The reason why Professor X and Brian came to the X enhancement room, it was because Professor X dreamed of a child who was awakening ability and was in a state of confusion and fear when he was sleeping at night. Professor, save me. The child sent a call for help to Professor X. Professor X woke up from his dream. Since becoming a mind mutant, Professor X has not dreamed for a long time. Every time he dreams, telepathy spontaneously connects with some mind consciousness, and a mind illusion appears. In short, what Professor X sees in his dreams are things happening in the real world. So, in order to save the child who is in fear, Professor X came to the X enhancement room, and Brian, who had nothing to do, followed Professor X after seeing him come to the X enhancement room. Professor X, have you found the child you mentioned who needs to be saved? Brian asked casually, looking at Professor X, who took off his helmet. I found it. The child is in Midtown High School. His name is Scott Summers. He is very scared now and needs our help. Professor X nodded and said. After hearing what Professor X said, Brian, who was originally careless, suddenly widened his eyes. Who? Professor X looked at Brian strangely, not knowing why Brian reacted so strongly. However, out of politeness, Professor X still answered Brian's question. Scott Summers, a very good-natured kid. He is also a fanatical fan of our X-Men. When he was watching our interview video, he was so excited that the mutant gene in his body began to awaken. When he really heard the name, Brian laughed. It was a very bright laugh. It turned out to be Cyclops Scott. According to the plot, Cyclops Scott awakened his ability in the plot of Apocalypse. But he didn't expect that because he made X-Men into a superhero team, Cyclops Scott awakened his ability in advance. Scott is indeed a good kid. Such a kid should be included in the X-Men, Brian said with a smile on his face. Cyclops, that's an ability that is almost the same as Superman. It's also an ability that Brian has always dreamed of. The reason is that he is so cool. Shooting lasers from the eyes is simply awesome. No matter what, he was determined to get Cyclops Scott's ability. I'll go with you this time, Brian. Professor X stood up and said to Brian. Brian frowned slightly. With Professor X around, Brian couldn't cut Cyclops Scott's brain. But who said you have to cut your brain to get the ability? Brian had thought of another way to get Cyclops Scott's ability. Midtown Manhattan, Midtown High School. In a classroom, a young boy was constantly rubbing his eyes. Just today, the boy's eyes suddenly became blurry and stinging. Even the things he saw turned red. This made him lose interest in studying. He suspected that he had overused his eyes in the past few days, which led to eye fatigue. "Scott, are you okay?" Teacher Catherine noticed the boy's abnormality and immediately walked in front of the boy and asked with concern, my eyes hurt." The boy named Scott raised his head and looked at Catherine. Catherine was startled by Kurt. At this moment, Scott's eyes were red, and he looked more red than conjunctivitis. In fact, it was not only teacher Catherine who saw Scott's abnormality. Many people in the class saw Scott's red eyes. If it was before, when Black Emperor Shao had not yet made mutant public, they would only think that Scott was sick. But now, people all over the world know the existence of mutant. Especially in recent days, they often see X-Men's ability show on TV. So, the first time they saw Scott's red eyes, they realized a fact. "Oh my God, Scott, you are a mutant." A girl with twin ponytails reminded excitedly. As the girl reminded, the students and teachers in the class looked at Scott in surprise. Everyone's expression was different, but without exception, they looked at Scott without fear and disgust. Impossible! How could Scott be a mutant? Absolutely impossible. Johnny, the school bully in the class, said with displeasure and jealousy. "Cool, Scott. What ability did you awaken?" Scott's friend Humphrey whistled excitedly, full of envy. Other students were also envious. They looked at Scott's red eyes and wished they could replace him. Even Catherine, the teacher, patted Scott's shoulder with a smile on her face. "Scott, don't be afraid. You may have awakened your ability. Try to feel your eyes." Catherine's gentle voice gradually calmed down the frightened Scott. He then closed his eyes. He began to feel his ability with his heart. The students around him all looked at Scott nervously. They were very excited, as if they were about to witness the awakening of a superhero. And in the excited eyes of everyone, Scott's ability awakening was finally completed. He felt his eyes were extremely hot. This made him subconsciously open his eyes. Boom! 2 huge red lasers shot out from his eyes. The wall in front of him was instantly pierced. Everyone in the classroom was startled. "Quick, close your eyes, Scott." Catherine looked at Scott in shock. Behind her, a wall had disappeared. She quickly said to Scott. Scott subconsciously closed his eyes. 2 laser beams that penetrated the wall for tens of meters suddenly disappeared. The students in the classroom came back to their senses from the shock. "Scott, your ability is so cool. Scott, you should sign up for X-Men and become a member of the superhero group of 7. Superhero Scott." The students cheered. They were really happy that Scott had awakened his ability. Under the overwhelming propaganda of the American government, X-Men has become the embodiment of justice. Became like Captain America. This made the young people in America full of longing for X-Men. They also wanted to become mutant and then join the superhero group X-Men and become the 6th superhero. That is why, after seeing Scott awakening ability, they were not afraid or disgusted. Instead, they were envious. They envied Scott for awakening ability and becoming mutant. This brought him one step closer to becoming a superhero. Dong, dong, dong. Just as many students were cheering for Scott, the classroom door was knocked. Catherine was stunned for a moment, and then saw 2 very familiar young people standing at the door of the classroom. "Oh God, Professor X and Homelander." A group of students also saw Professor X and Brian standing at the door. They covered their mouths in surprise. Their eyes were shocked at first, and then became extremely fanatical. "Professor X, Professor X. Homelander, Homelander." The students stood up in unison, like crazy fans, looking at Brian and the others with shining eyes, and then shouted in unison. Professor X was a little uncomfortable with the enthusiasm of the students. He nodded awkwardly, but Brian, with a sunny and warm face, showed a very friendly smile and greeted them familiarly. "Dear students, I am superhero Homelander Brian. After seeing Brian's gentle smile, a group of students were completely excited. Especially the female students, they all screamed. In fact, Brian is too handsome and too gentlemanly. Even Scott, who closed his eyes, subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. X-Men is his idol. Everyone doesn't know that among the X-Men, there is a superhero, Scott's brother, Shockwave Alex. Alex awakened his ability 3 years ago, but he was disgusted by his parents. They thought they had given birth to a freak. Alex ran away from home and never heard from him again. It was not until recently that Scott saw his brother on TV. Mutant Alex, who once disgusted his family, suddenly became the superhero Shockwave. The young Scott took Alex as his role model. As a result, he became a fanatical fan of X-Men. At this moment, when he heard the familiar superhero voice, Scott was so excited that he forgot that he had already awakened his ability. Boom! The moment Scott opened his eyes, a red laser rushed towards Brian. All the students took a breath of cold air in unison. "Be careful, Homelander!" Some students even screamed. However, in the face of everyone's concerns, Brian just smiled. He let Scott's laser hit him. Brian didn't even use the ability of adaptive evolution. Just relying on the carbon skin, he resisted Scott's laser. Zzz. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, Brian walked in front of Scott with Scott's laser. The laser can easily penetrate steel, but it can't shake Brian's sharing. Man of Steel! The students were shocked at first and then cheered wildly. As fans of X-Men, they're very clear about the abilities of each X-Men. Among them, Homelander Brian has abilities similar to Superman in the comics. Superman is most famous for his Man of Steel, seeing Brian blasting Scott with lasers. The first thing they thought of was the indestructible Man of Steel. Brian was all smiles. He successfully used the carbon skin ability to create an indestructible image. In fact, the carbon skin obtained from the Invisible Man can be considered a pseudo-Man of Steel. Defending against Scott's newly awakened Cyclops was easy. Brian walked in front of Scott with lasers. He patted Scott's shoulder gently. "Scott, your ability is outstanding. Do you want to join our Super 7? Scott looked at Brian, who was like a messenger of justice, and was so excited that he could hardly speak. It was not until 2 minutes later that Kurt reacted. "Can I join the X-Men?" Scott said unconfidently. He had just awakened his ability and was still very weak for a big man like Brian. "Can I really join the powerful X-Men?" "Definitely, Kurt. We're here for this. Our Professor X is an excellent teacher. He can help you develop your ability, make you quickly stronger, and become a true superhero." Brian's words made Scott excited. "Scott, from now on, your X-Men codename is Cyclops." Professor X, who had been silent, came over and said to Scott, "Cyclops? Cyclops Scott? I have become a member of the Super 7. Cyclops Scott was extremely excited. He wanted to turn around and celebrate with his classmates and teachers, but when he was about to turn around, Brian grabbed Scott's head and turned it back. "Scott, do you want to kill your classmates and teachers?" Brian's words scared Scott so much that he closed his eyes. His laser suddenly disappeared. Brian looked at the excited Cyclops and smiled. "However, before becoming an X-Men, we need to do some tests on you to ensure that your ability is really qualified for X-Men. Definitely, our tests are formal, reasonable, and legal. Don't worry that we will study your body." Brian followed closely. "Cyclops Scott, are you willing to cooperate with the test?" Hearing Brian's question, Cyclops Scott nodded hurriedly. Seeing Scott nod, Brian's smile became even brighter. He glanced at Scott's classmates and teachers around him. Then he extended an invitation to them. As Scott's classmates and teachers, you can also visit Scott's testing process. Brian's invitation made the students even more excited. Half an hour later, Brian took them back to Xavier Manor. Then, Brian took everyone to a medical room in Xavier Manor. In the medical room, there's a most advanced MRI device. This is what Brian asked Beast Hank to make. It is also a mutant detection instrument. Any mutant who wants to join the X-Men needs to come here for a physical examination. Only after passing the physical examination can they officially join the X-Men. At this moment, Cyclops Scott is lying in front of the MRI device. A full body scan is being performed. 10 minutes later, Cyclops Scott walked down from the MRI device. And Brian also got what he wanted. He used the MRI device to scan the complete brain structure of Laser Eye Scott. At this moment, Brian was concentrating on looking at the brain film in his hand, although it was black and white. But Scott's brain was unusually clear. In just a few minutes, Brian found Scott's brain ability circuit. Buzz. Brian's eyes turned red. Then a laser beam pierced through Cyclops Scott's brain film. Brian smiled. Through the MRI device, he easily obtained Cyclops Scott's ability. In one click maxed it out. His current Cyclops is exactly the same as Superman's heat ray. He can release lasers through his eyes at any time. The intensity of the laser can melt alloy steel instantly. Brian can even freely adjust the intensity of the laser with his will. The smallest laser can easily penetrate the human body. The largest laser can be indestructible. Its power is several times stronger than Shockwave Alex's energy shockwave. Brian can use his hands and eyes to release energy shockwave and lasers at the same time. Now, Brian is more and more like Homelander. He can perform psychokinesis flight. He has super hearing and a pseudo-steel body. Now he has Cyclops, in addition to super strength and supervision. He is almost a replica of Homelander. As for Superman, he is still a little different from Superman now. Definitely, this does not include Brian's ability to adapt to evolution. In short, after getting Cyclops, Brian's strength has greatly increased. Now he can kill a large number of weak mutants in seconds with just a glare. Scott, you are qualified. Now, you are a member of the X-Men. After getting Cyclops Scott's ability, Brian found Scott with a test report, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Great, I joined the X-Men." The young Cyclops was extremely excited. He closed his eyes tightly, but still couldn't hide the smile on his face. "Professor X, Cyclops is in your hands." Brian casually threw Scott to Professor X, and then prepared to leave. Definitely, before leaving, Brian has one more thing to do. Buzz. Just as Brian turned around and prepared to leave, his eyes suddenly glowed red. This scene happened to be seen by Professor X. He looked at Brian with surprise. "Brian, your eyes?" After hearing Professor X's words, Brian seemed to wake up from a dream. He touched his eyes, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. "It seems that my body has adapted to Scott's laser, and thus evolved the same ability," Brian said, and then turned off his laser. His goal has been achieved. Sure enough, Professor X knew that Brian would evolve after adapting to different abilities. No one had any doubts. He just looked at Brian with some envy. "Brian, your ability is really strong." In Professor X's exclamation, Brian squatted slightly. Then he crossed his hands and placed them on his forehead. Then the whole person rose up from the ground and soared into the sky. Brian, in a good mood, took off in a Homelander-style move. After flying to the middle of the air, Brian stopped and looked at the crowd below. His eyes glowed slightly red. He looked like the reincarnation of Superman. Brian's gesture won a round of cheers from the crowd. "Homelander, Homelander." Washington, D.C., White House. CIA Director Smith walked quickly into the president's office. "Mr. President, the Soviet Union is holding an inauguration ceremony. According to the information obtained by our spies in the Soviet Union, this inauguration ceremony will last for 14 hours. After 14 hours, mutant Black Emperor Shao will completely become the first mutant president of the Soviet Union." Director Smith handed a piece of intelligence to Raven, who was sitting in the presidential chair, and reported with a serious face. On the presidential chair, Raven looked at the intelligence boredly, without any urgent look on her face. It has become an established fact that Black Emperor Shao has become the first mutant president of the Soviet Union. It cannot be changed. Therefore, Raven is not interested in the Soviet Union's inauguration ceremony. What she is really interested in is how many mutants are gathered in Black Emperor Zhao's camp now. Director Smith, has the CIA agent collected information about the Soviet mutants? Raven looked at the CIA director calmly and asked, "I'm very sorry, Mr. President. There's no news about the Soviet mutant yet." Being stared at by Raven, CIA Director Smith said with cold sweat on his forehead. He was not afraid of the President Kennedy in front of him. He was afraid of the superhero Homelander Brian standing behind her. Since he got Scott Cyclops, Brian came to the White House under the pretext of protecting the president. In fact, it was to help Raven eliminate dissidents. Let the White House completely become Raven's one-man show. With super hearing, Brian can see the situation of every congressman in the White House. Which congressmen and politicians obey Raven? Which ones don't? Brian knows it clearly. For those congressmen and politicians who don't obey, even military generals, Brian will gently let them hand over their power. If they hand over their power, it's fine. They can still work in their positions until they die. If they don't hand over their power, Brian will kindly give these people a laser. In just a few hours, the White House was a river of blood. The White House's top brass were all panicking. They had realized a fact. That was President Kennedy, who controlled the power of the X-Men, had truly become the master of the White House. Fortunately, as long as they submitted to the president, they could be free from the president's political purge. That was why the remaining people quickly merged into a political party. That was the presidential party. Raven truly controlled America. Her orders were unimpeded in America. Director Smith, you can go out. Just as Director Smith was sweating, Raven waved and drove him out of the hospital. Director Smith was as if he had been pardoned, and he hurried out of the presidential office. After Director Smith left, Raven instantly regained her mystique appearance. She stretched lazily. These days of presidential career have made Raven grow rapidly. She is no longer the little girl who needs to be protected. Now she's capable of standing on her own. Raven moved her body and turned to Brian to invite him to the White House battle. Definitely, President Raven. Brian smiled. Then, in the sacred and solemn White House of America, Ucain and Rue Tuan started a battle. 10 hours later, the battle was over. Brian snapped his fingers lightly. The two of them immediately dressed neatly. I have to say that the power of the prison is really convenient. Raven, Brian, come to Xavier Manor. Not long after the two finished fighting, they received a telepathic message from Professor X in their minds. While Brian and Raven were enjoying their rare battle time, the X-Men were not idle. Professor X had been watching the Soviet Union's inauguration ceremony through the brainwave amplifier in the X enhancement room. At the same time, Professor X also conducted a carpet search for the mutants who joined the Black Emperor Shaw camp. However, because Black Emperor Shaw obtained the mutant Poly with the ability of mental protection, Professor X's search was very difficult. He could not sense those mutants at all. That is why he could only search for those mutants bit by bit through the eyes of the Soviet people. That is why it took a full 10 hours. Finally, he found the traces of several mutants in the Black Emperor Shaw camp. Let's go, Raven. Let's go to Xavier Manor. Brian held Raven and flew out of the White House. Then he rushed to Xavier Manor at a very fast speed. At this moment, inside Xavier Manor, in front of a swimming pool, the X-Men gathered. Behind the X-Men, there was a photographer and a reporter. At this moment, the reporter was reporting on the scene. This is Fox Broadcasting Company, Fox. What you see now is the well-known superhero team of 7, the X-Men team. Just today, the much-anticipated X-Men recruited another superhero. This superhero is Cyclops Scott. Although the public has doubts about Scott's age, I believe that the pictures you will see next will definitely eliminate their doubts. The white reporter was reporting with passion, and the camera has turned to the X-Men. Relax, Scott. Just pretend that reporter doesn't exist. Beside the swimming pool, Professor X sat in a wheelchair and said to Scott, who had his eyes closed, in a gentle voice, Professor X is definitely not paralyzed. Or rather, he is not paralyzed yet. The reason why he is in a wheelchair is Brian's suggestion. Brian believes that if Professor X stands, the public cannot tell who is the leader of the X-Men. Only when Professor X sits and the others stand, the public can tell at a glance who is the leader of the X-Men. As for why he is in a wheelchair, it is Brian's words. Professor X, you will eventually sit in a wheelchair. It doesn't matter whether you sit in the wheelchair or not. Sitting in a wheelchair now can make people think that you are not paralyzed. Brian's words made Professor X very upset. He strongly refused to sit in a wheelchair. But other X-Men members agreed with Brian's words. Professor X's objection was ineffective. He could only sit in a wheelchair in humiliation. He became the real leader of X-Men. Professor, is this really okay? I can't control my ability yet. Young Cyclops Scott was a little nervous. He had heard the voice of the Fox reporter and knew that he was being broadcast live around the world. This made Scott, who was still a high school student, very nervous. Relax, Scott. Your ability is very powerful. According to Hank's test, your eyes can absorb the energy of the sun and then form a laser with extremely high crystal density. This makes your eyes almost indestructible. Professor X patiently persuaded Scott to relax. He slowly opened his eyes. Boom! The red light in his eyes was very dazzling. 2 red lasers rushed out of his eyes and headed straight for the swimming pool opposite. The swimming pool was instantly split in 2 by the laser. The water in the swimming pool was instantly evaporated by the laser. Professor X, I can't control myself anymore. The impact of the laser made Scott's head tilt back uncontrollably. His sight began to move up uncontrollably. A gully was cut directly on the ground behind the swimming pool. A big tree planted by Professor X's grandfather was instantly split in 2, and the trunk began to burn. The laser was still surging. Behind the big tree was the building of Xavier Manor. Seeing that the laser was about to hit the building, Brian fell from the sky holding Raven, just blocking the path of the laser. Looking at the incoming laser, Brian had a smile on his face. He glared slightly. A round of red, dazzling light enveloped his eyes. 2 lasers were released from Brian's eyes. Boom! Brian's laser and Scott's laser collided with each other. A dazzling light spread and almost blinded the X-Men. Then, under the shocked gaze of the crowd, Brian's laser easily crushed Scott's laser. The laser released by Scott began to decay and retreat. In just a blink of an eye, Scott's laser was compressed into his eyes. Scott's eyes kept flashing red, but the laser could never break through Brian's laser blockade. Buzz! The red light in Scott's eyes gradually dimmed and then turned back to normal eyes. After Scott's ability disappeared, Brian also retracted his laser in time. Brian, you also have laser eyes? Scott's eyes can see normally at this moment, instead of seeing everything in red. He looked at Brian in surprise. It was totally unexpected that Brian also had the ability of Cyclops. Scott, have you forgotten my code name? I am Homelander of X-Men. Brian's understatement made Scott suddenly realize. Homelander Brian has the same abilities as Superman in the comics. It is reasonable for Cyclops to have the same abilities as him. Brian, you are back. Professor X, who was sitting in a wheelchair, nodded to Brian. Then he looked at Raven. Professor X's eyes were extremely complicated, with both pride and worry for Raven. Raven, you did a good job. Finally, all the emotions were replaced by Professor X's affirmation. Raven accepted Professor X's affirmation calmly. She nodded to the X-Men members and then turned her eyes to Scott. Zero. Scott, don't lose heart. You will become an excellent superhero. Raven walked up to Scott, patted Scott's shoulder affectionately, and encouraged him. Who are you? Scott looked at Raven with some doubts. He was sure that Raven did not exist among the X-Men. She is our Mr. President. Professor X briefly introduced Raven. Mr. President? Kennedy? Kennedy is a mutant. Looking at the graceful Raven, Scott's mind was a little confused. You can understand it this way. Professor X did not introduce Raven in detail. After all, the fewer people know about Raven's existence, the better. In fact, as early as when Raven appeared, Professor X had already controlled the minds of Fox reporters and photographers, causing them to temporarily stop reporting the news. Cool. Kennedy is also a mutant. Scott was extremely excited. He did not expect that the president was also a mutant. Okay, Scott, let's talk about your ability problem. Professor X interrupted Scott's excitement. He nodded to Beast Hank. Beast Hank immediately handed a pair of red glasses to the excited Scott. Hank, what is this? Scott looked at the glasses in his hand with some confusion, his face full of confusion. Red quartz glasses. This is a special pair of glasses I made. You can simply think of it as a laser regulator. Red quartz can block the release of laser energy in your eyes. This can limit your laser and allow you to live like a normal person. There's a button on the side of your glasses to control the opening and closing of the red quartz lens. Depending on the degree of opening and closing of the lens, the power of the release laser is also different. Beast Hank, who has become a normal person, is wearing a scientific white coat and talking about the red quartz glasses he made. The principle of red quartz glasses is very simple. The red quartz lens can block Scott's laser. It prevents it from emitting laser energy anytime and anywhere. And if Scott needs to release the laser, he can retract the red quartz lens by rotating the button next to his ear to release the laser. After hearing Beast Hank's introduction, Scott was excited. He couldn't wait to put on his red quartz glasses. However, because of the conflict with Brian's laser, let Scott's current Cyclops ability temporarily fail. He couldn't release Cyclops immediately to verify the effect of the red quartz glasses. Okay, Scott, you can verify the red quartz glasses later, Professor X said to Scott, and then set his sights on Brian. Brian, I have found the location of the mutants who joined Black Emperor Shaw. I decided to take advantage of the fact that the level 4 mutants of the Hellfire Club are busy with the inauguration ceremony for Black Emperor Shaw. Let the X-Men go to the Soviet Union and eliminate the mutants who just joined. Professor X said his well-thought-out decision. In the face of major issues, the professor is very sober. 2.0. Those mutants who joined the Black Emperor Shaw camp are already enemies of the X-Men. The only thing Professor X can do to deal with the enemy is to reduce their pain as much as possible when they die. Where are those mutants? Brian looked at Professor X with a new look at the moment, and then he asked with curiosity. Black Emperor Shaw has arranged those mutants in a military base in Siberia. Professor X quickly told the intelligence he had obtained. Military base? It's just right for me to perform. Magneto was very excited. He unconditionally supported any action that would weaken Black Emperor Shaw. Moreover, because of the professor's decision, Magneto's opinion of Professor X changed a little. Well, let's not delay. Let's set off immediately. Professor X stood up from his wheelchair and announced vigorously. Professor X knew very well that Black Emperor Shaw was busy with the inauguration of the Soviet president and could not get away for the time being. The powerful mutants of the Hellfire Club were assigned by Black Emperor Shaw to his side. This formed a military deterrent for the mutants. It made some Soviet people who did not obey Black Emperor Shaw dare not act rashly. It was also because of this that Black Emperor Shaw could not take care of the mutants who had just joined for the time being. This gave the X-Men an opportunity. Raven, go back to the White House and give a speech. Just say that the superhero team X-Men will conduct the first superhero action. The X-Men will strike the Soviet military base to weaken the power of the Black Emperor Shaw. Before leaving, Brian told Raven, "This is the first show of X-Men. How can no one pay attention to it?" Washington, D.C., White House. Raven, as the president, is delivering her White House speech. As we all know, the inauguration of the Soviet president is in full swing. In 4 hours, the Soviet Union and even the whole world will welcome his mutant president. The evil NC Black Emperor Shaw will directly establish a more powerful mutant country on the basis of the Soviet superpower. According to the news obtained by the CIA, the Soviet mutant president Black Emperor Shaw will declare war on America and all mankind at the moment of the inauguration ceremony. There is no doubt that the whole world is on the brink of war. In order to maintain world peace, in order to maintain justice, our superhero group of 7 X-Men will go to the Soviet Union. They will carry a mission and uphold justice. They will use their abilities to protect America and humanity. They will eventually defeat the evil NC Black Emperor Shaw's conspiracy to destroy the world. Let us witness the actions of the X-Men together. Finally, may God bless America. Raven is getting more and more adept at giving speeches. Her passionate speech won the cheers of the American people in front of the TV. She also successfully defined the X-Men's special operation to the Soviet Union as justice. Boom! Amid the cheers of the crowd, The X-Men boarded the only supersonic plane named Statue of Liberty. Then the supersonic plane flew into the sky. F***K, if I wear this ugly X battlesuit again, I will be a dog. Inside the cabin, Magneto looked at the yellow X battlesuit with disdain and cursed. The other X-Men looked at Brian with envy. Among the ugly yellow X battlesuits, Brian's handsome blue battle suit stood out. This was a combination of the Superman battlesuit and the Homelander battlesuit. The blue appearance perfectly set off Brian's muscular body. The X logo was engraved on the golden belt. The red combat boots and the red on the chest complemented the blue battlesuit. There were two shoulder-like decorations on both shoulders, which added some majesty to Brian. Brian disliked the red cape on his back because it was a bit monotonous, so he matched it with 5 red, 5-pointed stars. This made him look more handsome. Only with these 5 red 5-pointed stars, Nan Guang himself was the real Homelander. Brian looked extremely handsome at this moment, with others X-Men forming a sharp contrast. Hey, Hank, I think your aesthetic taste should be improved. Brian's uniform is handsome. Your X-Men battle suit is really bad. Even Professor X rarely expressed his opinion. He sat in a comfortable chair and said to Beast Hank beside him with a smile on his face. Beast Hank was embarrassed. He is the top scientist and inventor among mutants, but he is not a fashion designer. The X battlesuit on the X-Men is something he racked his brains to come up with. However, after seeing Brian's Homelander uniform, Hank had to admit that this uniform was really handsome. Brian, what is the purpose of the 5-pointed star on your back? Shockwave Alex stared at Brian's cape and said with some confusion. In fact, not only Alex was confused, Professor X and others were also very confused. Each of these 5-pointed stars represents a different meaning. The red 5-pointed star in the middle symbolizes hope and light. The other 5-pointed stars represent unity, peace, revolution, and struggle. I hope that the 5-star cloak will fly over America, because the American people will embrace peace and hope. Brian said solemnly, light, unity, peace, revolution, struggle. This is a really beautiful meaning. Professor X stood in awe. The meaning of the 5 red stars made him feel a beautiful yearning. Okay, let's talk about the mission we read once. 1. Professor X looked at the red star cloak behind Brian with envy. Then his face became serious, and he spoke first. This time we're going to Irkutsk Oblast in Siberia. On the central island of Lake Baikal, there's a Soviet military base. And our mission target, the mutants who joined the Black Emperor Shao camp, are hiding here. Professor X began to introduce the situation of this mission. According to the intelligence he sensed using the brainwave enhancer, in the past few days, 10 mutants have joined the Black Emperor Shao camp because he was busy with the inauguration ceremony of the Soviet president. Black Emperor Shao temporarily arranged these mutants in the military base of Lake Baikal. On the one hand, it is to protect the safety of these mutants. On the other hand, it is because Black Emperor Shao really can't spare his hands. 10 mutants? What abilities do those mutants have? Cyclops Scott, a new member who just joined the X-Men, asked curiously. Because these mutants have mental shields, I can't spy on their existence. I can only learn about the situation of mutants through the eyes of ordinary people in the military base. Professor X's face showed deep helplessness. His telepathy ability is undoubtedly very powerful, but the weakness is also very obvious. If the opponent has items and abilities of mental shielding, then Professor X will become very uncomfortable or even helpless. And it is obvious that there are mutants with mental shielding abilities in the Black Emperor Zhao's camp. I only found 3 of them. The first mutant, named Armstrong, is a Soviet. He is suspected to have super strength and can easily lift a heavy tank with one hand. The second mutant, named Duncan, is a Nig. He is also called Spider-Man by the soldiers in the base. His hands have barbs like spiders, which allows him to climb walls. He can spit out highly sticky cobweb from his mouth. The third mutant, named Roderick, is a white American. He has a pufferfish-like appearance and can release a neurotoxin through his mouth that can instantly paralyze people. Professor X told the information he knew about the three mutants. The X-Men began to discuss the abilities of the three mutants. Super strength. This ability is very good. Magneto cares most about the mutant with super strength. No one in the X-Men has super strength so far. There is no doubt that he can lift a heavy tank weighing hundreds of tons with one hand. The mutant named Armstrong is very powerful. Don't spiders release cobweb from their buttocks? Why does Spider-Man release it from his mouth? Compared to Magneto's caution, the Siren Sean Cassidy seems to have a strange idea. He is not thinking about how to defeat the opponent at this moment. But why can Spider-Man spray cobweb from his mouth? Why can you emit sound waves from your mouth? Everyone looked at the Siren Sean Cassidy with very strange eyes. Shockwave Alex next to him directly mocked him. Okay, just ignore what I said. Siren Sean Cassidy smiled awkwardly. The third mutant who can release toxins is easy to deal with. We only need to wear a gas mask to perfectly control this mutant. Beast Hank touched his chin and spoke. After hearing what Beast Hank said, everyone else nodded in agreement. Only Professor X and Brian did not speak. In fact, Hank, the mutant that can release toxins, is the most difficult to deal with. Professor X's words puzzled the other X-Men. Why, Professor? Beast Hank asked in confusion. Because the toxin released by the mutant can enter the human body through pores. Professor X's words made all the X-Men take a breath. If it is really as Professor X said, then this mutant is really difficult to deal with. Wearing a gas mask alone is completely ineffective. Gentlemen, we have arrived at Lake Baikal, just as the X-Men were discussing how to deal with the three mutants. In the cockpit of the supersonic fighter, an American military pilot spoke up to remind them. Okay, X-Men, get ready for battle. Professor X stood up from his seat and said with a serious face, beep beep. Suddenly, the radar alarm sounded quickly in the cockpit of the supersonic fighter. Gentlemen, we have been locked by the opponent's supersonic fighter. The driver Henry looked at the two red dots on the radar display and reported quickly. Holy shit. Hank, didn't you say that the only fighter plane that can reach supersonic speed is the one we are on? When he heard that he and others were locked by the opponent's supersonic fighter, the sea monster Sean Cassidy couldn't help but burst out a swear word. This is the Soviet Union. Beast Hank only used one sentence to shut up the sea monster Sean Cassidy. As a superpower during the Cold War, isn't it natural that the Soviet Union has supersonic fighters? Gentlemen, should we avoid it? Seeing two supersonic fighters take off from the military base in the center of Lake Baikal, they were about to hit their fighters in the blink of an eye. This made the pilot sweat coldly on his forehead. Henry, you just fly the plane. Magneto stood up and opened the door of the fighter plane with a wave of his hand. Looking at the Soviet supersonic fighter that was almost close behind, Magneto pinched it casually. Boom! Two balls of fire exploded in the air. The supersonic fighter was crushed by Magneto. Magneto is invincible. The pilot Henry couldn't help but shout excitedly. Magneto heard Henry's enthusiastic shouting, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. However, before Magneto could laugh, the air defense system of Lake Baikal was instantly activated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dense missiles flew madly towards the X-Men's supersonic fighter. The Soviet Union steel torrent was fully displayed at this moment. Facing the dense missiles, Magneto frowned slightly. He stretched out his hands. All the missiles stopped, although he was already a level 4 mutant. But such a dense missile attack was still beyond his ability to control. Magneto tried his best, and his veins bulged. However, the dense missiles that were stagnant in the air began to slowly rush towards the fighter again. Brian, hurry up. I can't hold on any longer. Magneto's forehead was bulging with veins, and he tried hard to control these missiles. Magneto, you need to practice more. Seeing that Magneto was no longer able to control the missiles, Brian stopped watching the show. He stood up and flew out of the fighter plane. The whole person was suspended in the air, and the red star cloak behind him fluttered in the wind. Amid Magneto's roar, Brian raised his hand casually. Psychokinesis broke out. All the missiles quickly changed direction and rushed into the sky. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, all the missiles exploded. A red fire cloud formed above Brian's head. Professor X, it's your turn. After dealing with these anti-aircraft missiles, Brian turned his head and said to Professor X in the fighter plane. Professor X nodded calmly, then pressed his right hand on his temple. The huge mental power instantly enveloped the entire base. The soldiers in the base all had dull eyes, and then fell to the ground and fell asleep. The base had 17,000 people. Under Professor X's mental power, it was instantly broken through. Okay, Henry, 047 can land. Professor X nodded to Henry in the cockpit with a gentle face. The supersonic fighter quickly landed on the airport runway of the Soviet Union's Lake Baikal military base. Then the X-Men came down one after another. As for Brian, he also landed from midair and stood in front of the X-Men. The Red Star cloak fluttering in the wind made Brian look extremely handsome. It was simply the advent of Superman. Professor X and others in the back twitched their eyes slightly. Siren, find those mutants. Professor X ignored the show-off Brian and turned to Siren Sean Cassidy and ordered. Yes, Professor X. Siren Sean Cassidy was excited. It was finally his turn to show his ability. Then Siren Sean Cassidy opened his mouth and sent out an infrasound wave. The infrasound wave spread quickly. Then all the sound waves returned. Siren's ears moved, and a confident smile appeared on his face. We found them, Professor. Siren said to Professor X with a serious face. They are 400 meters away from here. Siren said what he heard. Brian curled his lips slightly. A good sound wave ability. Siren used it as bat echolocation. Still complacent. It's really confusing. Well done, Siren. Professor X praised at the right time, and then led everyone to the direction of the mutant. At this moment, in a building, 10 mutants looked at each other. They looked at the Soviet soldiers who suddenly fell to the ground outside. For a moment, they didn't know what happened. Could it be that Black Emperor, Shao, recruited another powerful mutant? A Soviet man who was 1.9 meters tall and looked like a bodybuilder guessed very optimistically. Armstrong, do you have any brains? It's obvious that the enemy is coming. An Asian, Southeast Asian, man with a quill head, a cold face, and a unique tattoo on his chin couldn't help but sneer. Don't eat the sour radish, Quill Man. Are you looking for death? The ridiculed big guy Armstrong clenched his fist angrily, walked towards the man codenamed Quill Man, and shouted. Facing Armstrong's shouting, Quill was full of disdain, and spikes quickly emerged from his face. "Do?" Quill was extremely confident, as if he could easily kill Armstrong in 1 second, which made Armstrong subconsciously take 2 steps back. Quill's confidence. It made Armstrong lose confidence. Weakling, Quill sneered. Facing Armstrong with super strength, Quill won. Siberia, Lake Baikal military base. Inside a building, 10 mutants were looking outside with doubtful faces. Just now, all the humans in the Soviet base fell to the ground. The 10 mutants looked at each other. Most of the mutants became panicked and uneasy. They all looked at the mutant Quill who had spoken before. These mutants, before joining the Black Emperor Zhao's camp, they lived a very miserable life. As mutants, they were despised and hated by humans. Although they had the ability, humans could beat or scold them, and even shout at them to be beaten and killed. That's why these mutants could only hide here and there. This made them like frightened birds. That's why, when a mutant Quill showed strong confidence, all the mutants were impressed by the confidence of the Quill people. They subconsciously regarded the Quills as the leaders of their team. Under the gaze of these mutants, the Quills frowned. He glanced at these panicked mutants, his eyes full of disdain for them. These mutants clearly controlled powerful mutant abilities, but they were as cowardly as mice. He, the Quill, was ashamed to be with these mutants. If it weren't for the fact that they belonged to the same Black Emperor Shao camp, he would not have paid attention to these mutants. There is only one possibility for this situation, that is, the enemy is attacking. And there is only one mutant organization that dares to oppose Black Emperor Shao. X-Men. It took only a short moment for the Quills to realize that it was the enemies of Black Emperor Shao, the X-Men, who were attacking. X-Men? What is that? A mutant with the appearance of a pufferfish was confused. Pufferman Roderick, don't you watch TV? Quill's eyes twitched slightly, and then he glanced around and saw the other mutants' equally confused eyes. Quill suddenly regretted joining Black Emperor Shaw's camp. He felt that he would die in the hands of this group of mutants sooner or later. X-Men is America's superhero team. There are 6 of them. They are Professor X, Magneto, Homelander, Beast, Shockwave, and Siren. You don't need to worry about Professor X. With our mental protection, we have defeated Professor X. He is already a useless man. Quill introduced the situation of X-Men at a fast speed. In fact, since joining Black Emperor Shaw's camp, Quill has been paying attention to the situation of X-Men. His smart mind makes him good at analysis. Anticipating the enemy's moves is his true self-confidence. Based on the information obtained from TV, he is very familiar with the ability of X-Men. And Quill quickly analyzed the weaknesses of each member of X-Men. Professor X is very powerful, but also very weak. Once you master the ability of telepathic protection, you can easily defeat Professor X. And unfortunately, the Quills already have a telepathic shield. In fact, before our side faced the X-Men, our side had already won once. This is the first victory, and Magneto's ability is to rotate the magnetic field. But the Quills analyzed that Magneto could probably only use the magnetic field to control some metals. So, as long as they don't have metal on their bodies or around them, they defeated Magneto again. This is the second victory. As for Homelander, the Quills didn't analyze the weakness, so they will skip it for now. X-Men's Beast is said to be a scientist and not good at fighting. On our side, Mutant Armstrong with super strength can deal with it. This is the third victory. As for Shockwave, on our side, we have Mutant Cecilia who can create energy shields. This is the fourth victory. The appearance rate of the X-Men Siren is not high. The Siren can emit sound waves from its mouth. And Spider-Man on our side can use Cobweb to block the Siren's mouth. The remaining mutants can focus on Homelander. The Quills are confident that they can defeat the X-Men without any casualties. This is a complete victory. After explaining the abilities of each X-Men member, the Quills also arranged the corresponding tactics. Then, the Quills deployed their troops. Sandy perceived the position of the X-Men. Under the command of the Quills, a black woman with dreadlocks stood up. Mutant Sandy, from Kenya, is a rare 4th-level perception mutant. She has the ability of perception. She can perceive the positions of all mutants within a few kilometers, and can see through their abilities and mutant levels. She can even use her abilities to pass on the images she perceives to others. Found it. Mutant Sandy closed her eyes, and all mutants within a few kilometers were reflected in her brain. Then a picture appeared in the brains of all mutants. It was the airport runway of the Baikal military base. A supersonic fighter quickly landed. In the fighter, X-Men quickly filed out. Huh, where's Homelander? The Quill man frowned slightly. Through Mutant Sandy's perception, he did not see Brian. He did not even see the Beast of the X-Men. Instead, he saw a strange X-Men member. Mutant Sandy closed her perception, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and reminded. Among the X-Men, there are 2 level 4 mutants and 3 level 3 mutants. Hearing Mutant Sandy's words, the Quill frowned again. He felt that things were beyond his control. Neeson, fly to the sky to investigate. The Quill man again ordered a white man in a suit, dressed like a politician. Following the Quill man's order, the mutant named Neeson quickly flew into the sky. Mutant Neeson's ability is flight. His flight speed can reach up to Mach 12. At this moment, Mutant Neeson flew high in the sky, looking down from above. I saw 7 mutants. Neeson fell from the sky and told the Quill man what he saw. The Quill man's heart became heavy, but he still maintained his absolute confidence as a mutant. It doesn't matter, follow my plan. Cecilia, be prepared for protection. Armstrong, go find some rock sculptures. Spider-Man, you climb to the building next to you and be ready to kill the X-Men siren at any time. Two-arm man, you? Forget it. Just stay here and don't go to your death. Quill quickly made tactical arrangements. Then he looked at an old, witch named Gypsy in the corner of the room. Grandma Phoebe, now, can you still see our death? Quill's voice was very confident. He was confident that he had defeated the X-Men. I saw that the death energy on us is still spreading wildly. Our death is inevitable. Gypsy Witch Phoebe had a calm face. She was 72 years old and had long since become indifferent to life and death. Since she was very young, she had awakened the ability to see death. She was no longer surprised. They're just small X-Men. I have already defeated them. The Quill Man was extremely confident. He disdained the prediction of the Gypsy Witch Phoebe. Then he led the remaining 8 mutants to ambush the X-Men. But the Quill Man had no idea. All their conversations were heard by Brian. At this moment, Brian was smiling. Some of the mutant abilities in this base made him very interested. Flight, perception, energy shield, super strength. Brian was determined to get these 4 mutant abilities. What kind of surprises will the mutants in this base bring me? Brian was looking forward to it. In addition to these 4 mutant abilities, could other mutants bring Brian some surprises? A minute later, the X-Men came to the building where the mutants were. Just as they arrived in front of the building, Brian saw 10 mutants who also walked out of the building. Do it. The Quill Man walked out first and saw the oncoming X-Men. The Quill Man gave the order to start without any hesitation. Behind the Quill Man, Spider-Man's fingertips popped out spikes. Then he pressed his hands on the outer wall of the building and quickly climbed up. After climbing to a position several meters above the ground, Spider-Man quickly adjusted his body upside down and opened his mouth directly. Swoosh! A ball of sticky spider web was instantly ejected, covering the mouth and nose of the siren Sean Cassidy before he could react. Woo woo woo. The siren Sean Cassidy realized it later, and the strong feeling of suffocation made him struggle frantically. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not get rid of the spider web on his face. The spider web in the spider's mouth shrank rapidly. The siren Sean Cassidy could only watch his body being pulled by the spider web and quickly flew toward Spider-Man. Spider-Man opened his mouth, and his mouth opened at an exaggerated angle. The mouth was densely packed with barbs. Everything was just as the Quill people said. Facing Spider-Man, the siren was completely defeated. Brian just looked at the scene in front of him calmly and did not make a move. Obviously, Spider-Man is only a level 2 mutant, and the siren is already a level 3 mutant. But facing the weaker Spider-Man, the siren was still completely defeated in one encounter. This is enough to show that the siren is really rubbish. Although Brian did not make a move. But Professor X could not stand by and watch. He looked at the siren in crisis and was very concerned about the people around him. Shockwave Alex nodded. Boom! Shockwave Alex clenched his fists, and an energy shockwave surged out from his chest. The energy shockwave directly submerged Spider-Man lying on the outer wall. Boom! A huge amount of explosions sounded. A big hole was punched out of the outer wall of the building by Alex's energy shockwave. However, at the edge of the big hole, Spider-Man was covered in a golden energy shield and was safe and sound. Brian looked at a blonde girl. At this moment, the girl opened her hands, and a ball of golden light flashed in her palms. There is no doubt that this is the mutant Cecilia who has the energy shield ability. Brian observed Cecilia with interest. When releasing the energy shield, a ball of golden light will also appear on her body at the same time. Armstrong. Mutant Armstrong strode over with a heavy tank in one hand, and then threw the heavy tank at the X-Men. Super strength made the heavy tank fly over like a cannonball. These mutants who joined Black Emperor Shaw are pretty good. Magneto looked at the mutants opposite with admiration, and then raised his right hand. The heavy tank suddenly stopped in midair. Then Magneto raised his hand slightly, and the heavy tank disintegrated instantly. F***K. Armstrong, who told you to throw the tank? Didn't I tell you to throw stones? The Quill Man cursed with a gloomy face. He had said before that if Armstrong found some sculptures like stones to throw, he must not give Magneto a chance. But he didn't expect that Armstrong, this fool, would directly find a heavy tank. Amid the Quill Man's cursing, Magneto waved his hand casually, and the disintegrated heavy tank suddenly turned into a metal storm, instantly covering the 10 mutants. Melt! A black man opened his hands, and waves of invisible microwaves were released. The metal that attacked quickly melted under the microwaves of the black man. Next to the black man, a mutant's body shook slightly, and his 2 arms suddenly separated from his body and floated in the air. Then the mutant shook his body and controlled his arms to fly towards the X-Men. Seeing the action of a mutant, the Quills were furious. F***K, 2-armed man, who told you to attack? I'm also a mutant. I want to join the battle. The mutant, known as the 2-armed man, shook his body to control his arms and said seriously, Mutant 2-armed man can separate his hands. Seeing the 2-armed man's hands slowly attacking, Brian couldn't bear it anymore. He waved his hand casually, and a stone instantly pierced the 2 arms of the 2-armed man at high speed. The 2-armed man collapsed to the ground and screamed wildly. This is really a 2-armed man. Brian looked at the screaming 2-armed man and said with some amusement, seeing the scream of the 2-armed man, the Quills walked in front of the 2-armed man and gently hugged his head. Quiet, quiet, the Quill said calmly, and then the spikes on his body suddenly appeared and pierced the 2-armed man's body. The 2-armed man was stabbed into a Quill and died on the spot. X-Men die. Mutant Armstrong didn't care about the death of his own people. He strode towards the X-Men and punched Professor X in the front. Facing the attack, Professor X's face remained normal. Behind Professor X, Beast Tank roared, and his body expanded rapidly, turning from a human into a blue-haired gorilla. Then Beast Tank directly clenched his right fist and punched Armstrong. I have super strength. Facing the incoming fist, Armstrong roared, and the muscles on his arm bulged. Boom! Beast Tank's right arm was broken by Armstrong's huge force. At the same time, Beast Tank flew backwards. In terms of strength alone, Beast Tank was no match for Armstrong. Seeing that he had knocked Beast Tank away, Armstrong suddenly became confident and looked at Brian. Homelander die. Armstrong roared again and rushed towards Brian. Pissed. A laser instantly pierced Armstrong's chest, burning a big hole in his chest. Brian did not do anything. The one who released the laser was Cyclops Scott. At this moment, Scott pressed his right hand hard on his red quartz glasses. The first battle made him very nervous. Armstrong looked down at the big hole in his chest in astonishment and then fell straight to the ground. Boom! Shockwave Alex, not to be outdone, released another energy shockwave from his chest. The red energy shockwave instantly swept the black man. A golden energy shield appeared on the black man's body. However, the energy shield only lasted for a few seconds before Alex's shockwave pierced through the black man's chest. The X-Men launched a counterattack. In just a moment, the situation reversed, and the opponent's mutant had lost 2 members. Baikal Lake Military Base. The battle between X-Men and the mutants in the military base is in full swing. Originally, there were 10 mutants in this base. Now, there are only 7 left. Mutant Armstrong, with super strength, and Mutant Niggle, who can melt metal, killed directly by Cyclops Scott and Shockwave Alex. As for the 2-armed man, he was ruthlessly killed by Brian because his ability was too funny. Now, the only mutants left in the Soviet base are Cool Man, Spider-Man, Pufferman, Gypsy Witch, Mutant Cecilia, Mutant Black Woman Sandy, and Neeson who can fly. On the X-Men side, only the Siren was sealed by Spider-Man's cobweb and was stuck to the outer wall of the building. And Spider-Man was climbing the outer wall quickly, approaching the Siren quickly. Woo woo woo. Siren Sean Cassidy struggled even more frantically when he saw Spider-Man approaching. However, Spider-Man's spider double stickiness was too strong. He couldn't move his body at all. At this moment, the Siren, whose mouth and nose were stuck, was about to suffocate and faint. He could only pray praying that his teammates would deal with the opponent as soon as possible. Brian, rescue the siren. Professor X used his mental power to sense the siren situation and quickly issued an order to Brian. Got it, Professor X. Brian, who was originally watching the show, saw that the time was almost right. He raised his hand directly, and psychokinesis enveloped Spider-Man. Psst, Spider-Man hasn't reacted yet. His whole body has been crushed by Brian's psychokinesis. Whoosh! Brian's eyes fired a laser. The laser accurately melted the spider web on the siren's body, but did not hurt the siren at all. Brian's control of the laser has reached the point where he can do whatever he wants. The siren stuck to the outer wall quickly fell off the wall. Then the siren suddenly let out a long, suppressed scream. He opened his arms, and a screaming sound wave covered the ground, pushing his body into the sky. Bang! However, the siren didn't get excited for long. His body was kicked down by a figure that fell from the sky. The siren only had time to howl and use sound waves to slow down the momentum of his fall. Then he fell heavily to the ground and fainted. It's the mutant with flight ability. Professor X's eyes twitched slightly, and he was a little disappointed with the siren. The siren's combat awareness was really too poor. There was no way. Professor X directly pressed his right hand on his temple and transferred part of his spiritual awareness to the siren's 730 brain. The originally unconscious siren suddenly opened his eyes. Then the siren opened his mouth and emitted a sharp sound wave. The sound wave vibrated the air, and it quickly rose into the air at supersonic speed, directly knocking Mutant Neeson flying in the sky backwards. At the same time, the siren quickly stood up and sent out another sound wave. The harsh overclocked sound wave instantly enveloped the mutants in the Soviet base. Everyone couldn't help but cover their ears. Even so, the ears of these mutants were still dizzy from the sharp, overclocked sound waves, and their combat effectiveness was instantly lost. With just 2 sound wave attacks, the mutant on the opposite side suffered heavy damage. This is definitely not because the siren exploded due to consecutive failures. Rather, Professor X was controlling the siren's body to fight. The sound wave used by the siren was extremely rubbish. In Professor X's hands, it has reached the power of the 4th level mutant ability. Bang! Mutant Neeson, who had just been knocked away, flew back again and rushed towards the siren at supersonic speed. Facing the rapidly attacking Mutant Neeson, the siren opened its mouth again and let out a scream. With the help of the sound waves, his body rose from the ground and also entered the state of supersonic flight. Seeing the siren swooping down, Mutant Neeson could only take off urgently and select the certificate. Then 2 mutants with flight ability began to chase the enemy in the air. Brian ignored the chase in the air. At this moment, he walked in front of the Soviet base mutant who had temporarily lost its combat effectiveness due to the siren's sound waves. Homelander died. The Quill covered his ears with his hands, roared at Brian, and then rushed towards the group without fear of death. Swish! Facing the Quill, who rushed over, Brian glared, and a laser instantly pierced the Quill. If you weren't here, I would have defeated the X-Men. Before he died, Quill was still full of confidence. He was confident that if Homelander wasn't here, he would have easily defeated the X-Men. Brian smiled non-committally. Then he looked at the remaining mutants. Brian set his sights on the mutant pufferfish. He raised his hand and grabbed the pufferfish. His mouth moved slightly, and a voice that only the pufferfish could hear rang in his ears. Release your poison mist, pufferfish. Under Brian's persuasion ability, the pufferman's eyes flickered, and then he began to obey Brian's will and released his poison mist. As the pufferman opened his mouth, the highly toxic green poison mist gushed out instantly. The green poison mist spread rapidly. The first to bear the brunt was Brian, who was closest to the pufferman. Facing the green poison mist, Brian did not dodge. Let his body inhale the poison mist. The adaptive evolution ability was activated. His body quickly evolved a new ability. His blood began to secrete an extremely powerful detoxification serum. Now Brian is immune to all poisons. The Pufferman's toxin did not have any effect on him, although Brian was not affected. But the Soviet-based mutants around Brian all fell to the ground. The Pufferman's toxin is a neurotoxin. It can instantly paralyze people. It can even make people unconscious and temporarily lose consciousness. Oh no, it's the Pufferman's neurotoxin. Beast Hank spotted the spreading green poisonous fog. However, just as Hank reminded loudly, Brian also secretly released a tiny tornado. Under the push of the tornado, the green poisonous fog instantly spread to the X-Men camp. F***K, get out of the way. Beast Hank grabbed the nearest Cyclops Scott and started running at full speed. Beast Hank has beast intuition. His reaction is much faster than Magneto and the others. When Beast Hank was running at full speed, Magneto and the others realized that they wanted to leave here. However, it was too late now. The green poisonous fog had enveloped them, even though Magneto and the others subconsciously covered their mouths and noses. But these green poisonous fogs entered their bodies along the pores. Magneto and the others felt weak all over and collapsed to the ground in an instant. As they inhaled more green poisonous fog, they felt their consciousness began to blur. Then they fainted directly. Even Professor X, under the neurotoxin of the pufferfish man, his consciousness began to become chaos. Beast Hank, although he saw that the situation was not good at the first time, quickly moved away from the green poisonous fog. But the speed at which the poisonous fog spread was too fast. Beast Hank only ran 10 meters before he was caught up by the poisonous fog and fell straight to the ground. Beast Hank's physical fitness was very strong. But even so, he could only hold on for more than 10 seconds before he collapsed to the ground unwillingly and risked his life to go over. Seeing that everyone had fainted, Brian threw away the pufferfish man in his hand. Now it was time to harvest. To prevent the poison fog from weakening after the pufferfish man died, Brian did not kill the pufferfish man immediately. He just walked in front of the unconscious mutant black woman Sandy. He raised his right index finger and then used psychokinesis to cut open mutant Sandy's head. Because of the pufferfish man's neurotoxin, mutant Sandy did not feel any pain. After more than 10 seconds, Brian found the ability circuit of mutant's formation. He also obtained mutant Sandy's ability, perception. Now, even if he does not rely on Professor X's brainwave enhancer, he can easily perceive the location, ability, and even the level of all mutants within a range of 15 kilometers. He can also transmit the perceived images to others like mutant Sandy. And after one click reaches the maximum level, Brian found the ability circuit of mutant's formation. Brian also obtained mutant Sandy's ability, perception. Now, even if he does not rely on Professor X's brainwave enhancer, he can easily perceive the location, ability, and even the level of all mutants within a range of 15 kilometers. Brian can also transmit the perceived images to others like mutant Sandy. And after one click reaches the maximum level, Brian found the ability circuit of mutant's formation. He also obtained mutant Sandy's ability, perception. Brian can also mark the perceived mutant. Brian can perceive the location of the mutant at any time and anywhere regardless of the distance. As long as the mutant is marked by Brian's perception, he can easily find it even if the mutant escapes to the ends of the earth. However, the perception ability is only a level 4 variant ability. There's still some weaknesses. DACP. First, it can only perceive the mutant above the ground. Once the opponent flies to a high altitude, it can avoid perception. Second, it can only perceive the mutant. Like Beast Hank, by injecting mutant gene inhibitors, it can avoid perception. This is why Mutant D can't find Beast Hank. After obtaining Mutant Sandy's perception ability, Brian didn't waste any time. He came to Mutant Cecilia again. 10 seconds later, Brian once again obtained Mutant Cecilia's energy shield ability. After one click full level, Brian's energy shield can withstand a maximum explosion of 7,000 tons of TNT equivalent. You should know that the power of the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima was only 13,000 to 16,000 tons of TNT equivalent. Brian's shield can almost withstand the damage of half a nuclear bomb explosion. After obtaining the energy shield ability of mutant Cecilia, Brian glanced at the gypsy witch next to him. He had no interest in the gypsy witch's ability to predict death. He killed the gypsy witch with a cyclops. Then, Brian found Mutant Armstrong with super strength and Mutant Go, who could melt metal, and successively obtained the abilities of these two mutants. Super strength and microwave heating. Super strength made Brian's muscles become like copper and iron. At this moment, Brian's muscles are comparable to Superman, and super strength allows him to easily lift thousands of tons of weight. After one click full level, Brian's super strength reached level 5. The microwave heating ability can only reach level 4. Microwave heating allows Brian to release microwaves from his hands, just like a microwave oven. His microwaves can heat objects. Microwave heating can melt metal at most. The mutant Nig used the microwave heating ability to melt Magneto's metal. But that's all. Microwave heating can melt metal at most. Super strength, perception, energy shield, microwave heating. Brian stood up. He now has 4 mutant abilities again, especially super strength. It makes him look more and more like the Kryptonian next door. Now, Brian only has 1 flight ability left to get. He looked up and saw the sky at this moment. Because of the impact of the neurotoxin, Professor X's intention was chaos. The siren was falling from midair. Above the siren, Mutant Neeson had a triumphant smile on his face and adjusted his suit in midair. Then he grabbed the falling siren with both hands and dived down at a faster speed. Siren can't die now. Brian looked at Siren, who was in crisis again, and after a moment's hesitation, he decided to save Siren. After all, Siren's strength was rubbish, but she was also a qualified cannon fodder. Moreover, this was only the first superhero action of X-Men. The reduction of X-Men would make the American people question the strength of X-Men. Therefore, Brian raised his hand and applied a golden energy shield to Siren. Boom! Siren's body fell on the ground. It stirred up huge amounts of smoke. In the smoke, Mutant Neeson flew out at a low altitude. However, just as Mutant Neeson flew out, an invisible psychokinesis hand grabbed Mutant Neeson. Then, in Mutant Neeson's horrified eyes, his body flew backwards towards Brian. Mutant Neeson was terrified, and he felt a stinging pain on his forehead, and a stream of blood flowed down from his forehead. However, despite Mutant Neeson's begging for mercy, Brian remained unmoved. 1 minute later, Kunkian obtained the ability of flight. After one click, reached the maximum level. Brian could control his body to fly at will. The maximum flight speed, like Mutant Neeson, could reach Mach 12, although it was a little worse than Superman's flight speed. But it also allowed Brian to realize his human dream of physical flight. After obtaining these abilities, Brian then walked towards the Puffer Man. No, don't kill me. The Puffer Man was now extremely scared, as he had witnessed Brian's brain cutting. This frightened him greatly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, the first superhero action of the X-Men still had to produce some results. Brian grinned at the Puffer Man. This made the Puffer Man even more scared. Seeing the Puffer Man so scared, Brian didn't waste any words and directly raised his hand to grab the Puffer Man's head. Then he used brain closure to delete all his memories during this period. After doing all this, Brian knocked the Puffer Man unconscious. He glanced at the Puffer Man. Brian frowned slightly. Then he walked to the side of Mutant Cecilia again, casually cut his right index finger. A drop of divine blood fell into Cecilia's mouth. A red light flashed across Cecilia's body. Her injuries instantly recovered. Brian glanced at the corpses lying on the ground, then blew a whistle, and all the corpses exploded instantly. After doing all this, Brian came to the X-Men. He stretched out his hand and cut his palm, and drops of blood flowed out. This blood is not divine blood. It is the special blood that Brian obtained after his body adapted to evolution. The blood contains a strong antidote serum. It can contact the neurotoxins in the X-Men. Under Brian's antidote serum, the X-Men slowly woke up. They looked at each other with lingering fear. Although the Puffer Man is only a level 3 mutant, but his neurotoxin can easily knock down his level 4 mutants. Brian, thanks to you this time. Professor X got up from the ground, patted Brian on the shoulder, and said, this time, he was just a bystander. If it weren't for Brian's ability to be immune to the neurotoxin of the Puffer Man, I'm afraid the X-Men would have failed. Professor X, we are a team. I have captured the Puffer Man and the woman with the energy shield. I have dealt with all the others. Brian smiled very brightly. Washington, D.C., White House. A supersonic plane slowly landed in front of the White House square. The news media, which had received the news long ago, were already on standby. They were looking forward to it. As the plane door opened, all the X-Men walked out. Behind the X-Men were 2 bound mutants. When the crowd saw the unusual appearance of the Puffer Man, they suddenly burst into warm cheers. X-Men superhero. Waves of cheers rang out over the White House. Just now, the X-Men ended their first Soviet operation and returned to America with the only 2 remaining mutants. Before returning, Brian even sent a video of the battle between the X-Men and the Soviet mutant to America via a military satellite. In fact, as early as when the X-Men and the Soviet mutants started fighting, Brian used psychokinesis to record the entire battle with the most advanced video recorder provided by Raven. Although Brian had not learned photography, but he could still focus on showing the strength of the opposing mutant and the difficulty of the X-Men's battle. Only the second half of the battle, Brian would definitely not record it. The people of America only need to believe that the X-Men are fighting the Black Emperor Zhao's mutant with all their strength. After this video was transmitted to America, it only took a few minutes for it to become a household name. Everyone understood the hardships and dangers of the X-Men's battle. They also saw the enemy mutants' incomparable power. There is no doubt that the X-Men have truly risen to the height of superheroes in the minds of the American people. That is why when the X-Men just walked out of the cabin, what they felt was the feeling of being the center of attention. Everyone cheered enthusiastically. The superhero code names of the X-Men members. Even the Siren, who has been passively beaten, has gained a large number of fans. Welcome, superhero, come back safely. Inside the White House, Raven and a group of White House congressmen cordially received the X-Men. The surrounding news media began to take pictures crazily. One by one, the photos of the President of America and the X-Men. In an hour, they have spread all over the world. Until 2 hours later, the X-Men finished the interview and came to the President's office. In the President's office, Raven has turned into Mystique. Raven, what are you going to do with the 2 mutants? As soon as he arrived at the President's office, Professor X asked Raven worriedly. Raven just glanced at Professor X and knew what he was worried about. Professor X was worried that the American officials would slice the 2 mutants for research. Don't worry, Charles. I have transferred the 2 mutants to a safe house that only I know about. Raven explained casually. Professor X was relieved immediately. Although Professor X was swift and decisive in the raid on the Soviet base, but he would not kill innocent people indiscriminately. These 2 mutants are no longer a threat to the X-Men. Professor X will definitely not continue to attack them. On the contrary, Professor X's character made him start to worry about these 2 mutants. Hearing Raven's words at this moment, Professor X nodded to Raven with relief. Then Professor X took Magneto and others out of the President's office. The Siren Sean Cassidy has been sent to the hospital. They still need to go to the hospital to visit the Siren. Brian did not go to the hospital with the X-Men. He didn't care about the Siren's injuries. What he cares about most now is the reaction of Black Emperor Zhao. The X-Men raided the Soviet base and killed the mutant he had recruited with great difficulty. I'm afraid Black Emperor Zhao will be very angry. Who knows? Black Emperor Zhao will go directly to New York. Snap! Brian snapped his fingers gently. The TV in the President's office turned on. It was still broadcasting the Soviet president's inauguration ceremony. After the X-Men returned to America, the Soviet president's inauguration ceremony finally came to an end. At this moment, Red Square in the Soviet Union, Black Emperor Zhao is delivering his presidential inauguration speech. The time for revolution has come. The era of the Cold War is about to end. Soviet President Sebastian Shaw, on behalf of the Soviet government, I formally declare war on America. Boom. As soon as he became the president of the Soviet Union, Black Emperor Shao announced that the Soviet Union would go to war with America. Black Emperor Zhao's declaration shocked the world. They were shocked by Black Emperor Zhao's madness. They realized that the Third World War was coming. The whole world fell into a panic of war because of Black Emperor Zhao's declaration. Heads of state began to call Soviet President Black Emperor Shao. However, these calls were ignored by Black Emperor Shao. After completing the presidential inauguration ceremony, Black Emperor Shao was preparing to celebrate with the mutants of the Hellfire Club with champagne. In front of him, a ball of red mist appeared. The Red Devil appeared in front of him. Shao, the Baikal military base, was attacked by the X-Men. The Red Devil brought bad news to Black Emperor Shao. Just now, Red Devil was going to the Baikal military base to pick up those mutants. However, as soon as he arrived at the Baikal military base, he saw the mutants who died miserably. Red Devil realized that the Baikal military base was invaded by the X-Men. It's an attack, as long as the mutants are fine. And, Azazo, you should call me Mr. President. Black Emperor Shao didn't care. To him, humans are just low-level creatures. Only mutants are noble. He doesn't care about the lives of ordinary people at all. In fact, all the mutants in the Baikal base are dead. Red Devil's heavy words made Black Emperor Zhao's face change drastically. X-Men killed our mutants? Black Emperor Zhao's face was gloomy, and his voice was even colder. It should be. Shao. Red Devil quietly moved away from Black Emperor Shao. He saw that Black Emperor Shao was extremely angry at the moment. Good. X-Men, very good. Black Emperor Zhao's eyes were burning with anger. His expression was extremely cold. Originally, Black Emperor Shao didn't pay much attention to the X-Men because they were both mutants. But he didn't expect that the X-Men would raid his military base and massacre his 10 mutant brothers. How could Black Emperor Shao tolerate this? Azazo, gather the members of the Hellfire Club. Let's go kill the X-Men. Black Emperor Shao was furious. He gave an order to the Red Devil. Shao, calm down. We are only one step away from success. Compared to the X-Men, what we should do is to baptize the world with nuclear bombs. Use the power of nuclear radiation to transform this world into a beautiful mutant home. Outside the Red Square, the sexy angel flapped her wings and landed slowly. Then she walked in front of Black Emperor Shao and comforted him. Black Emperor Shao looked at Angel with a cold face. We heard about baptizing the whole world with nuclear bombs. The angry Black Emperor Shao slowly calmed down. Indeed, compared to the jokers of the X-Men, using nuclear bombs to create a beautiful new world is what I should do most. Black Emperor Shao nodded in agreement. Nuclear bombs baptize the whole world. It has always been Black Emperor Zhao's dream. He firmly believes that the nuclear radiation produced by the nuclear explosion will activate the mutant X gene in the human body, so that all humans in the world will awaken and become mutants. Now, he has become the president of the Soviet Union. He is only one step away from success. He only needs to release all 7,800 nuclear bombs of the Soviet Union at once, and the world will completely usher in changes. You're right, Angel. My first task now is to sign the presidential decree to start the Soviet nuclear bomb program. Black Emperor Shao patted Angel's shoulder, then looked at the Red Devil. Red Devil, bring all the Soviet military leaders to my office. 1. Black Emperor Shao ordered the Red Devil. Then he took Angel back to his presidential office. Bang! The Red Devil looked at the disappearing back of Black Emperor Shao, frowned slightly, and then turned into red mist and dissipated. The presidential office of America. A ball of red mist suddenly appeared. Raven, who was in Brian's arms, jumped up instantly. Red Devil. Raven was facing a great enemy. The red mist is the product of the Red Devil's ability. Raven, relax. We are one of us. Brian stood up, patted Raven's shoulder gently, and comforted her. Red Devil. Is there any new situation with Black Emperor Shao? After comforting Raven, Brian looked at the Red Devil who came out of the red mist. Black Emperor Shao is going to activate all the nuclear warheads in the Soviet Union. Red Devil said in a heavy tone. In fact, Red Devil was not interested in Black Emperor Zhao's mutant empire. He envied X-Men a little. Now X-Men has become a household name superhero, loved and admired by the American people. Red Devil doesn't want to be a mutant now. He wants to be a superhero. He plans to wait until he helps Brian solve Black Emperor Zhao, and then try to see if he can join the X-Men and become a member of the new superhero group of 7. Black Emperor Zhao is going to activate all the nuclear warheads in the Soviet Union. Brian frowned. Black Emperor Zhao actually wants to directly launch all the Soviet Union's nuclear warheads into the world. Good guy. Brian shouted, good guy. Black Emperor Zhao was really driven crazy by himself. According to the plot, Black Emperor Zhao would only let the Soviet Union deploy missiles in Cuba, trigger the Cold War, and become a fuse for the start of the World War. However, under the flapping of Brian's butterfly, Black Emperor Zhao not only became the president of the Soviet Union, he was even more crazy and prepared to use all the nuclear warheads in the Soviet Union to carpet bomb the world. If Black Emperor Zhao really succeeded, then the world would really come to an end. Not to mention Black Emperor Zhao and Wolverine Logan. Even Brian, who has infinite adaptive evolution, may not survive. The Soviet Union has nearly 8,000 nuclear warheads. These nuclear warheads exploded at the same time. Its power is so great that even the Earth cannot bear it. Black Emperor Zhao is simply crazy. Hearing the words of the Red Devil, Raven also took a breath. She was shocked by Black Emperor Zhao's madness. Then Raven looked at Brian worriedly. Brian, otherwise, let's talk about the presidential safe house. Looking at the frightened Raven, Brian patted her head gently. Raven, Black Emperor Zhao's plan will not succeed. Brian's face was full of confidence, and he seemed to be sure that Black Emperor Zhao's plan would never succeed. Looking at Brian's determined expression, Raven gradually calmed down. Brian, what should we do? Should we go directly to the Soviet Union to stop Black Emperor Zhao? Raven looked at Brian and asked. No need. Brian shook his head. Then he looked at the Red Devil. Red Devil, continue the task assigned to you by Black Emperor Zhao. Brian said something to the Red Devil. The Red Devil was stunned for a moment. His task was to summon all the Soviet military leaders. Once these people entered the Soviet president's office, they would succumb to the power of Black Emperor Zhao and agree to activate all Soviet nuclear warheads. Go. Don't worry. Even if all the nuclear warheads in the Soviet Union are ready to launch, I have a way to stop them. Brian was very confident. Even if all the nuclear warheads in the world are ready to launch, he has a way to stop them. Oh, I hope you can do it. The Red Devil looked at Brian deeply. Then he teleported back to the Soviet Union. 10 minutes later, the Soviet military leaders were taken to the Soviet president's office one by the Red Devil. At this moment, Black Emperor Zhao was just waiting for these people to arrive. Gentlemen, I need you to sign this order. After everyone arrived, Black Emperor Zhao took out a document. Some military leaders subconsciously looked at the document. Then their faces changed drastically. This is a presidential order to fully activate the strategic deployment of nuclear warheads. As senior military officials, they knew very well that once they signed the document, all the warheads in the Soviet Union would be fully activated. At that time, all nuclear-armed countries in the world would detect the electromagnetic signals of Soviet nuclear warheads when they were activated. A global nuclear war would follow. Hey Huang Xiao, you are simply crazy. Even if I die, I will not sign this document. A senior Soviet official angrily threw the document on He Huang Xiao and said angrily, I will not kill you. I still need you to sign this document. Facing the scolding of the Soviet official, He Huang Xiao just smiled calmly. Then he snapped his fingers lightly. A blonde girl came in. This is a very beautiful white girl, especially a pair of eyes which flashed blood-red light from time to time. Blood-eyed Kate, control them. He Huang Xiao gave an order to the girl. Okay, Mr. President. Blood-eyed Kate nodded, and then touched these Soviet officials in turn. When the Soviet leaders were confused, Blood-eyed Kate's eyes flashed red. and then began to issue orders. Sign the document. Following the voice of Blood-Eye Kate, all the Soviet leaders were horrified to find that their bodies were moving completely out of control. Even if they tried their best to resist, the body still spontaneously began to sign its name on the document. That girl is a mutant. Some Soviet leaders looked at Blood-Eye Kate in horror. It was not until this time that they knew that the girl was also a mutant. Well done, Blood-Eye Kate. After everyone signed their names on the document, Black Emperor Shao said to Blood-Eye Kate with admiration, "Blood-Eye Kate, joined a day ago." Because of Blood-Eye Kate's ability, Black Emperor Shao brought her with him. Blood-Eye Kate's ability is similar to Silver Fox Kayla. She has the ability to control others by touching. Anyone touched by her must obey her orders unconditionally. Even if the mind resists, the body will act involuntarily. Although Blood-Eye Kate's ability is far inferior to the Mind Mutant, but just controlling these ordinary Soviet high-ranking officials, Blood-Eye Kate can still do it easily. This is also the reason why Black Emperor Shao kept her by his side. Blood-Eye Kate, hand this document to the Cabinet Council and let them execute the order. Black Emperor Xiaofei handed the document in his hand to Blood-Eye Kate. Don't worry, Mr. President. No one can resist your order. Washington, D.C., White House. 2 hours after Black Emperor Shao became the president of the Soviet Union, Raven suddenly held a press conference. Ladies and gentlemen, just now, we received an unfortunate news. Soviet President Black Emperor Shao signed a presidential document for the full deployment of nuclear weapons. Gentlemen, I can tell you responsibly, nuclear war is about to begin. As the President of America, I will issue a presidential decree to announce that America's 8,000 nuclear warheads will enter the countdown to opening. Raven's presidential speech made people all over the world think that the President of America has gone crazy. Listen to what this president is saying. The Soviet Union opened the nuclear arsenal? This is simply nonsense. You know, the Soviet Union has nearly 8,000 nuclear warheads. Once fully put into use, this is simply a devastating disaster for the whole world. Therefore, all countries in the world do not care about Raven's presidential speech. They think that Raven is using America's nuclear weapons to carry out nuclear deterrence against the Soviet Black Emperor Shao. However, what happened next? But it caused panic among the people all over the world. For hours after He Huang Shao became the president of the Soviet Union, all nuclear-armed countries detected that the nuclear warheads from the Soviet Union were being activated. Everyone realized it instantly. The President of America did not lie. The Soviet Union actually activated all its nuclear warheads. In the military bases of each country, some square-high Yuan detectives were densely packed with red dots. Everyone began to panic. In the following hour, the whole world sounded a nuclear explosion warning. Sharp nuclear explosion alarms were heard by all people in the world. At the same time, all nuclear-armed countries began to issue statements. In order to respond to the upcoming and possible nuclear June 4 strikes, the nuclear arsenals in these countries were fully activated. If observed from the military detection radar, the entire radar was densely packed with red dots. The total number of nuclear weapons of all countries in the world is more than 16,000. Such a huge number of nuclear bombs. It is enough to destroy the Earth where humans live many times. The world is once again on the brink of destruction. Humankind around the world is in a panic. The harsh warning of nuclear explosions makes them extremely frightened. Oh God, is the end of the world coming? Someone please save this world. All humans around the world can do at this moment is to pray. Pray that this is just a false alarm. However, the subsequent Red Square Declaration made them realize that this nuclear war is inevitable. At this moment, Red Square of the Soviet Union, He Huang Shao stood in front of the rostrum with high spirits, his hands open, as if embracing the world. Humanity has hidden more than 16,000 nuclear bombs. This is really ironic. I originally thought that the Soviet Union's nuclear bombs alone could not cover the world. Now, as long as the war starts, all the nuclear bombs will be launched together. By then, the entire human race will usher in a new world of evolution. Now, let's enjoy the last glory of mankind together. X-Men, don't you want to stop me? Don't you claim to be the embodiment of justice? Are you the superhero of the human world? As the creator of the new world, I, Black Emperor Shao, will give you 10 hours. X-Men, heroes of mankind, go and make the final struggle. I will let you know that I, Black Emperor Shao, am invincible. Behind Black Emperor Shao, a nuclear explosion countdown appeared. After 10 hours, the nuclear explosion will be unstoppable. At the same time, Black Emperor Shao also called out to the X-Men. Allow them to do everything they can to stop his plan in these 10 hours. With Black Emperor Zhao's declaration, all the panicked people focused their attention on the X-Men. At this time, they placed all their hopes on the X-Men. They longed for X-Men, just like Superman in the comics. Finally stopped Black Emperor Zhao's conspiracy to explode the world with nuclear explosions. After Black Emperor, Shao delivered a speech on Red Square. In front of the White House in America, Brian, a member of the X-Men, also simultaneously issued the X-Men Declaration. Black Emperor Shao intends to baptize the whole world with a nuclear explosion. The nuclear crisis is coming. The world is in danger. At the moment of life and death for the world, we X-Men will continue to fight against the evil NC Black Emperor Shao for the sake of the world's human beings. We will uphold justice until death. We will use our own lives to fight for the dawn of hope for the world's human beings. We will spare no effort to stop Black Emperor Zhao's conspiracy. We will not stop until death. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror. Everything I do is just. May God be with the X-Men. May the world's human beings be with the X-Men. Brian's words are calm and powerful. The Homelander battle suit on his body makes him the dawn of hope for the world's human beings. The panicked human beings, after hearing the X-Men's declaration. These people began to cheer for the X-Men spontaneously. The peak produces hypocritical support. The dusk witnesses the devout believers. In the face of the world's nuclear crisis, the whole human race has only one way left. That is to hope that the superhero X-Men can win. People all over the world began to pray for the X-Men. At the same time, countless people began to become fans of the superhero X-Men. They firmly believed that the X-Men were the saviors of mankind. They were real superheroes. They would definitely be able to defeat the evil villain Black Emperor Zhao's conspiracy to destroy the world, just when the world was panicking because of a nuclear explosion crisis. In the presidential office of the White House, Brian was leisurely drinking a glass of milk. The milk is a little cold. Holding the glass of milk, Brian took a sip and then frowned slightly. Because of his speech just now, the milk was a little cold. Brian was not used to drinking cold milk, so his eyes turned red. Then a laser beam shone into the milk bottle. Under Brian's precise control, the raw milk quickly became mild. Brian retracted his laser with satisfaction. He could have used the microwave heating ability he had just obtained to heat the milk. But he thought of the famous scene where Homelander used Cyclops to heat the milk bottle. So, Brian also heated the milk with Cyclops with a sense of malice. Brian, you're using Cyclops to heat milk? In the presidential office, Professor X couldn't stand it anymore, especially when he saw Brian using Cyclops to heat milk. This made him lose his guard. In fact, it wasn't just Professor X who lost his guard. Cyclops Scott, a newcomer who had just joined the X-Men, was even more messy. While he was racking his brains on how to control the power of Cyclops, Brian, who also had the Cyclops ability, had already started using Cyclops to heat milk. The scene in front of him made Cyclops Scott doubt his life. It was the same Cyclops. It was the same laser. Why was the difference so big? Brian, lend me a light. Compared to the two people who were broken, Magneto was much calmer. He took out a Cuban cigar from his suit pocket, put it in his mouth, and said to Brian. Brian stretched out his hand, and a microwave instantly enveloped the Cuban cigar. Puff! Under Brian's microwave heating, the cigar was instantly ignited. Magneto took a puff of the cigar comfortably and gave Brian a thumbs up with envy. Brian, you've been a little faster recently. After taking a puff of the cigar, Magneto said with envy. Maybe Brian's ability is not what he adapted to. Beast Hank, who was in human form and wearing a white scientific coat, suddenly spoke, attracting the attention of all X-Men. Brian also looked at Beast Hank. Brian, maybe your ability is not survival of the fittest. Or in other words, the original ability was not survival of the fittest. Beast Hank looked at Brian seriously, and Brian's face was full of interest. He was not worried that Beast Hank had seen the secret of his Sera template. He was even interested in Beast Hank's next explanation. Perhaps, from now on, he no longer needs to explain the source of ability. Hank, what do you mean? Professor X also looked at Beast Hank seriously, and he was also very curious about Brian's ability. Haven't you noticed? Brian gained new ability every time after contacting other mutants. Contacting Professor X with psychic ability, Brian awakening the psychic brain closure. Contacting the Rapids, he gained the tornado ability. Contacting the mutant with psychokinesis control, he gained psychokinesis control. I had doubts before. Maybe Brian's real ability is not adaptive evolution. Beast Hank paused when he said this. He looked at Brian with some complicated eyes, and in Brian's excited eyes, he expressed his guess. I think Brian's real ability is copying. He can unconsciously copy the ability of the mutant he comes into contact with. This also explains why Brian will have a new ability every time he encounters a new mutant. When they heard Beast Hank's guess, everyone nodded in agreement. They looked at Brian deeply. Maybe Beast Hank is right. Brian's real ability may really be copying. Only in this way can it perfectly explain Brian's frequent generation of new variant abilities. What about Brian's survival of the fittest? Magneto looked at Beast Hank and asked again. Maybe, when Brian was very young, he encountered a mutant with the ability of survival of the fittest, and then unconsciously copied his ability. And because it was the first time he saw his own ability, Brian preconceived that his ability was survival of the fittest. The other variant abilities are all adapted by the survival of the fittest hero. After hearing Beast Hank's logically self-consistent ability, if Brian didn't know that he was awakening the Sera template, he would have thought that his ability was copied. Faced with such a logically self-consistent reasoning that perfectly solved the problem of Brian's ability source. What else can Brian say? He definitely agrees with Beast Hank's point of view. Could it be that my ability is not survival of the fittest, but copying? No wonder every time I meet a new mutant, I always have a special feeling. Originally, I thought it was brought to me by the survival of the fittest. Now it seems that maybe it is because my copying ability perceives other abilities and spontaneously starts to copy. Brian did not admit that his ability is copying. But such ambiguous words make the X-Men agree with Beast Hank's point of view more and more. Brian's ability is not survival of the fittest, but copying. He can unconsciously copy the abilities of the surrounding mutants, then use them skillfully. Brian, your ability is actually copying. It's really unexpected. Professor X suddenly envied Brian. His ability is actually replication. This means that as long as he is given enough time, Brian will definitely be able to become a level 5 or even Omega level mutant. The replication ability is even more buggy than the survival of the fittest ability. Professor X, don't be so envious. I can't control my hidden garden system ability at all right now. Brian shrugged, seemingly comforting Professor X, but actually smiling very brightly. It seems that he is happy because he knows his true ability. In fact, Brian is happy that from now on, he no longer has to explain the source of his ability. He can openly use any ability he plundered, without worrying about the suspicion of the X-Men. Okay, let's talk about the nuclear explosion crisis in 10 hours. After chatting for a while, Professor X led the topic to how to prevent a global nuclear explosion. Following Professor X's voice, all the X-Men fell silent. They believe that they are level 3 or even level 4 mutants, but they had no idea how to deal with the next nuclear explosion crisis. Are you kidding? That's nearly 20,000 nuclear warheads, once they're launched at the same time, let alone they are level 4 mutants. Even if they're a group of level 5 mutants, they're not enough to explode. Even Magneto, who usually boasts that ability and mutant are supreme, is rarely dejected at this moment. Let alone, he is only a level 4 mutant now. Even after the enhancement of Apocalypse, the ability has been promoted to level 5 mutant, which can control the Earth's magnetic field. He can't face so many nuclear warheads. Professor X was also silent. Faced with the full launch of global nuclear weapons, Professor X's heart was almost desperate. He had no idea how to stop Black Emperor Shao from nuclear explosion all over the world. Seeing the X-Men's morale was depressed. Brian stood up. A confident smile appeared on his face. Professor X, you seem to have forgotten your ability. Brian's words made all the X-Men look at Brian. Even Professor X was confused. 0.0. He had no idea what Brian was talking about. Your mental power is enough to rival the world's nuclear weapons. Brian walked up to Professor X and said earnestly, Brian, what time is it now? Are you still in the mood to joke? Professor X frowned and said angrily. He said that his mental power is enough to rival the world's nuclear weapons. That's 20,000 nuclear warheads. What can he use to rival? Heads? However, looking at Professor X, who was self-deprecating, Brian couldn't help but look at Professor X with some pity. Professor X obviously has the most powerful mental power, but he is guarding a mountain of gold and eating steamed bread. It's simply a waste of natural resources. He can obviously make humans fear mutant as if they were gods in a moment, but he always sticks to his ridiculous principles. Even in the face of a human's relentless pressure, even humans destroyed the future Xavier School for Geniuses, and more than once. Professor X did not react at all, but instead revoked his certificate again and again. You know, even the ancient mutant god Apocalypse coveted Professor X's ability. Professor X has the most powerful mental power, but his mind is so fragile that anyone can trample on it. Professor X, no matter how terrible nuclear weapons are, they are in the hands of humans. And you, my friend, as long as you control the launchers of global nuclear weapons, you control the global nuclear weapons. Yes, Brian is ready to follow Apocalypse. Let Professor X control the global nuclear weapons launchers through the brainwave enhancer. Then, throw all the human nuclear weapons into outer space. The reason for this is that human nuclear weapons are also a threat to Brian. New York, Xavier Manor. All X-Men are standing in front of the X-enhancement room. Even Raven has left the White House and returned to the X-Men. An X-scanning beam is projected from the center of the door of the X-enhancement room, shining in front of Professor X's eyes. Verification passed. Welcome, Professor X. The metal door of the X-enhancement room opened. Professor X took a deep breath and then walked in first. Brian and others followed closely. Before coming to the control console of the brainwave enhancer, Professor X looked back at Brian. Brian nodded at Professor X with a smile on his face and then raised the video recorder in his hand. Professor X smiled bitterly and then sorted out his mood. Facing the camera head-on, hello, people all over the world. I am Professor X, the leader of the X-Men, at the moment of life and death for mankind. As a leader, I should stand up, use all my strength to save the world and resolve this nuclear explosion crisis. Justice will prevail. X-Men will prevail. Professor X spoke righteously and with a gentle face, just like the old Professor X in the future, wise and firm. His voice was full of the belief that he must win. At this moment, Professor X's eyes were full of confidence, as if he was the chosen one to save the world. Click. Brian turned off the camera. Professor X's expression suddenly relaxed. He looked at Brian with a complicated expression, unable to understand why Brian had to put on such a show. Brian, why are you always so keen on the superhero business? After a moment of silence, Professor X still asked his inner doubts. Because this is a superhero universe. Brian shrugged and answered casually. X-Men. Everyone looked at Brian in confusion, obviously not understanding what Brian meant by the superhero universe. Well, I just want to make mutants no longer like rats in the gutter. I want to prove with practical actions that mutants can also be heroes. They can also use their abilities openly, enjoy the worship and admiration of humans. I want to tell those mutants who are living a miserable life that they can also live in the sun. Like heroes, live in the applause and praise of humans. Brian's words were full of emotion and resonated with all the X-Men. As X-Men, they have experienced the life of superheroes. That is why they know that what Brian said is true. As superheroes, they enjoy the applause and praise of humans in the sun. They are no longer mutants, but superheroes. They are the idols and beliefs of humans. Let mutants live in the sun, in the applause and praise. Professor X was deeply moved by Brian's words, when he just wanted to use his ability to protect some mutants with justice. Brian was ready to label the entire mutant group as superheroes. Professor X smiled at Brian with admiration. Looking at Professor X's mysterious smile, Cayenne accepted it calmly. He definitely didn't have such a great dream. In fact, the reason why he was so keen on the superhero business was to prepare for the establishment of Vought Company, only with the superhero label. In the future, when Vought Company launches superheroes, it will not be disgusted by humans. At the same time, this will also attract a large number of mutants to join Vought Company on their own. Become Brian's backup ability library. Okay, there are still 7 hours before the nuclear explosion. We have to hurry up. Professor X raised his hand and glanced at the Rolex in his left hand, then walked to the control console and gently picked up the helmet of the brain computer enhancement machine. Brian handed the camera to Raven. Raven filmed the whole process. This is first-hand information on saving the world. This is the opportunity for X-Men to completely ascend to the altar, to become a true superhero savior. He definitely won't let it go. Moreover, filming by Raven will not expose Raven's existence. I'm going to start. Professor X picked up the brainwave amplification helmet with a serious face, and then slowly placed it on his head. Buzz! With Professor X's action, the brainwave enhancement machine was instantly excited. The lights in the entire X enhancement room dimmed suddenly. Professor X's mind moved, and dense mental projections appeared in the X enhancement room. As Professor X's mental consciousness connected with the global human beings, countless noisy voices rang in everyone's ears. God, please save humanity. Pete Griffin, why are you pulling carrots with another woman? The world is about to end. I must do what I want to do. The madman Black Emperor Shao wants to destroy all mankind. For a moment, prayers, curses, and sounds of mental collapse swept in like a tsunami. The voices of billions of people around the world mixed with the sound of their hearts. Professor X frowned instantly. This was the first time he was so focused on connecting with the consciousness of the world's human beings. The sound of the heart, like a tsunami, filled his brain. It gave Professor X a splitting headache. And because Professor X focused too much on humans, humans around the world were also dizzy and had a headache at this moment. Ding, ding, ding. In the X enhancement room, the brainwave enhancement machine issued a series of red alarms. Obviously, the mental alarm mechanism set by Beast Kiki was activated. Once Professor X continued to project his mental consciousness to all mankind, the entire human race would probably die instantly without the Black Emperor Zhao's nuclear explosion. Professor X really couldn't stand the impact of the sound of the heart in his mind on his consciousness. He took off the helmet on his head roughly. The brainwave enhancement machine was quickly turned off. The lights in the X enhancement room were turned on again. Professor X gasped heavily. No, I can't do it. Brian, I can't do it. I can't save the world. Professor X grabbed his hair with both hands in annoyance. He was affected by the despair and fear of the global human beings at this moment. Looking at Professor X, who was trembling uncontrollably, the X-Men members looked at each other. Then Brian walked in front of Professor X and gently placed his right hand on Professor X's shoulder. Persuasion ability activated. Brian's voice became very convincing. Professor X, calm down. Don't be affected by the collective emotions of mankind. Following Brian's words, Professor X who was trapped in fear and despair, slowly calmed down. You are right, Brian. I should not be affected by the collective emotions of mankind. Professor X nodded in agreement. He used his mental power to delete all the fear and despair in his brain. Then he put on the helmet again. Boom! The voice of the human mind around the world turned into a tsunami and began to impact Professor X's brain again. Professor X put on the mask of pain again. Professor X, relax, relax. Brian stood beside Professor X, his voice low and powerful. Under Brian's persuasion ability, Professor X gradually began to relax. The painful expression on his face began to calm down. Professor X, who had calmed down, could still feel the panic and despair of all mankind, but he was able to quickly block these emotions from his mind. As Professor X's spiritual power gradually got used to blocking these spiritual sounds, the originally noisy spiritual sounds suddenly began to become less chaotic. Professor X slowly closed his eyes. He was originally a level 4 mind mutant. At this moment, under the spiritual pressure of the global human beings and Brian's guidance, his spiritual power began to grow rapidly again. A smile gradually appeared on Professor X's face. He, under the spiritual pressure of the global human beings, finally promoted to level 5 mind mutant. At this moment, Professor X found that he could split his mind into countless pieces. These fragments of spiritual consciousness directly shared the pressure of the global human collective emotions for Professor X. At the same time, these fragments of spiritual consciousness made Professor X seem to be split into countless pieces. He appeared in every corner of the world at the same time. This is a very magical spiritual perspective. He felt that he only needed to move his mind to synchronously control the brains of billions of people. Definitely, this is just an illusion caused by the promotion to level 5 mind mutant. After obtaining the split of mind consciousness, Professor X can indeed control many people simultaneously. But to control all mankind simultaneously, even a brainwave amplification machine can't do it. Professor X, who became a level 5 mind mutant, had a thought. His mind consciousness body quickly split into countless mind consciousness fragments, and then was transmitted to all parts of the world along the brain wave amplification machine. I saw it. I saw all the nuclear missile silos in the world. 20 minutes later, Professor X's mind consciousness fragments formed a mind network that only Professor X could sense. Professor X can let his mind consciousness be transmitted at will within the mind network. He can also use the mind network to issue instructions to his mind consciousness fragments in a moment. At this moment, his mind consciousness fragments have spread to nuclear launch bases around the world and automatically entered the brains of tens of thousands of nuclear missile launch personnel who control the nuclear bomb buttons around the world. With just one thought from Professor X, he can instantly control nuclear missile launch personnel around the world. Brian, what should I do next? Professor X did not turn his head, but a spiritual consciousness had already appeared in front of Brian. Brian looked at the spiritual consciousness in front of him with interest. This was not a brain illusion or a mental illusion. Instead, Professor X truly projected his mind into reality. Not only Brian saw Professor X's spiritual consciousness, other X-Men members also saw Professor X's spiritual consciousness. Cool. Has the professor's spiritual power increased again? There is no doubt that Professor X has become a level 5 mutant. Great. We X-Men also have a level 5 mutant. The other members of the X-Men were all excited. They were sincerely happy that Professor X became a level 5 mutant. As mutants, they knew very well what a level 5 mutant meant. Just look at Black Emperor Shao and you will know. Level 5 mutant means powerful and unmatched. It also means that the X-Men finally have the capital to fight against Black Emperor Shao. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Brian was not surprised. He just looked at Professor X calmly. Then he reminded him, now we just need to wait for humanity to fall into the most helpless and desperate moment. After becoming a level 5 mind mutant, Professor X was able to put forward some of his own opinions when facing Brian's persuasion ability. Brian, maybe we should immediately launch these nuclear bombs into outer space. Brian looked deeply at Professor X, who refuted him, and then he said earnestly, Professor X, you have to know that if we rashly resolve the nuclear explosion crisis, I'm afraid Black Emperor Shao will think of another way to implement his destruction plan. Brian's persuasion ability finally defeated Professor X. Professor X nodded again, agreed with Brian's statement. You're right, Brian. We should wait a little longer. Professor X agreed with Brian. Then the X-Men fell into a long wait. While the X-Men were waiting for the right time, the outside world was already in a panic. As the nuclear crisis approached, humans began to fall into deep despair and helplessness. At this time, a video began to spread rapidly around the world. This video was Professor X's declaration recorded by Brian. I am the leader of the X-Men, Professor X. As a leader, I will use all my strength to save the world. Save all mankind. May God be with me. 277 Professor X's words became the last straw for mankind around the world. All mankind around the world was looking forward to it, silently praying in their hearts that Professor X could successfully prevent this nuclear crisis that could destroy the world. Even Black Emperor Shao saw this video, but he didn't care about it. He believed that he had already stood on the scale of victory. His victory would be unstoppable. Even if Professor X can control several nuclear silos through his mind power. But there are tens of thousands of nuclear silos in the world. Don't say that Professor X is only a level 4 mutant. Even a level 5 mutant cannot control tens of thousands of nuclear silos at the same time. In fact, what Black Emperor Shao said is right. Even if Professor X has become a level 5 mutant, his mind still covers only one city file size, and he can't control all nuclear silos at the same time. But Black Emperor Shao miscalculated one thing. That is Professor X's brainwave enhancer. Black Emperor Shao didn't know that Professor X's brainwave enhancer could expand his brain waves to cover the whole world. At this moment, Black Emperor Shao was opening champagne to celebrate in advance. In front of the Red Square of the Soviet Union, all members of the Hellfire Club are here. Everyone's face is filled with the joy of victory. Now the outcome is set. Just wait for 5 hours. Black Emperor Shao will personally give the order to launch all Soviet nuclear warheads to all nuclear countries in the world. At that time, in order to survive, these countries will also release nuclear bombs one after another. A nuclear war is inevitable. Let's toast to the new world ahead. Black Emperor Shao raised his glass and raised it above his head to celebrate. Cheers to the upcoming mutant world. Several members of the Hellfire Club raised their glasses together and drank them all. Only the Red Devil sat in the corner without saying a word. Azazo. Black Emperor Shao looked at the Red Devil, frowned slightly, and then walked in front of the Red Devil. Whistle. The Red Devil nodded to Black Emperor Shao. Azazo, what happened? Black Emperor Shao stared at the Red Devil, was silent for a moment, and then asked, Shao, you are very strong and can withstand the impact of a nuclear bomb. But my body is very fragile. I am afraid I can't survive a nuclear explosion. The Red Devil said with a worried face. Hearing the words of the Red Devil, the other members of the Hellfire Club who were celebrating were also worried. I thought something happened. Azazo, your worry is unnecessary. I have prepared a nuclear shelter for you, right under the president's office. Black Emperor Shao smiled again, patted Red Devil's shoulder gently, and said calmly. Hearing Black Emperor Zhao's words, the members of Hellfire Club all breathed a sigh of relief. The celebration party continued. Time passed by minute by minute. There were only 15 minutes left before the nuclear explosion time set by the Soviet Union's mutant president Black Emperor Shao. The end of the world is coming. The breathing of the people of the whole world seemed to have stopped. Despair, helplessness, and fear almost overwhelmed the human race. The reason why I say almost is because they still have a glimmer of hope. That is the superhero X-Men. Humans all over the world are praying silently at this moment. They are all looking forward to it, looking forward to a miracle. A miracle that is enough to be recorded in history. And at this moment, in front of the square of the White House, Raven, who has become the President of America again, is delivering a presidential speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been waiting for a miracle, an American miracle. Now, I can tell you responsibly that a miracle is about to come to America. X-Men have been fighting the evil Black Emperor Shao from the beginning to the end. They have not retreated and will never retreat. Justice will defeat evil. At this critical moment, I, the President of America, will always be in the White House. Believe me, friends, I will be with you and with all mankind. Raven's speech undoubtedly gave the people of America a shot in the arm. It also strengthened the confidence of all mankind. They waited quietly, waiting for the superhero to bring miracles to themselves. And just after Raven delivered the presidential speech, the drunk Black Emperor Shao also delivered a presidential speech on Red Square. People of the world, let us celebrate the advent of the new world together. I, Sebastian Shaw, will become the creator of the new world. Now, I will sign the presidential decree. Immediately release all Soviet nuclear warheads. I want to nuke the whole world. At this moment, Black Emperor Shah has completely made up his mind. He quickly signed the presidential decree and let Blood-Eye Kate order those Soviet military leaders to immediately activate the nuclear warheads. Under Blood-Eye Kate's ability, all Soviet military leaders issued orders to activate the nuclear warheads. For a time, thousands of nuclear missile launch bases in the Soviet Union quickly took action. Immediately aim the nuclear warheads at all nuclear-armed countries. Adjust the trajectory. Turn on the launch button's safety device. Orders were quickly issued one after another. And with the Soviet Union's actions, all nuclear-armed countries in the world were mobilized. In a nuclear launch base in America, the American military leaders were staring at the dense red dots on the nuclear facility detection radar with a serious face, and cold sweat was pouring down their foreheads. General, the Soviet Union has signed a presidential decree. What should we do? A colonel asked. You ask me. Who should I ask? General Humphrey, a senior military official, threw the military satellite phone in his hand to the ground in annoyance. Just now, he used the military satellite phone to talk to his superior. However, his superior only said that someone would give them an order. Then he hung up the phone. This made General Humphrey extremely confused and at a loss. He lit a cigarette in annoyance, and his hands were shaking. In the face of world destruction, no one can remain calm. Don't eat the sour radish. Waiting for the order, the Russian bear's nuclear bomb will fall on my head. General Humphrey threw away the cigarette, but in his hand, cursing and preparing to issue a nuclear bomb launch order directly. General Humphrey still understood the principle of striking first. Just when General Humphrey was about to go all out, disobey the order, and give the order privately, a gentle voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Be patient, General Humphrey. I am Professor X of the X-Men. I am also your direct superior. The moment the voice sounded, General Humphrey's irritable expression quickly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by calmness and recognition. The moment Professor X's telepathic communication appeared, General Humphrey began to subconsciously obey Professor X's orders. In General Humphrey's subconscious mind, Professor X's orders must be obeyed. Professor X, please give your orders. General Humphrey saluted the air in front of him and said righteously, please set the ballistic trajectory of the nuclear warhead to outer space immediately. Professor X's voice sounded in General Humphrey's mind. Then General Humphrey quickly walked to the colonel and repeated Professor X's order. Set the ballistic trajectory of the nuclear warhead to outer space. General, in this way, when we face Soviet nuclear bombs, we will have no power to fight back. The colonel argued with great enthusiasm. Colonel, obey orders. General Humphrey said coldly. Yes, sir. The colonel saluted General Humphrey helplessly and then began to coordinate the staff of the nuclear launch base to set the landing point of a nuclear bomb in outer space. Such a scene did not only happen in this base. It was sent synchronously to tens of thousands of nuclear launch bases around the world. Under Professor X's powerful mental power, no one could disobey Professor X's orders. As for the Soviet nuclear bomb base, it was a different scene. In a nuclear launch base in Siberia, the Soviet Union, a Soviet officer suddenly had dull eyes, and then he went directly to the control panel and quickly changed the landing point of the nuclear bomb from New York, America, to outer space. "Lieutenant Lekhanev, what are you doing?" The abnormal behavior of this Soviet officer made the highest commander of the base furious. He pulled out his pistol and pointed it at Lieutenant Lekhanev's forehead. "Sir, I'm doing the right thing." Lieutenant Lekhanev looked at the highest commander of the Soviet base calmly and said fearlessly, "You are great, Lieutenant, but as a soldier, disobeying orders without reason, I need to shoot you to death." General Sergei looked at Lieutenant Lekhanev with great appreciation. This young man did what he had always wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. But as a soldier, disobeying orders without reason is absolutely not allowed. Just when General Sergei was about to kill Lieutenant Lekhanev directly, Lieutenant Lekhanev suddenly pressed his right hand on his temple. A mental storm swept the entire base. General Sergei, who was the first to bear the brunt, fainted directly. Then came the staff of the entire base. A minute later, Lieutenant Lekhanev was the only one left in the entire base. And such a scene also happened in various nuclear launch bases in the Soviet Union. At this moment, New York, Xavier Manor. X Enhancement Room. Only Professor X, Brian, and Magneto were left in the entire X Enhancement Room. "Brian, Eric, I have controlled all the nuclear launch bases in the world." Professor X turned around and said to Brian and Magneto with a smile on his face, "Well done, Professor X. You will be the savior of mankind." Brian patted Professor X's shoulder gently and said with a smile, "That's right, Charles. After being a bystander for so long, you are finally useful." Magneto also nodded, but the words of praise made Professor X very uncomfortable. However, Professor X could not refute Magneto's words. In fact, as Magneto said, he obviously had super strong mental power during this period, but he was either restrained by White Queen Emma, or he was shielded by the mental shield. This made him very uncomfortable every time he fought. It was like his own spiritual power was banned. And now, Professor X finally got his revenge. The power of level 5 Mind Mutant was revealed at this moment. Professor X, was the most powerful mutant in the mind, the savior of mankind. How frustrated Professor X was before. He was so high-spirited now. After becoming a level 5 Mind Mutant, he became more adept at controlling his mind. The split of mind consciousness he obtained allowed him to split up to 20,000 fragments of mind consciousness. These fragments of mind consciousness were like Professor X's mind duplication. They were also like a cluster consciousness. These fragments of mind consciousness could be endowed with consciousness, memory, personality, etc. by Professor X. These fragments of mind consciousness also had Professor X's ability. They could act autonomously to help Professor X achieve his goals. Definitely, Professor X could also take back these fragments of mind consciousness with a single thought. The Lieutenant Lekhanev of the Soviet base is Professor X's spiritual consciousness fragment that occupied Lieutenant Lekhanev's consciousness, thus becoming an independent spiritual individual. In fact, it is not just Lieutenant Lekhanev. The Soviet Union has thousands of nuclear launch bases. There are dozens of Professor X. Professor X, Black Emperor Shao, has started the countdown for the nuclear missile launch. Beast Hank walked in from outside, holding an advanced tablet in his hand. In this era, there are definitely no tablets. This is developed by Beast Hank using the top physics laboratory in America, which took more than 10 hours. It can be seen how amazing Beast Hank's invention ability is. Beast Hank came to Professor X and placed the tablet in front of the operating table of the brainwave enhancer. Then he operated on the tablet. Brian and the other two saw the figure of Black Emperor Shao appear on the screen. At this moment, in the presidential office of the Soviet Union, Black Emperor Shao sat drunkenly in the presidential chair, tapping the table unconsciously with his right hand. Behind him, there was a huge amount of screen. On the screen, the words of nuclear explosion countdown were clearly reflected. In front of Black Emperor Shao, there were all the members of the Hellfire Club. Red Devil, Ursa Major, Angel Woman, Mutant Polly, Blood-Eye Kate, and a mutant Brian had never seen before. This mutant is a white man. He looks a little uneasy. He is obviously a new member who has just joined the Hellfire Club. These people are looking at the nuclear explosion countdown behind Black Emperor Shao with fanaticism, ready for battle. Red Devil, move our brothers and sisters to the nuclear shelter. Black Emperor Shao stopped tapping the table and ordered Red Devil. Okay, Shao. Red Devil nodded, and then all the Hellfire Club mutants in front of Black Emperor Shao held hands. Bang! These people disappeared in a red mist. They have been taken to the nuclear shelter under the president's office by Red Devil. It's almost time. The world should also usher in a nuclear explosion. He Huang Shao stood up, glanced at the countdown behind him, and then turned on a button in front of the president's desk. This button is definitely not a nuclear launch button. In fact, neither the Soviet Union nor America will hand over the nuclear launch button to politicians. After pressing this button, it will only issue an order to start the nuclear warhead. After the nuclear launch base receives the order, a special launcher will press the launch button. After the countdown returned to 0, He Huang Shao pressed the launch command button without hesitation. The launch command was instantly transmitted to various nuclear launch bases in the Soviet Union. At the same time, Brian, who had been paying attention to He Huang Zhao's actions, also said to Professor X, "Professor X, do it." Professor X quickly activated his mind consciousness duplication. When Professor X activated the mind consciousness duplication, Brian had already left the X enhancement room. At this moment, he came to the lawn of Xavier Manor, and with a little force on his feet, he flew straight into the sky. Boom! Brian's flight speed directly broke through the sound barrier. A huge amount of sonic booms swept across the entire Xavier Manor. In just a moment, he had already flown to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Hovering in the sky, Brian looked down. Under Brian's observation, whoosh whoosh. Under Brian's watch, nuclear warheads around the world broke away from the launch silo. Nearly 20,000 nuclear warheads were launched at the same time. The scene was spectacular. All over the world, the explosion sound produced by the nuclear warheads breaking away from the launch silo and then separating and accelerating at the tail can be heard. The nuclear warheads of the Soviet Union and America broke through the speed of sound first during the acceleration. A few minutes later, the nuclear warheads of other countries also accelerated to the speed of sound. Whoosh whoosh. Brian was suspended in the clouds. Nuclear warheads flew from bottom to top, passing by him, penetrating the clouds, and rapidly advancing toward outer space. It was not until this time that the drunken He Huang Shao realized something was wrong. What's going on? Why hasn't the nuclear bomb exploded yet? He Huang Shao looked up and took a look outside. When he saw that the nuclear warheads did not change their trajectory, but continued to fly above the clouds. He Huang Zhao's face changed drastically. He sobered up instantly. X-Men. He Huang Zhao's eyes were filled with endless anger, and he clenched his fists, trying to suppress his anger. Now, even a fool should know that the nuclear bomb launch was abnormal. It must have been done by the X-Men. Looking at the nuclear warheads that were getting smaller and smaller, He Huang Shao felt a sense of powerlessness. The flying speed of the nuclear bomb was too fast. It was only a moment before it was about to fly out of the atmosphere. Boom! A burst of energy burst out from He Huang Zhao's body. The entire Soviet Red Square was instantly destroyed. Countless Soviet leaders were buried in the ruins. At this moment, on the ruins, Black Emperor Shao looked up at the nuclear bombs that were completely invisible. Black Emperor Shao suddenly laughed. Under extreme anger, people's emotions will become out of control. Black Emperor Shao saw that his plan to bomb the whole world failed. At this moment, he laughed wildly. Good, very good. X-Men, you are looking for death. Black Emperor Shao swore that if he didn't kill all the X-Men, he would be the world's strongest level 5 mutant. just when Black Emperor Shao was helpless and furious and laughed wildly. Brian in the sky, using the ability of flight, followed these nuclear warheads all the way, breaking through the troposphere and stratosphere of the Earth's atmosphere, arrived at the middle layer of the atmosphere. In this layer, the air is already very thin, and the temperature drops rapidly with the increase in altitude. Buzz. After arriving at the middle layer, Brian's body quickly began to adapt and evolve. His skin was instantly covered with a layer of golden film. This film effectively blocks the heat in Brian's body, keeping it at a constant temperature. At the same time, the golden film can absorb and filter strong ultraviolet rays, and can also absorb the surrounding water molecules and then decompose them into oxygen to supply Brian's oxygen consumption. Boom! Being in the mesosphere, Brian did not feel any discomfort. The power of adaptive evolution was clearly revealed at this moment. When in the mesosphere, Brian stopped and did not continue to fly upward. He just quietly watched the dense nuclear bombs passing through the mesosphere, the thermosphere, and then entering the escape layer. This is already the edge of the Earth's atmosphere. As these nuclear bombs entered the escape layer, the dense nuclear bombs instantly lost gravity, just floating in the outer space of the Earth. As a nuclear bomb was launched, the world fell into panic, just when people all over the world thought that the end of the world was coming. A gentle voice appeared in their minds. "Friend of the world, I am Professor X. Please don't panic. These nuclear bombs are flying to outer space." Under Professor X's global mental transmission, the people who were originally afraid of lies suddenly quieted down. They all walked out of their homes and stood outside looking at the sky. Just as Professor X said, the densely packed nuclear bombs in the sky showed no signs of falling, but flew straight to the sky. All countries in the world are closely observing the flight trajectory of the nuclear bomb. When they detected that the nuclear bomb had indeed flown into outer space, all heads of state began to hold press conferences at the same time, announcing that the nuclear bomb crisis was safely resolved with the help of superhero X-Men. The world was boiling. Everyone realized that the nuclear explosion crisis was resolved, and there is no doubt that the resolution of the nuclear explosion crisis was due to X-Men. X-Men, the savior of mankind. X-Men, a well-deserved superhero. For a time, people all over the world began to sing praises to X-Men. They regarded X-Men as the savior of mankind. Messiah, a well-deserved superhero. People all over the world worshipped X-Men. At this moment, X-Men completely ascended to the altar. They were no longer just America's superhero, but became the superhero of the world's human beings like Superman. 1 hour after the nuclear crisis was resolved, countless news about X-Men spread like snowflakes to the world. At the same time, in front of the White House square, American President Rill was giving a speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, with the help of the X-Men, we successfully shattered the Black Emperor Zhao's plot to nuke the entire world. We have achieved a historic victory. It turns out that the X-Men are the saviors of mankind. They save the world. They save billions of fellow human beings. They are the guardian angels of mankind." Raven praised the X-Men generously, and even defined the X-Men as the guardian angels of mankind. The messenger of God. After a round of boasting, Rue smiled brightly. She continued, "Now, let us solemnly welcome the saviors of mankind, the superhero group of 7, the greatest mutant, the X-Men." As Raven spoke, in the sky, the X-Men slowly landed under the support of Brian psychokinesis. And Brian once again landed perfectly in a superhero pose 977. The X-Men falling from the sky made the dense crowd in front of the White House scream. X-Men, saviors. The greatest mutant in the world. God, you saved the world and saved us. Cheers and screams came one after another, making all the X-Men smile. Some young girls even crossed the blockade. Then they rushed directly to the 3 giants of X-Men, Professor X, Magneto, and Brian. After the nuclear crisis was resolved, the popularity of X-Men reached its peak. People all over the world regard X-Men as a kind of belief. X-Men is justice. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror. Everything I do is justice. Professor X came to Raven and was infected by the fanatical atmosphere in front of him. He couldn't help but say, "Professor X, savior." Professor X's words caused cheers from the crowd. Professor X looked at the crazy crowd and showed a gentle and kind smile on his face. "I'm glad that we, the X-Men, can save the world. This is our duty and obligation. As superheroes, we will do our best to protect humanity, free from evil and the powerful Black Emperor Shao. Let humans live in a peaceful, stable, and just world." Unconsciously, Professor X also began to regard himself as a superhero. His gentle and kind smile instantly gained a large number of fans. After he finished speaking, Brian also came to the podium. He just calmly looked at the somewhat fanatical crowd in front of him. Under his gaze, everyone quieted down. "Welcome to the new world created by X-Men. Nuclear-free era." Brian opened his arms and embraced the world. Boom! With just one sentence, Brian detonated the whole place. At this moment, the humans in front of the White House and the humans around the world who were watching this X-Men speech all realized one thing. That is, the world has ushered in a new era. Nuclear-free era. In this nuclear explosion crisis, the X-Men sent all the world's nuclear arsenals into outer space. From then on, the era of nuclear deterrence of superpowers has come to an end. All countries will usher in rapid development. The world is moving towards peace. Homelander, Homelander. People couldn't help but cheer enthusiastically. After experiencing a nuclear explosion crisis, human beings' fear of nuclear bombs, DOB, has reached its peak. At this moment, knowing that the world has officially entered the nuclear-free era, human beings are once again grateful to the X-Men. We will use the most powerful force to defeat the Black Emperor Shao and crush all his conspiracies. After Brian spoke, Magneto also began to speak. His words were powerful and convincing. Magneto also gained a group of fanatical fans. The entire press conference lasted for 2 hours. Even Cyclops Scott, who had just joined, gained a group of fans. After the press conference, the X-Men returned to Xavier Manor. "Let's hold a celebration party." Saving the world made Professor X a little proud. He took a few bottles of precious red wine from the 18th century from his wine cellar and started to hold a celebration party. For the savior of mankind, the embodiment of justice, and the messenger of God, the greatest mutant. Cheers! Professor X drank the red wine in the glass, his face full of high spirits. Even Magneto, at this moment, raised his glass and drank with a sunny smile on his face. The rest of Beast Hank, Shockwave Alex, Siren Sean Cassidy, and newcomer Cyclops Scott, they took the red wine bottle and began to drink crazily. Only Brian and Raven did not join the celebration party this time. Brian and Raven sat on the sofa in the living room, looking at Professor X and others with some pity. "When will Charles and the others grow up?" Raven said with some regret. "Raven, let them celebrate first. This may be their only celebration." Brian shrugged, then picked up Raven. "Now, we should celebrate too," Brian said with a smile on his face, and then the two of them left the living room and came to the bedroom. For hours later, Brian and Raven walked out of the bedroom. Both of them have very special physiques. After 4 hours of fighting, they are still full of energy. Coming to the living room again, Brian found that Beast Hank and the others were drunk. Only Professor X and Magneto remained sober. At this moment, the two were drinking red wine and playing chess in front of the sofa. The two met each other and had a good chat. At this moment, Professor X and Magneto regained their old feelings. The two looked at each other as if they were looking at their close friends. Brian came in front of the two and took a look at the chess on the table. Brian knew nothing about this kind of chess, so he just waved his hand, and the chess pieces and the chessboard were all thrown out of the window by him using psychokinesis. After doing all this, Brian raised his hand, and a glass of red wine on the garden automatically flew to his hand. "Brian, what are you doing? We have been playing this game for 2 hours." Professor X frowned, and it was obvious that he was still immersed in the game. Magneto, on the other hand, seemed very free and easy. Magneto just shrugged his shoulders after the chessboard was overturned and didn't care. Okay, Mr. Savior, the celebration party is over. Now, we should also discuss how to deal with the angry world's strongest mutant. Brian drank the red wine leisurely and then said calmly, after hearing Brian's reminder, Professor X, who was a little dissatisfied just now, changed his face instantly. Magneto, who was smiling just now, also turned cold instantly. Yes, they suddenly realized that they were a little too proud. Just because they destroyed Black Emperor Zhao's plan to nuke the whole world, they thought they had defeated Black Emperor Zhao. Little did they know that their real opponent was never the nuclear crisis, but Black Emperor Zhao, the most powerful mutant in the world, no one else. Professor X rubbed his dizzy head and smiled bitterly. We got a little too proud of ourselves. The excitement of becoming the savior of mankind made me a little complacent. I actually forgot the existence of Black Emperor Zhao. Professor X was a little annoyed. Magneto was also very annoyed and even hated himself a little. He was a little obsessed with the aura of a superhero, to the point that he even forgot the blood feud between himself and Black Emperor Zhao. Magneto wanted to give himself a coin directly on his forehead. Then Professor X and Magneto all looked at Brian. Brian, you should be the leader of the X-Men. Among the entire X-Men, only Brian remained awake throughout the whole process, cursed Professor X, and the two felt ashamed. Even Professor X wanted to give the position of leader to Brian. Brian definitely doesn't want to be the leader of the X-Men. What he wants to do now is to kill Black Emperor Zhao and get his mutant ability. So, Brian just patted Professor X's shoulder with encouragement. Professor X, don't belittle yourself. I just think more than you. You are still a qualified leader of the X-Men. Brian's encouragement was very useful to Professor X. Okay, let's talk about how to deal with Black Emperor Zhao. Brian didn't intend to waste time. He said straight to the point. After hearing Brian's words, Professor X and Magneto subconsciously looked at Brian. Why are you looking at me? I don't know what Black Emperor Zhao is going to do. Darwin did not predict this situation. Brian was telling the truth. The first battle of the current mutant has obviously deviated from the plot. How could he know what Black Emperor Zhao was going to do? After hearing Brian's words, Professor X and Magneto sighed helplessly. It seems that they can't rely on Kane's prediction. They can only think of a way themselves. Let's go to the X enhancement room. Without Brian's reminder, Professor X, who had been thinking hard to no avail, stood up and took Brian and others to the X enhancement room. Now Professor X is increasingly dependent on the brainwave enhancer. The feeling of connecting the consciousness of the whole world makes Professor X very excited. In the X enhancement room, Professor X put on the helmet skillfully and then began to screen the news about Black Emperor Zhao. Now Professor X is already a veritable level 5 psychic mutant. So, after putting on the helmet, he located Black Emperor Eyebrow almost instantly. Red Square of the Soviet Union. He Huang Xiao stood in an open space with a gloomy face. Around him were fully armed Soviet troops. With the help of the eyes of these soldiers, Brian and others clearly saw the situation of He Huang Xiao. Mr. President, are you sure you want to do this? The Soviet presidential assistant walked to He Huang Xiao with some fear and asked tremblingly, You talk too much nonsense. He Huang Xiao grabbed the presidential assistant with his right hand, and then a burst of energy instantly submerged the presidential assistant. Boom! An explosion sounded. The presidential assistant was directly blown into a bloody mess. He Huang Xiao threw away the body in his hand, and then looked at the army surrounding him with an extremely gloomy look. Now attack me. He Huang Xiao's voice carried an unquestionable order. The Soviet soldiers in the Red Square looked at each other. They didn't dare to disobey the order of the mutant president. Fire! A Soviet general gritted his teeth and directly issued an order to fire. With the order of this Soviet general, the Soviet army began to show what a steel torrent is. Countless bullets, RPGs, tank mortars, missiles, and other modern firepower poured down crazily. They rushed towards He Huang Xiao in an overwhelming manner. Facing the saturation attack of the Soviet army, He Huangshao still stood upright in the same place. Boom! A huge amount of mushroom cloud submerged He Huangshao. The fire explosion formed by the fire coverage had just risen to 3 meters high and began to collapse instantly. At this moment, He Huangzhao's body seemed to be shaking. Countless energies were absorbed into his body. He opened his hands, and the 10 fingers of both hands were shaking, as if he had 2 more main hands. The violent energy was quickly compressed into his palms. The original mushroom cloud disappeared. The flames of the explosion also disappeared in an instant. The first round of attack by the Soviet army was smokeless. All the energy was absorbed into He Huangzhao's body. Continue. He Huangzhao shook his head and looked at the army on the opposite side. The Soviet soldiers were frightened to death when they saw that He Huangzhao was unscathed. However, under the pressure of He Huangzhao's powerful force, no one dared to disobey He Huangzhao's orders. The fire coverage began again. He Huangzhao continued to energy absorb. In the following time, the Soviet military began to frantically transport heavy firepower weapons to the Red Square. And He Huangzhao accepted everyone who came. At this moment, he was already covered with a layer of golden energy coat. Between his gestures, the surrounding ground cracked inch by inch. At the same time, his eyes also glowed with golden energy. Now, He Huangzhao has a huge amount of energy in his body. Like the god of war in Greek mythology, he is full of momentum. Holy shit, He Huangzhao is crazy. He is energy absorbing crazily. Seeing that He Huangzhao was still absorbing energy, Professor X's face changed drastically. His spiritual consciousness had sunk into the eyes of Soviet soldier. Observing He Huangzhao closely, the sense of oppression formed by the energy made him terrified. Even the air seemed to be overwhelmed at this moment, and ripples appeared. X-Men, after absorbing another round of energy, Black Emperor Shao suddenly spoke. The energy contained in his body made his voice easily spread all over the world. He did not have the ability of sound waves, but just adding energy to the sound was enough to make Black Emperor Zhao's voice spread all over the world. At this moment, all humans heard Black Emperor Zhao's deafening voice, which contained endless anger. You destroyed my dream. You will pay for it. Soviet Union, Moscow Red Square. Countless armored vehicles are transporting various types of missiles back and forth like ants moving house. In the center of a Soviet army, Black Emperor Shao is covered in a golden energy coat and is sending his own voice to the world. X-Men, don't you call yourself the savior and the superhero of mankind? In this case, come and stop me. This time, I'll go to New York in person. I will let you X-Men feel the wrath of the world's strongest mutant. I will let you, a bunch of jokers, traitors of mutant, feel the shame. What is despair? What is death? X-Men, your doomsday is here. Black Emperor Zhao's voice is like rolling thunder, spreading all over the world. His voice suppressed anger and madness. The X-Men destroyed his plan to instantly explode the world with nuclear explosions. Let his new world of mutant be burned. This made Black Emperor Shao want to tear the X-Men into pieces. With Black Emperor Zhao's declaration of war, the world, which had just been peaceful for a few hours, was in panic again, especially the citizens in New York. They fell into endless panic. At this moment, in the enhanced room of Xavier Manor, Professor X, Magneto, and Brian also heard the war declaration of Black Emperor Shao. Except Brian. Professor X and Magneto's faces changed drastically. F***K. Black Emperor Shao wants to turn himself into a nuclear bomb. He wants to blow up New York. As Magneto, who has followed Black Emperor Shao since childhood, he knew Black Emperor Zhao's intention in an instant. Black Emperor Shao wants to turn himself into a nuclear bomb. Then in New York, detonate the energy in his body like a nuclear bomb. With absolute power, New York should be pacified. Professor X took a breath. He was shocked by Black Emperor Zhao's madness. Black Emperor Shao actually wanted to turn himself into a human-shaped, self-propelled nuclear bomb, then blow up the entire New York. To vent his anger, Black Emperor Shao, he is crazy. Professor X spoke with difficulty. He was really scared by Black Emperor Shao. Even Brian called him a good guy. What if there is no nuclear bomb? As long as Black Emperor Shao absorbs enough energy, he is a nuclear bomb. Moreover, it is a reusable nuclear bomb. His variant ability allows him to continue energy absorbing after detonating the energy in his body and forming a nuclear explosion. Continue nuclear explosion. Infinite loop. Anyway, his ability makes him completely immune to the damage of nuclear explosion. The world's strongest mutant showed enough power to crush the world at this moment. Now, how can we stop Black Emperor Shao? Professor X and Magneto looked at each other. The joy of becoming the savior just now disappeared. At this moment, they only had fear in their hearts. In fact, the shock and pressure brought to them by Black Emperor Shao were too great. That's why they had no idea how to stop Black Emperor Shao. Brian, do you have a way? Professor X set his eyes on Brian, who always looked calm, expecting Brian to come up with a way to fight Black Emperor Shao. I'm sorry, Professor X. I don't have a way to fight against Black Emperor Shao. Brian spread his hands and told the truth. At this time, Black Emperor Shao is almost invincible. The ability to absorb any form of energy makes Black Emperor Shao immune to all attacks except mental power. Even Brian can only fight Black Emperor Shao on equal terms. He can't kill Black Emperor Shao. Black Emperor Shao can't kill him either. It can be said that the only two hard-to-kill mutants in the world are Brian and Black Emperor Shao. This is why Brian tried so hard to join the X-Men, because he really can't beat Black Emperor Shao. He can only use the power of Professor X and Magneto to contain Black Emperor Shao. Then Brian is looking for an opportunity to take off his mental protection helmet unexpectedly. Let Professor X use mental power to temporarily control Black Emperor Shao. Only in this way can Brian kill Black Emperor Shao. Facing the strongest mutant in the world, we only have two choices. The first choice is to flee New York, hide our identities, and linger on. The second choice is to confront Black Emperor Shao head-on, fight to the death. Maybe we still have a glimmer of hope to win. Brian's calm words made Professor X and the others look resolute. They will definitely not escape. Neither Professor X nor Magneto are people who escape at the last minute. Then, they only have one way to go. That is to fight head-on. This is our first battle in the true sense of the X-Men. It is also likely to be the last stop. Professor X's tone was extremely heavy. Strictly speaking, this was the first real battle of the X-Men. The previous battles could only be regarded as minor fights. Then Brian and the other two began to discuss how to fight against Black Emperor Shao, in order to prevent the X-Men from having too many constraints in this battle. The first thing is to evacuate the people of New York. Professor X was very concerned about this matter. In order to evacuate the people as quickly as possible, Professor X directly used the brainwave enhancer. He put on a helmet. The mind instantly connected with all the people in New York. Then Professor X began to broadcast his mind to all the people in New York. People of New York City, I am Professor X, the leader of the X-Men. I have an unfortunate news to tell you. Black Emperor Shao is going to bomb New York. For everyone's safety, please evacuate New York as quickly as possible. All the people in New York City received Professor X's mind broadcast. When they learned that Black Emperor Shao was trying to transform into a human-shaped nuclear bomb and explode New York, the citizens of New York became more panicked. Everyone began to flee New York. This made the streets of New York chaotic. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just when these people were like ants on a hot pot, anxiously turning around. Military helicopters quickly came in the sky. The New York Army began to guide these citizens to escape. At the same time, in the White House president's office, Raven began to deliver a presidential speech. Please evacuate New York citizens in an orderly manner. Don't panic. You must believe that the war police are with you. With New York, they will fight to the last moment until they defeat Black Emperor Shao. With Raven's presidential speech, the American government began to operate. The evacuation of New York citizens began to become orderly. However, New York City has a population of millions. It would take at least 10 hours to evacuate all of them. Black Emperor Shao, obviously, will not wait until then. So, in order to buy time for New York citizens, Professor X could only use the brainwave enhancer again to control the Soviet army. At this moment, in front of the Soviet Red Square, explosions came one after another. He Huang Shao opened his hands and let the overwhelming missiles hit him. The golden energy coat on his body became more and more dense. A pair of eyes were completely covered by the golden energy. He Huang Zhao's hands continued to emit golden energy, causing the air around him to fluctuate violently. Continue. This energy is far from enough. He Huang Zhao's eyes were shining with gold, and his voice spread to the entire Soviet army. Swish! Just when He Huang Zhao was looking forward to the next round of firepower coverage, the Soviet army in front of him suddenly stopped attacking. All the Soviet soldiers stopped in place in an instant. Mind control. Looking at all the Soviet soldiers who were in a state of stillness, He Huang Zhao instantly realized that these people were controlled by the power of the mind. And there is only one mind mutant who has the power of the mind and can control tens of thousands of Soviet soldiers at the same time. Professor X. He Huang Zhao gritted his teeth and looked at the stationary soldiers. He knew that these Soviet soldiers were controlled by Professor X. He Huang Zhao, don't make the same mistake over and over again. Your plan is doomed to fail. Suddenly, the stationary soldiers threw their weapons on the ground in unison, and then turned to He Huang Zhao at the same time, giving him earnest advice. Shut up, you mutant traitor shame. The world is changing. The future will be an era of genetic evolution. During World War II, there were only single-digit mutants. But after only a dozen years, the number of mutants has increased to tens of thousands. This is a natural evolution. As time goes by, the birth of mutants will show a blowout trend. We mutants are the masters of this world. We are the product of natural evolution. And humans are just a backward race destined to be eliminated by mutants. Professor X was silent. He found that what Black Emperor Shao said was right. As a spiritual mutant, he could also feel it. In recent times, more and more mutants have begun to awaken. This is a natural evolution process. Mutants with ability may really replace humans in the future. Black Emperor Shao, maybe you are right, but I still have to stop you. Professor X was silent for a moment, then said calmly. He admitted that He Huang Zhao might be right. Zero asked for flowers. But Professor X's belief made him unable to agree with everything He Huang Zhao did. In Professor X's view, the birth of mutant was based on the huge human group. Once humans disappeared, mutant would not be far from extinction. That is why, whether now or in the future, Professor X was always very tolerant towards humans. He Huang Zhao was almost amused by Professor X. Stop me? How are you going to stop me? He Huang Zhao was extremely confident. He believed that no one in the world could be his opponent except Brian. Professor X did not answer He Huang Zhao. He began to concentrate on controlling the Soviet soldiers. Under the gaze of He Huang Zhao, the Soviet soldiers quickly began to retreat. Even the armored vehicles that transported missiles for He Huang Zhao began to turn around. The best way to stop He Huang Zhao is to not give He Huang Zhao any energy-absorbing opportunity. Seeing the Soviet soldiers gradually retreating, Black Emperor Zhao's face became extremely gloomy. He has not absorbed enough energy yet. Professor X used a trick to cut off the fire from under his feet. This made him unable to suppress his anger. Boom! He Huang Zhao stomped his feet on the ground. The ground under his feet was instantly bombed by missiles, and a huge amount of missile craters appeared, and He Huang Zhao's body jumped directly to a height of tens of meters. He could not only release the energy in his body, at the same time, he could also use the energy in his body to strengthen his physical fitness. Oh boom! He Huang Zhao jumped down, and when his feet touched the ground, The falling energy instantly spread. Dozens of Soviet soldiers were blown away by this energy. He Huang Zhao's whole body was shining with golden light. A huge amount of energy poured out of his body. The energy enveloped the entire army in a pulse. Then the energy exploded. In the explosion, a Soviet army of more than 10,000 people turned into nothingness. After the explosion, the energy generated by the explosion was absorbed into He Huang Zhao's body again. There was not even a trace of energy loss. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just after Black Emperor Xiao easily killed an entire Soviet army. Missiles whizzed past his head. Then they disappeared from Black Emperor Zhao's sight. Black Emperor Xiao was silent for a moment. His face became extremely gloomy. Don't eat the sour radish. At this moment, the world's strongest mutant was broken by Professor X. Obviously, just when Black Emperor Xiao destroyed the entire Soviet army like cutting melons and vegetables. Professor X also threw all the missiles in the Soviet Union through the brainwave enhancer. As for the direction, Professor X followed Brian's advice and sent another wave of missiles to Tokyo, Japan. Now, the Soviet Union no longer has heavy firepower weapons that can make Black Emperor Xiao energy-absorbing. His dream of becoming a humanoid nuclear bomb once again died. Good, very good. He Huang Xiao clenched his fists, and the golden energy layer on his body gradually disappeared. Although He Huang Xiao still has a huge amount of energy in his body, his energy is only 1/3 of a nuclear warhead. Although this is already very huge, it cannot meet He Huang Zhao's requirement to nuke New York. Red Devil, let's go to Cuba. He Huang Xiao took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He whistled. The Red Devil suddenly appeared in front of He Huang Xiao. He Huang Xiao gave the Red Devil an order in a cold tone. In Cuba, there's a nuclear-powered submarine of He Huang Xiao. He is going to directly absorb the energy of the nuclear-powered submarine. Bang! The Red Devil and He Huang Xiao disappeared in the Soviet Red Square. He Huang Xiao went to Cuba. Professor X took off his helmet helplessly. He can control all military bases in the world, but he cannot control an empty nuclear-powered submarine. Perhaps it is for this reason that Black Emperor Xiao did not choose to go to other military bases, but returned to his nuclear-powered submarine docked in Cuba. The plot went around and got back on track again. Let's go to Cuba. Brian stood up and walked out of the X enhancement room first. Now, it's time for the final battle with Black Emperor Xiao. And the first battlefield of the decisive battle is the unnamed island in the Cuban waters in the plot. Now, the first battle of mutant officially begins. Cuban waters. Inside a nuclear-powered submarine on the seabed. A cloud of red mist suddenly appeared. Then the Red Devil appeared here with the Black Emperor Xiao. Red Devil, the X-Men should be here soon. Let the members of Hellfire Club prepare for the battle. Hold the X-Men and buy me some time. As He Huang Xiao said, he walked to the nuclear power room and opened the door. Inside the nuclear power room is the most advanced nuclear reactor in the Soviet Union. This is also He Huang Zhao's goal. As long as he absorbs this nuclear reactor, he can truly transform into a humanoid, self-propelled nuclear bomb. Then he will fulfill his promise. Nuclear explosion in New York. Then he will use up the energy absorption of the nuclear explosion in New York and continue to carry out nuclear explosions in other cities. With his ability, he can carry out unlimited nuclear explosions. However, the energy of a nuclear reactor needs to be actively absorbed by He Huang Xiao. According to He Huang Zhao's calculations, even with his ability, it will take several hours to use up the energy absorption of a nuclear reactor. And He Huang Xiao knows very well. The X-Men will definitely come to stop him. So, he needs to gather the Hellfire Club, mutant, to buy time for him. After giving the order to Red Devil, Black Emperor Xiao entered the nuclear power room. The heavy door fell quickly, completely isolating the sound outside. Black Emperor Xiao walked to the front of the nuclear reactor, then stretched out his hands and grabbed the 2 tungsten rods that were stretched out. Boom! The huge energy immediately poured into Black Emperor Xiao's body through the tungsten rods. With the influx of energy, Black Emperor Zhao's body began to vibrate violently. His body seemed to be split into two. There were many phantoms in his hands. Black Emperor Zhao's ability was fully released. Bang! Inside the nuclear-powered submarine, Red Devil took a deep look at the direction of the nuclear power room, then turned into a puff of red mist and disappeared. A few seconds later, 093, a group of red spread in the submarine room. Then, the mutants of the Hellfire Club were brought to the submarine room by the Red Devil. Red Devil, what happened? The current White Queen of the Hellfire Club, Angel, was having fun with a handsome Soviet officer. At the critical moment, she was violently pulled over by the Red Devil, which made Angel very angry. However, after seeing all the members of the Hellfire Club gathered, Angel suppressed her anger, casually pulled a tablecloth and draped it over her body, and then asked, "Members of the Hellfire Club, now is the time for a decisive battle. According to the order of the Black Emperor Zhao, you must delay the X-Men for 6 hours at all costs." After saying this, the Red Devil teleported away. Only the members of the Hellfire Club looked at each other. Angel's face was solemn, and then a hint of excitement appeared on her face. Is it finally time to fight the X-Men? I can't wait. As the current White Queen, Angel was despised by other members of the Hellfire Club because of her ability, especially the newly joined Blood-Eye Kate, who was even more dismissive of Angel. This made Angel very eager to prove herself. That's why Angel was so excited after hearing Red Devil say Hellfire Club was going to have a showdown with X-Men. In her opinion, this was a stage to prove her ability. She wanted to let everyone see her power. Compared to Angel's excitement, the other Hellfire Club members had different expressions. Ursa Major was silent, just like the Torrent before. The tall and majestic body stands like an iron tower, but the eyes look listless. The ability of Ursa Major is to transform into a Siberian brown bear. But at the same time, he is also affected by the transformation into a brown bear, and his reaction is relatively slow. Once he encounters a comfortable environment, he will involuntarily enter a state of hibernation. When the Red Devil found him, he was sleeping soundly in his home. Mutant Polly, who is old and looks like he is about to die, he is closing his eyes to rest. The wrinkles on Polly's face are crisscrossed, and his face looks like a piece of dry bark. However, his eyes are extremely bright. In the pupils of his eyes, you can see a series of golden lights flashing continuously. Mutant Polly's ability is mental protection. He can release a mental shield to protect other people's minds from the invasion of mental mutants. At the same time, in addition to protecting against the invasion of mental mutants, it can also protect Polly's mind, isolate the body and mind, and protect his mind from the invasion of time. Although Polly's body is old and frail, but his mind is still young. Even under the mental protection, even if Polly's body is destroyed, his mind can still survive alone. Although the ability of mental protection does not have much attack power, but the life-saving ability is very powerful. "Mr. Polly, are you still alive?" Blood-Eye Kate came to Polly in a sexy outfit and patted Polly's shoulder gently. Polly ignored Blood-Eye Kate. Mind protection makes him immune to Blood-Eye Kate's ability. Blood-Eye Kate was asking for trouble, but she was not annoyed. She glanced at Polly and then came to Ursa Major. "Ursa Major, I need your protection." Blood-Eye Kate knew very well that her ability was very bad in combat. At the moment of the decisive battle with X-Men, she needed to find a bodyguard for herself. Originally, Blood-Eye Kate was going to directly control all the people in Hellfire Club. However, because of Polly's mental protection, her ability was directly blocked. That's why Blood-Eye Kate wanted Polly to die immediately. This way, she could control the Hellfire Club and become the third White Queen of the Hellfire Club. Seeing that her ability was restrained, Blood-Eye Kate could only use the beauty trap. Get lost. However, just when Blood-Eye Kate was flirting with Ursa Major, Ursa Major suddenly roared at Blood-Eye Kate. Obviously, Blood-Eye Kate knew nothing about the habits of Siberian brown bears. The current season is not suitable for JP of animals. Blood-Eye Kate's face darkened, and she looked at Angel's gloating expression, and she became even more furious. A5. Blood-Eye Kate turned her head and looked at the newcomer who had just joined, Mutant Claude. Claude was a young white man, with a face full of uneasiness and a panicked look. He constantly looked at the nuclear-powered submarine. As a newcomer to the Hellfire Club, Claude was always panicking. He had just joined the Hellfire Club and had not yet enjoyed the privileges of being a member of the Hellfire Club. He was forced to participate in the final battle with the X-Men, and his ability, although very powerful. But the weakness is also very obvious. Claude's ability is to create earthquakes through his fists. If he fully releases his ability, he can even set off a magnitude 8 earthquake. But the disadvantages are also very obvious. He can only release his ability through his fists. His fists must touch the ground. Moreover, his body is as fragile as that of an ordinary person. This makes him need to consider not being killed by his ability when creating an earthquake. Definitely, so far, the members of the Hellfire Club do not know the weakness of his ability. It can be said that Claude's ability is very strong, but also very weak. Moreover, in a nuclear submarine, his ability cannot be released at all. This is the source of his panic. If the battlefield is in a nuclear submarine or in the sea, Claude is ruined. Claude, you will protect me, right? Bloody-eyed Kate didn't notice the panic in Claude's eyes. She posed in a pose that she thought was sexy and whispered to Claude. Claude, who had never seen such a scene, was fascinated by Bloody-eyed Kate. He nodded involuntarily. Bloody-eyed Kate smiled and kissed Claude directly. In the eyes of Bloody-eyed Kate, Claude was very powerful. Being able to create an earthquake, Claude firmly sat in the second place on the Hellfire Club's combat power list. Looking at Bloody-eyed Kate, who came to the door automatically, Claude panicked even more. He was afraid that if his weakness was known, he would be killed by Bloody-eyed Kate. So, in order to avoid such a situation, Claude could only pretend to be calm. And just as the Hellfire Club was waiting for the decisive battle to come, in the Xavier manner of the X-Men, a supersonic fighter took off quickly. In the cabin of the fighter, Professor X and Magneto looked at the people lying on the ground with embarrassed faces. X-Men members. The two looked at each other and smiled helplessly. It was all because they were too complacent. After resolving the nuclear crisis, a celebration party was held. So much so that except for the 3 X-Men, the other X-Men members were drunk and unconscious. What was even more embarrassing was that this celebration party was proposed by Professor X. Charles, these people are in your hands. Magneto stood up, patted Professor X on the shoulder, and then went directly to the co-pilot's seat in the cockpit. Looking at Magneto's attitude, Professor X's eyes twitched slightly. But who made him propose the celebration banquet? Professor X could only use his mind power to wake up the hangover brain consciousness of Beast Hank and others one by one. In the cockpit, Brian was lying leisurely on the cockpit, controlling the supersonic fighter through psychokinesis. Magneto sat in the cockpit. His eyes were solemn and expectant. Brian, do you really have the calendar to lose the Black Emperor eyebrow? Magneto asked again. In fact, this is not the first time Magneto asked Brian. The strength of the Black Emperor, Shao, brought great pressure to Magneto and Professor X, although they chose to confront the Black Emperor, Shao, head-on. But only they knew that they had little confidence in winning. This decisive battle was just a force battle. Facing Magneto's question, Brian didn't want to pay attention to him. Before killing Black Emperor Shao, the first thing you need to consider is how to kill the mutant of Hellfire Club. Brian's casual words made Magneto fall into deep thought. Zero. Just as Brian said, it is too early to consider how to kill Black Emperor Shao. The first thing X-Men has to face is not Black Emperor Shao, but several mutants of Hellfire Club. Although with Brian's current strength, he can easily reach the mutants of Hellfire Club, but he is not going to do so. If the X-Men with Professor X and Magneto can't even beat the mutants of Hellfire Club, then Brian will really laugh to death. Again, X-Men will go if there's something. Brian is only responsible for harvesting in the back. Magneto, what are you going to do after killing Black Emperor Shao? Suddenly, Brian looked at Magneto and asked casually. Magneto was stunned. All along, His only goal in life was to kill Black Emperor Shao. He really hasn't considered what he will do after killing Black Emperor Shao. I don't know. Magneto shook his head in confusion. Would you consider working with me? Brian extended an olive branch to Magneto. Magneto looked at Brian in surprise. He seemed surprised that Brian was going to leave the X-Men. However, Magneto was relieved afterwards. In fact, Magneto knew that X-Men was not his destiny long before he had a rift with Professor X. He and X-Men were just partners after all. Brian, who had the same experience as him, probably thought the same way. Neither he nor Brian could agree with Professor X's philosophy. It was only a matter of time before Brian left X-Men. What Magneto was curious about now was, what was Brian going to do after leaving X-Men? Brian, what are you going to do? Magneto asked curiously. Gather mutants and form a superhero company. Brian told his plan. The reason why he made X-Men a superhero team was to pave the way for the establishment of Vought Corporation next. He believed that a company that cultivated superheroes would be enough to attract those mutants. At that time, Brian only needed to perform an MRI scan on these mutants to easily obtain their brain structures. By then, Brian would not even need to cut their brains to obtain the mutant ability of those who joined Vought Corporation. As for the mutants who didn't join Vought, they definitely continued to cut their brains. Who told them not to join Vought? How about it, Magneto? Do you want to join my Vought? I can build a superhero team with you as the core mutant brotherhood. Brian's words made Magneto very tempted. Let's kill Black Emperor Shao first. Magneto was silent for a moment, but still didn't agree to Brian immediately. But he didn't refuse either. In fact, Magneto was still confused at the moment. Only after Black Emperor Shao died, Magneto would identify his beliefs. Fight for the cause of mutant all his life. Brian was not in a hurry. He has plenty of ways to get Magneto to join his GUA company. Let's go. Beast Hank and the others have woken up. Brian stood up 3.8 and walked out of the cockpit. Magneto followed closely behind him with a heavy heart. Long before the cockpit, Brian had heard Beast Hank and the others had woken up. Brian could even hear the clear vomiting sounds of Beast Hank and the others. Obviously, although their consciousness was awakened by Professor X, but the alcohol in their bodies still made them have a very serious hangover reaction. Beast Hank was better. Shockwave Alex, Siren Sean Cassidy, and the newcomer Cyclops Scott Summers. As soon as they regained consciousness, they vomited violently. The whole cabin was filled with the smell of alcohol. Brian frowned slightly, then directly opened the cabin door and jumped out of the cabin. Magneto followed closely behind, floating above the plane through magnetic force. Only Professor X was almost vomited by the smell of alcohol in the cabin. Hank, go fly the plane. Professor X's eyes twitched slightly, and then he gave an order to Beast Hank. Okay, Professor. Beast Hank staggered to his feet, then came to the cockpit and began to control the supersonic fighter. However, due to the influence of the hangover, the supersonic fighter was shaking and began to shake violently. I hope that group of X-Men can reach the Gulf of Cuba alive. In the sky, a group of red mist appeared, and the Red Devil appeared beside Brian. Looking at the violently shaking supersonic plane, he couldn't help but pray for the X-Men. Red Devil, what's the situation with Black Emperor Shao now? Brian glanced at the Red Devil and fixed it in midair with psychokinesis. Then he asked, Black Emperor Shao energy absorbing takes 6 hours. The Red Devil quickly answered Brian's words. 6 hours? It's enough for the X-Men to kill the members of the Hellfire Club. Cuban waters. Brian dived down at an extremely fast speed. Then he landed steadily on a Soviet warship anchored there. With a slight vibration, the Soviet soldiers on the deck all looked at Brian in surprise. After seeing the iconic Red Star cape behind Brian, these Soviet soldiers saluted Brian in unison. As X-Men saved the world. X-Men became the belief of mankind all over the world. Even a 3-year-old child can recognize each member of X-Men at a glance. These Soviet soldiers are definitely no exception. After Brian landed on the deck, these Soviet soldiers recognized Brian's superhero identity. They looked at Brian with admiration. Brian nodded to the group of Soviet soldiers with a smile on his face. Then he looked at the opposite side. In front of Brian, a supersonic fighter was diving down rapidly and then pulled away at high speed at the moment it was about to land on the sea. The entire surface of the water was under the pressure of the supersonic fighter falling rapidly, and the waves were rolling. X-Men, it's the X-Men. On the sea, dozens of Soviet warships and 3 American aircraft carrier formations cheered huge amounts of cheers after seeing the supersonic fighter. X-Men will win. Kill Black Emperor Shao. Kill that evil NC. Superhero, it's the superhero group of 7. Amid cheers, the supersonic fighter slowly landed on an American aircraft carrier. Then, amid the cheers and expectant eyes of all the military soldiers, the cabin door opened. Professor X walked out with a pale face. Behind Professor X, Beast Hank and others, all with pale faces, staggered down. Even the siren Sean Cassidy, after jumping out of the cabin in a panic, fell directly on the deck of the aircraft carrier. The soldiers who were originally cheering stopped abruptly. They looked at the X-Men with strange eyes. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what happened to this group of superheroes. Just when the military soldiers were silent, Magneto slowly descended from the top of the fighter. Then he landed steadily in front of the X-Men. Magneto's very impressive appearance at 30 detonated the entire aircraft carrier formation again. At the same time, Magneto once again gained a group of fanatical fans. These fans also looked at Professor X and others with contempt. In the eyes of these fans, Professor X and others have no superhero style. Professor X didn't need telepathy to know that these military soldiers despised him. He smiled helplessly. Then he glared at Beast Hank. Beast Hank smiled awkwardly. The hangover made him fly the plane in pieces. The violent turbulence almost broke the bones of Professor X and others. And when it was about to land, it almost drove into the sea. Okay, you guys take a break first and recover from the hangover as soon as possible, Professor X said to the X-Men members around him. Then he pressed his right hand on his temple. General James, can you find the nuclear-powered submarine of Black Emperor Shaw? Professor X sent a telepathic message to General James, the highest commander of the America aircraft carrier formation. In fact, when they were about to reach the waters of Cuba, Professor X had already contacted General James with telepathic power and told James about the situation of Black Emperor Shaw. Let James use the sonar detector of the aircraft carrier formation to search for the location of Black Emperor Shaw's nuclear submarine. Professor X, I'm sorry, our sonar did not find the nuclear submarine of Black Emperor Shaw. According to our analysis, the nuclear submarine of Black Emperor Shaw should be the latest generation of submarines of the Soviet Union. The depth of their dive has exceeded the detection range of our sonar. General James quickly came to the deck and answered Professor X's question directly without any courtesy. Can't detect it? Professor X frowned slightly, and then his mind connected with General Alexei, the commander of the Soviet warship. General Alexei, do you have a way to search for the Black Emperor Zhao's nuclear submarine? Next to Brian, General Alexei, who was covered with medals, nodded to Brian and then answered Professor X. We can use anti-submarine torpedoes to try to force Black Emperor Shaw's nuclear-powered submarine to surface. Hearing General Alexei's words, Professor X smiled. He glanced at Magneto. Then he gave General Alexei an order. General Alexei, launch the anti-submarine torpedoes. Yes, Professor X. General Alexei saluted in the direction of Professor X. Then he began to give orders. Dozens of Soviet warships started moving at once, and anti-submarine torpedoes were quickly launched as the warships started moving. Because the location of the nuclear submarine could not be determined, so the Soviet warships could only use themselves as the center and spread the anti-submarine torpedoes to hundreds of miles of sea area. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under the sea, one anti-submarine torpedo after another dived rapidly. After reaching a distance of 100 meters from the sea surface, all the anti-submarine torpedoes exploded. Balls of explosion flames spread out in the water. A huge amount of explosion vortex suddenly appeared in the sea water, and in the waters less than 2 nautical miles away from the explosion vortex. Black Emperor Zhao's nuclear-powered submarine was hovering quietly. The members of the Hellfire Club inside were patiently waiting for the decisive battle. Suddenly, they felt a violent shaking of the nuclear-powered submarine. Then the violent water flow washed the nuclear submarine over several times. The Hellfire Club, caught off guard, club members were thrown to the ground. F***K, what's going on? Angel couldn't help cursing, and the insect wings behind her quickly spread out and flew into the air. Our submarine was attacked by an anti-submarine torpedo. Ursa Major was awakened by the violent shaking. He came to the submarine's observation tower, looked outside, and then his face changed drastically. Around their nuclear submarine, anti-submarine torpedoes were breaking through the water and then exploded. The vortex generated by the explosion made the nuclear submarine shake more violently. What is an anti-submarine torpedo? Angel was confused. She was just a stripper and didn't know what an anti-submarine torpedo was. Ursa Major was stunned for a moment, then looked at the others. The entire Hellfire Club members were confused. Apparently, like Angel, they didn't know what an anti-submarine torpedo was. It seems that mutant also needs popular education. Ursa Major was stunned for a long time, and then he couldn't help but complain. Before becoming a mutant, Ursa Major was a political commissar of the Soviet military and graduated from Moscow State University, a top student. Then Ursa Major ignored this group of illiterate mutants. He quickly came to the submarine's cockpit and then began to skillfully operate the submarine to surface. He didn't want to be killed by these anti-submarine torpedoes before waiting for the decisive battle with the X-Men. Clatter! As the nuclear submarine broke through the water and surfaced, a red dot suddenly appeared on the sonar detector of the warship on the sea. Found it, Professor X. We found a nuclear submarine of the Black Emperor Shah. General James looked at the sonar detector in the control room with excitement. He reported to Professor X with a little excitement. Although General James is nearly 70 years old, he still has a heart to be a hero. Fighting side by side with superhero X-Men at this moment makes him feel proud. Siren, precise positioning. Professor X looked at the red dot in the sonar detector and then ordered the siren Sean Cassidy in the X-Men. Yes, Professor X. After the bumpy ride, the siren's hangover condition has improved a lot. After hearing Professor X's order, he jumped directly from the warship and sank directly into the water. The siren in the water opened its mouth and sent out a sound wave. The infrasound wave caused ripples in the water. Then the siren pressed his right hand on his temple, and his consciousness connected to the mental network established by Professor X. Professor X, I have located the position of the nuclear submarine. After hearing the siren's mental transmission, Professor X smiled approvingly. Then he turned and nodded to Magneto. Eric, without Professor X's instructions, Magneto opened his right hand and released his ability. The huge magnetic field quickly penetrated into the seawater. Rumble. Under the sea, the nuclear submarine shook violently, and then it seemed to be caught by a pair of invisible hands and began to rise at a very fast speed. The entire water surface, like boiling water, constantly rolled around. Magneto pressed down with his left hand, and his body slowly floated in the air under the action of magnetic force. As Magneto floated, a huge amount of nuclear-powered submarines were pulled out of the water by Magneto's ability and pulled into the air. Brian. After pulling the nuclear-powered submarine into the air, Professor X sent a telepathic message to Brian. Understood. Brian snapped his fingers, and then the whole person instantly flew into the sky. He flew in front of the nuclear submarine at a very fast speed. Then, under everyone's gaze, Brian flew under the nuclear submarine and lifted it up with one hand. Super strength was clearly revealed at this moment. Brian lifted the nuclear submarine, then exerted a little force and threw it directly onto a deserted island hundreds of meters away. Boom! The nuclear submarine fell heavily in the center of the deserted island. The powerful impact caused the nuclear submarine to break directly in the middle. The members of the Hellfire Club inside were even broken and bleeding. Done! In midair, Brian clapped his hands lightly and then sent a telepathic message to Professor X. Professor X, Magneto, other X-Men members. They were all shocked by Brian's super strength. That was a nuclear submarine weighing thousands of tons. Brian actually lifted it up with one hand. Moreover, looking at his lighthearted look, it was as if this was not a nuclear submarine, but a model toy. Homelander, Homelander! After a brief shock, all the soldiers of the Soviet warships and the America aircraft carrier formation cheered enthusiastically. They saw Brian's super strength with their own eyes. That's why they regarded Brian as a real Superman. Brian, have you copied the super strength again? Magneto looked at Brian with great envy. With the endorsement of Beast Hank, all X-Men recognized Brian's copying ability. That's why Brian showed super strength. Neither Magneto nor Professor X had any doubts. Brian, take us to the island. After being surprised, Professor X's face was solemn, and he gave Brian another order. Brian nodded and then released the calendar. All X-Men members quickly floated into the air. Then, under the leadership of Brian, all X-Men landed on the island, next to the broken nuclear submarine. A bare roar sounded from the nuclear submarine. Then the hatch of the nuclear submarine facing the X-Men was blown away by the huge force. Angel was the first to fly out of the hatch of the nuclear submarine. Ahem, those damn X-Men. Angel had a bruise on her forehead, and she grimaced in pain. As Angel walked out of the nuclear submarine, a 3.5-meter tall Siberian brown bear jumped out with 2 Hellfire members. Thanks, Ursa Major. Bloody Kate flirted with Ursa Major again, but this time, she only got the bear's gaze. Bloody Kate smiled awkwardly, then walked behind Ursa Major. Mutant Claude also looked at Ursa Major with gratitude. If it weren't for Ursa Major, he would have gone to see God. After all, his physical fitness is just that of an ordinary person. Okay, everyone is here, right? A red mist quickly appeared, and the Red Devil appeared next to the Hellfire Club. Where's Mr. Polly? The Red Devil looked at his camp. Angel, Ursa Major, Blood-Eyed Kate, Claude. The only thing missing is Mutant Polly. This made the Red Devil frown slightly. Red Devil, I'm here. A voice sounded from a nuclear submarine behind him. Then a young white man who looked like a ghost and was glowing with golden light came out. You are Polly. The Red Devil looked at the young white man who looked like a ghost with some surprise and said hesitantly, Yes, Mr. Red Devil, I'm Polly. The ghost man nodded and looked at his body with some bitterness. Just now, when Brian threw the nuclear submarine onto the island, the dying mutant Polly was pierced directly into the heart by a piece of steel. His body died instantly, and at the moment of death, the mind protection disconnected his mind and body, allowing him to survive in a state of mind consciousness. Your mind protection ability is really amazing. The Red Devil looked at the young Polly in the ghost state with surprise and couldn't help but praise. Yes, Mr. Red Devil, I think so too. Ghost Polly nodded with a smile on his face. Getting rid of his old body made him feel very good. Mind protection? Opposite Polly, Brian, with his super hearing, clearly heard the conversation between the Red Devil and Polly. When he learned that Polly's mind protection could actually protect the immortality of the mind, Brian smiled. This is really a very magical ability, but it's mine now. Brian is determined to obtain Mutant Polly's ability. Professor X, Magneto, I leave this to you. I'm going to the nuclear power room to look for Black Emperor Shaw. Brian said to Professor X and Magneto, and then flew directly into the broken nuclear submarine. After entering the nuclear submarine, Brian lightly snapped his fingers. The invisible perception instantly enveloped the entire island. Black Emperor Shao, Level 5 Mutant. Ability, Energy Absorbing, Release Energy, Energy Strengthening. Professor X, Level 5 Mutant. Ability, Telepathy, Mind Splitting, Mind Transfer. Magneto, Level 4 Mutant. Ability, Magnetic Field Control, control metal. Beast Hank, level 4 mutant. Ability, beastization, beast perception, intuition. Ursa Major, level 4 mutant. Ability, giant bear transformation, bear strength, bear physique, super recovery. Polly, level 4 mutant. Ability, mind shield, mind protection, dead. Ghost Polly, level mutant. Blood Eye Kate, level 4 mutant. Ability, control other people's minds by touching the skin. As Brian released perception ability, all the information about the mutants on this island was presented to Brian, including the mutants' level, ability, and location. Even the survival status was clearly displayed. Found at Mutant Polly's body. Brian smiled. He had found the location of Mutant Polly's body. Cuban waters, unnamed desert island. In the broken nuclear submarine, Brian raised his eyebrows slightly, with a surprised expression on his face. Just now, Brian released the perception ability. The entire island, all the mutants appeared in Brian's mind. That's why Brian discovered that in addition to the Hellfire Club and the X-Men, there were 2 more mutants who had just landed on the island. Sabretooth Victor, a level mutant. Ability, Sabretooth Beast, bloodthirsty instinct, self-healing factor. Wolverine Logan, a level 3 mutant. Ability, Wolverine Beast, warlike instinct, self-healing factor. Even Wolverine and Sabretooth are here. The first battle of mutants is getting more and more lively. Brian's face was full of amusement. Brian didn't expect Wolverine and Sabretooth to come unexpectedly. It also made him curious about the motives of these 2 people. Brian's ears moved slightly. An invisible wave spread out. Super hearing released. The conversation between Wolverine and Sabretooth, who had just landed on the island, was clearly heard by Brian. At this moment, on the edge of the nameless deserted island, 2 figures were paddling in the water at a high speed, like 2 swordfish, and quickly swam to the shore of the island. Ahem, Victor, what are you going to do? Wolverine Logan had just climbed to the shore when he started coughing violently. He was not good at swimming and suffocated many times in the water. However, the self-healing factor made him still alive even if he drowned. After spitting out more than a dozen mouthfuls of water in succession, Wolverine Logan stood up from the ground. He took off his American Navy uniform, bare-chested, and asked Sabretooth Victor, who was quietly waiting for Wolverine in front. Logan, you really should learn to swim. Sabretooth Victor did not answer Wolverine's words either. Instead, he looked at the somewhat embarrassed Wolverine with some sarcasm and said meaningfully, "You won't die anyway, so why learn these?" Wolverine Logan shrugged and said somewhat meaninglessly, "Logan, my dear mutant brother, you are wasting your time." Sabretooth Victor frowned slightly and said with some regret, "Aren't you also wasting time?" Logan took out a cigar from his pocket, looked at the soaked cigar, and threw it on the ground helplessly. These years, he has only been a young man. Roar, Logan. Do you think I'm wasting time? Sabretooth Victor suddenly became irritable. He turned around, and the sharp claws of his right hand popped out instantly, then pierced into Logan's chest, and then lifted him up. That's why you're weaker than me. You've been taking things as they come and going with the flow these years. And I've been using war to sharpen my bloodthirsty instincts, train my fighting skills, and learn various skills that are conducive to survival. Now, even with my eyes closed, I can easily step on you. Sabretooth Victor's eyes were full of bloodthirsty light, especially after smelling the blood. His various physical qualities have increased exponentially. Victor is enjoying the present moment very much. Just as he said, for 200 years, Sabretooth Victor did not dare to slack off for a moment. Since he was a child, he has been consciously honing his fighting skills and his variant ability. In these 200 years, Victor and Logan have been wandering on the battlefield. Victor constantly uses war and killing to train his ability and cultivate his bloodthirsty instincts. And in his spare time, Victor will learn various fighting skills and survival skills. After training and learning day after day, Victor now, in terms of single combat ability, 10 Logans can't compare to him. Victor now can adapt to various extreme environments, and he can use his instincts to maximize his variant abilities. He will even become stronger as he kills. However, as his bloodthirsty instinct became stronger, Victor became more and more addicted to killing. This also created a gap between him and Wolverine Logan. F***K, Victor, let me go. Wolverine Logan was pierced in the chest by Sabretooth Victor's claws, and the intense pain made him struggle violently. Logan, haven't you adapted to the pain yet? Victor looked at Wolverine Logan, took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, threw Logan to the ground, and said earnestly. Wolverine Logan glanced at the quickly healing wounds on his body, was silent for a moment, and then questioned again. Victor, what on earth are you doing on this island? ? Facing Wolverine Logan's continuous questioning, Sabretooth Victor moved his hands and said his purpose with an indescribable excitement. This island gathers the most powerful mutants in the world. Whether it's X-Men or Hellfire Club, they're all very powerful. There is no doubt that this will be a peak showdown of mutants. As brothers, how can we not participate in it personally? Jimmy, start choosing sides now. Sabretooth Victor smiled excitedly and then patted Wolverine Logan's shoulder hard and said impatiently, Victor, are you going to join the war between mutants again? Wolverine Logan frowned. He didn't want to join this mutant war at all. Jimmy, haven't we always been like this? Every time Sabretooth wanted to persuade Wolverine Logan, he would call Logan's nickname Jimmy. Sabretooth Victor knew very well what Wolverine Logan's weaknesses were. Too kind, and attaching importance to feelings. Okay, I choose X-Men. Sure enough, Wolverine Logan was convinced by Sabretooth Victor. He was silent for a moment, and then chose the X-Men camp. Then I can only choose Hellfire Club. Sabretooth Victor smiled, and his bloodthirsty smile made Victor look like a ferocious beast. He got on all fours, like a vigorous tiger, and rushed quickly in the direction of Hellfire Club. Behind Sabretooth Victor, Wolverine Logan sighed helplessly, and then also walked in the direction of X-Men. Very good. Now I have another variant ability to choose. In the submarine, Brian also smiled very brightly. With Wolverine Logan and Sabretooth Victor joining the battlefield, Brian has another variant ability to choose from. Last time, because of Professor X, Brian let Wolverine Logan go and did not get the self-healing factor he had been thinking about. This time, what Brian did not expect was that Wolverine and Sabretooth, the only two mutants with self-healing factors and immortality, actually came to him automatically. This is really an unexpected surprise. Brian's mind moved, and a golden mark merged into the bodies of Wolverine and Sabretooth. This golden mark is a mark that Brian left in the bodies of the two people using the perception ability. Now, even if these two people run to the ends of the earth, Kai-In can easily find them. After doing all this, Brian found the body of mutant Polly with ease. Looking at the old body in front of him, Brian did not waste time. Directly use psychokinesis cut his forehead. A few seconds later, Brian has obtained the ability of mutant Polly. Mind protection. At this moment, a dazzling spiritual light appeared in Brian's spiritual world. This spiritual light illuminated Brian's entire spiritual world. At the same time, a golden film was generated at the edge of Brian's spiritual world, protecting his spiritual world. As long as the spiritual light in the center of Brian's mind is not extinguished, his spiritual consciousness will not be destroyed. Even if his body dies, he can still survive with his spiritual consciousness, and under the full level of one click. Brian's spiritual protection can cut off the connection with the body at any time, making the spiritual consciousness out of the body like a soul astral. The out-of-body spiritual consciousness has all the perception of the body and can use all the abilities of the body. In addition to being able to protect himself mentally, Brian can also cast a mental shield on others. It can be said that after obtaining the ability of Mutant Polly, Brian is completely fearless of Professor X's telepathy power. After obtaining the ability of Mutant Polly, Brian did not go to the nuclear power room to look for Black Emperor Shao, even though he is very strong now. But facing Black Emperor Shao, a mutant who is also cheating, the two are still 55 to 50. At this moment, Brian glanced in the direction of the nuclear power room and there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. There's one thing that Black Emperor Shao said is right. The energy fluctuations generated by the nuclear explosion can indeed activate the X gene hidden in the human body. Brian is ready to let Black Emperor Shao absorb the energy, and then let the Red Devil take Black Emperor Shao to New York. Give New York a nuclear explosion. I believe that after the nuclear explosion, the number of mutants in New York will show an exponential increase. At this stage in 1962, mutants are really too few. However, it is too early to say these now. Brian casually snapped his fingers, and then the mind protection he just got was activated. A golden light flashed on his body. Then a solid spiritual consciousness body left Brian's body and came out. Brian looked at his body. Compared to mutant Polly's ghost-like, very illusory spiritual consciousness body, Brian's spiritual consciousness body is extremely solid. It looks not much different from a real person. Invisible. Brian released the invisibility ability from the Invisible Man for the first time. His spiritual consciousness body instantly became transparent. Compared to the body, which needs to take off all clothes to be invisible, the invisibility of the spiritual consciousness body is very convenient. Brian, in the invisible state, walked out of the nuclear submarine and came out. At this moment, the Hellfire Club and the X-Men outside were on the verge of a fight. Both sides lined up. Everyone looked solemn. No one spoke. The atmosphere of the entire island became extremely depressing. The war was about to break out. However, at such a tense moment, a tiger roar suddenly sounded. Everyone's eyes subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound source. A sturdy figure quickly came to the front of the Hellfire Club members. "Hey, my mutant brothers, I'm Sabretooth Victor. Are you interested in me joining the Hellfire Club?" The one who broke into the first battle of mutant was definitely Sabretooth Victor. The people in the Hellfire Club looked at each other in surprise. Obviously, they didn't expect that there would be mutants willing to join the Hellfire Club when the war was imminent. "Sabretooth Victor, I'm White Queen Angel. On behalf of the Hellfire Club, I welcome you to join." When the other Hellfire members were stunned, Angel stood up and welcomed them solemnly. Sabretooth Victor frowned and glanced at Angel. Obviously, he was not interested in Angel, but Sabretooth Victor didn't say anything. After all, his purpose was just to participate in this mutant war. Joining the Hellfire Club was just to make the battle more interesting. "X-Men, come and fight. Now I just want to kill you, or be killed by you." Sabretooth Victor came to the Hellfire Club camp. Then his hands popped out claws and roared at the X-Men with a crazy face. After Sabretooth Victor joined the Hellfire Club, Ghost Polly released a mental shield to Sabretooth. This made Professor X unable to explore Sabretooth Victor's memory. "Sabretooth Victor? Where did he come from?" Magneto frowned and looked at Sabretooth Victor. He was obviously surprised by Victor's sudden intrusion. The other X-Men also looked at each other in bewilderment. Just when the X-Men were confused, Wolverine Logan, shirtless, came late. "Everyone, can I join the X-Men?" Wolverine Logan's voice attracted the attention of the X-Men. They looked at this muscular and powerful Wolverine Logan and fell into silence again. "You are Logan." Professor X looked at Wolverine Logan and was stunned for a moment. He immediately remembered the scene when he recruited Wolverine Logan. Magneto's face was also a little ugly, but he still remembered what Wolverine Logan said when he refused to join the X-Men. "Get lost. Welcome to join, Logan. I am Professor X." Although he wanted to reject Logan directly, the battle with the Hellfire Club was about to start. Professor X could only put aside the past and agreed to Wolverine Logan's application to join. Wolverine Logan smiled, then stood in front of the X-Men and Magneto, stretched out his bone claws, and activated the belligerent factor in his body. "X-Men, assemble." Wolverine Logan roared, and then rushed to the Hellfire Club on the opposite side. Seeing that Wolverine Logan had taken over his leadership position as soon as he arrived, Professor X's eyes twitched. "Hello, Wong Wong." Magneto's face was even more ugly. Obviously, he was very unhappy that Wolverine Logan had stolen the limelight from the X-Men as soon as he arrived. X-Men, prepare for battle. Professor X issued a battle order, and all the X-Men rushed towards the Hellfire Club members. The battle started instantly. Boom! Claude, a new member of the Hellfire Club, took the lead. He clenched his fists and then smashed them hard on the ground. Boom! With his movements, the whole island began to shake violently. A huge amount of cracks appeared on the ground under his feet. The cracks quickly spread towards the X-Men. The X-Men, who were caught off guard, fell to the ground. The strong earthquake created by Claude made it impossible for the X-Men to stand. Boom! The ground under his feet cracked rapidly under the impact of the strong earthquake created by Claude. A ground vibe directly knocked Wolverine Logan flying forward. Boom! Shockwave Alex barely managed to stabilize his body, and then a red energy beam was released from his chest. Energy Shockwave instantly rushed towards Claude. Earthquake! Seeing the energy shockwave coming, Claude clenched his fists, veins on his arms bulged, and then he slammed them hard on the ground. Boom! The ground under his feet was directly shaken up. The thick rock layer directly blocked the energy shockwave. Claude, good job. Blood-Eye Kate behind Claude couldn't help but whistled at Claude. Claude had no time to respond to Blood-Eye Kate. The earthquake he just released was very close to him, and he was also unstable at this moment and fell directly to the ground. Boom! Cyclops, Scott saw Claude fall to the ground and fired a laser directly at Claude. Red Devil, save me. Seeing that he was no longer able to avoid the laser, Claude screamed in panic. In the waters of Cuba, on an unnamed desert island, a war for mutant is starting. The members of X-Men and Hellfire Club are all firing at full force at this moment. At the moment when the battle just started, the panicked cry for help from Claude, a new member of the Hellfire Club, was heard. Because of the earthquake, he also fell to the ground under the earthquake. This is not the most fatal. The real fatality is the laser released by Cyclops Scott. Red Devil, save me. Seeing that he was no longer able to avoid the laser, Claude screamed in panic. Bang! A ball of red mist wrapped Claude, and then the Red Devil took Claude to another place. After saving Claude, the Red Devil teleported again and appeared next to Magneto. However, when the red mist just appeared, Magneto had already reacted. He opened his right hand, and the coin instantly hit the Red Devil that emerged from the red element. Ding! Facing Magneto's sudden attack, the Red Devil's tail instantly blocked the coin. However, this also exposed the Red Devil to Magneto. Magneto opened his right hand, and the scattered nuclear submarine steel fragments on the ground quickly floated up and then quickly attacked the Red Devil. Bang! Facing Magneto's attack, the Red Devil could only helplessly turn into red mist again and disappear. With a brief confrontation between the Red Devil and Magneto, the war between the X-Men and the Hellfire Club was completely launched. Hellfire, move out! Angel roared, and the insect wings behind her flapped quickly, and she quickly flew into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, Angel flew towards the X-Men quickly, constantly spitting out strong acid saliva from her mouth. Facing Angel's highly corrosive strong acid saliva, the X-Men could only dodge in embarrassment. Because of Angel's attack, the X-Men song was able to fight on their own. I'm glad I left the X-Men. You X-Men are too weak. Angel saw that her attack was effective and immediately started to speak venomously. As the siren Sean Cassidy, who was in the same period as Angel, his face instantly turned gloomy. B*****ch. The siren roared, and then a screaming sound wave came out of her mouth. Bang! The screaming sound wave directly knocked Angel several meters away in the sky, and her body kept spinning in the air. The siren sent out another sound wave, and the whole person rose from the ground and flew towards Angel quickly. After quickly approaching Angel, the siren screamed at Angel directly. TSK. Angel was hit by the sound wave, and her ears instantly bled. The whole body lost balance and fell directly from midair to the ground. F***K. Angel rolled on the ground 337 in a mess. The deafness of her ears made her dizzy and angry. Facing the siren swooping down from the low altitude, Angel spitted at the siren frantically. Facing the dense and strong acid saliva that was attacking as fast as bullets, the siren could only send out a sound wave again to pull its body up urgently. Tisk, chickens fighting each other. In the sky, Brian turned on the melon-eating mode, watching the battle between the X-Men and the Hellfire Club members while commenting on them. For Brian, both the siren and Angel were just chickens fighting each other. The battle was not valuable. Compared with the battle between the siren and Angel, Brian turned his attention to Sabretooth Victor. Roar! Just as the siren was frantically avoiding Angel's attack, a tiger roar came from below. Then Sabretooth Victor jumped up and rushed directly to the siren. Bang! The siren in the sky was directly pounced down by Sabretooth Victor. At this moment, Sabretooth Victor stepped on the siren, and the claws of both hands popped out. Without any unnecessary movements, the claws pierced the siren's throat and heart. Fast, accurate, and ruthless, even the angle was very tricky. Sharp nails, shining with metallic luster. Boom! A wave of energy shockwave quickly attacked and directly knocked Sabretooth Victor out. Thanks, Shockwave. The siren was still in shock, let out a howl, flew into the sky again, and then nodded to Shockwave Alex below. Be careful of Angel. Shockwave Alex's reminder made the siren in the air stunned for a moment. Then his ears heard the sound of wings flapping in the air above his head. The siren quickly let out a howl to the sky and dodged quickly. However, the siren's reaction was a little slow. Above his head, Angel flew up again and sprayed a mouthful of strong acid saliva at the siren. Chee chee chee. The strong acid saliva did not hit the siren, but landed on the hang glider in the siren's right hand. The strong corrosiveness caused a big hole in the hang glider made of special materials. Without the hang glider, the siren crashed directly from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. You are AB******, siren. Angel was suspended in the air and cursed loudly. Angel versus siren. Angel won. Brian turned his eyes to the bottom of Angel. Compared to the chickens pecking each other, he would rather see the Ursa Major tyrannize Wolverine Logan. Roar! Under Angel, the Ursa Major, a level 4 mutant, was firing at full power. He roared, and his body, which was 3.5 meters tall, expanded again. Huge amounts of bare paws waved, causing ripples in the air. This shows how powerful the Ursa Major is. Bang! Wolverine Logan, who rushed forward, was blown away by the huge amounts of bare paws. Wolverine Logan, who was 1.8 meters tall, stood in front of the Ursa Major like a child. Wolverine Logan's body hit a rock dozens of meters away, and the huge amounts of rock was directly shattered. At the same time, a huge amounts of bare paw print appeared on Wolverine Logan's chest. The blow of the Ursa Major broke Wolverine Logan's sternum. It really hurts. Wolverine Logan grimaced in pain. However, a fatal injury was nothing for Logan, who had the self-healing factor. He stood up shakily, and the injuries on his body were completely healed in a breath. Swoosh! The belligerent factor in Wolverine Logan's body was completely activated. He roared at the Ursa Major, and the bone claws of both hands popped out quickly. Wolverine Logan roared and rushed towards the Ursa Major again at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Roar! A similar beast roar sounded behind Wolverine Logan. Beast Hank landed on all fours at this moment and quickly passed Wolverine Logan. Then, at a distance of 2 meters from the Ursa Major, he jumped up and quickly pounced on the Ursa Major. The beast form gave Hank the speed of a monkey, and Beast Hank was very good at climbing. After falling on the Ursa Major, Beast Hank used all 4 legs, and in just a breath he had already reached the shoulder of the Ursa Major. The Ursa Major tried to catch Beast Hank several times, but failed. Seeing Beast Hank's claws piercing his eyes, the Ursa Major roared, then opened his fangs and bit Beast Hank's claws directly. Bang! The Ursa Major shook his head suddenly and Beast Hank was thrown out directly. The Ursa Major raised his right hand and punched Beast Hank in the chest. The huge amounts of power made Beast Hank spit blood instantly, and his body was directly smashed into the ground. Bear power. After knocking Beast Hank out, the Ursa Major let out a hearty howl. Wolverine Logan took advantage of the Ursa Major's howl and stabbed the Ursa Major's abdomen with his claws. Crack! The heavy muscles of the Ursa Major directly broke Wolverine's bone claws. 6 broken bone claws made Wolverine Logan scream in pain. Brian, who was watching the battle, looked at Wolverine Logan with some pity. Wolverine Logan now does not have the indestructible adamantium steel claws. His bone claws are still very fragile. Even with just a little force, his bone claws can be broken. Under Brian's gaze, the Ursa Major directly grabbed Logan's arm and began to slap it on the ground. The scene at this moment was like the Hulk hitting the evil god Loki. The huge amounts of power made the ground vibrate. When the Ursa Major let go of Wolverine Logan's arm, Wolverine Logan had already suffered comminuted fractures all over his body. Even with the self-healing factor, it would take some time to recover. Roar! The Ursa Major roared to the sky again. However, Ursa Major did not notice that in the pit under his feet, Beast Hank was quietly taking out a syringe from his somewhat torn clothes. Inside the syringe was a crystal-clear red test tube. TSK. Beast Hank injected the red reagent into his body without hesitation. A ball of red light appeared on his body. Then his injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Beast Hank's most powerful dodge is not his beast-like physical fitness, but his wisdom. Long before, he had purified a special healing factor from Father Ace's blood by studying Father Ace's blood. He used scientific methods to strengthen this healing factor so that it could make dead man flesh and bones like Brian's blood. Definitely, because the healing factor was extracted from the blood left by Father Asa. Beast Hank cannot mass-produce this healing potion. At this moment, as Beast Hank injected the healing potion, his physical injuries instantly recovered. Then Beast Hank rushed to the Ursa Major again. This time, he took out another tube of reagent from his pocket. When approaching the Ursa Major, Beast Hank threw the reagent to the Ursa Major without hesitation. Click! The Ursa Major easily used his bare paw to help the reagent thrown by Beast Hank, and then exerted a little force to directly crush the tube of reagent. As the reagent was crushed, the liquid inside instantly vaporized, forming a thick blue mist that enveloped the Ursa Major. The Siberian brown bear was caught off guard and inhaled some of the blue mist. His body suddenly shrank from 3.5 meters to 3 meters. "What did you do to me?" The Ursa Major was shocked. He felt that there seemed to be a shackle in his body, which was suppressing his mutant gene. "This is the mutant gene inhibitor I developed." Beast Hank quickly moved away from the Ursa Major. The Ursa Major roared again and again. However, the more he roared, the more blue mist he inhaled. His body shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was not until he shrank to 2 meters that he finally reacted and flapped his 2 bare paws vigorously. The blue mist quickly faded and disappeared. The Ursa Major's body finally stopped shrinking. Roar! The Ursa Major roared again and again, but because of the mutant gene inhibitor, the deterrent power of the Siberian brown bear was greatly reduced. Wolverine Logan and Beast Hank began to attack the Ursa Major frantically at the same time. The weakening of power made the Ursa Major exhausted. Wolverine Logan clenched his fists, and the new bone claws instantly pierced into the Ursa Major's chest. 6 blood holes appeared on the Ursa Major's chest. The Ursa Major roared in pain, and then the bear claws directly scratched Wolverine Logan's neck. Swish! The bear claws cut Logan's trachea, and blood gushed out immediately. The strong suffocation caused Wolverine Logan's attack to pause briefly. Then Wolverine Logan was thrown out by Ursa Major. TSK. As soon as he threw Logan out, Beast Hank stabbed Ursa Major's arm with a mutant gene inhibitor. F***K. Ursa Major angrily knocked Beast Hank away and then his body could no longer maintain the state of a Siberian brown bear. He turned back into a human. Pissed. The moment Ursa Major turned back into a human, Wolverine Logan stabbed his bone claws into Ursa Major's chest, penetrated all the way, and directly pierced Ursa Major's body. Bang! Level 4 mutant Ursa Major was pierced through the heart by Wolverine, becoming the first mutant to be killed in this mutant war. F***K, Ursa Major is dead. The only ones who did not join the battle were Blood-Eye Kate, who was hiding behind Mutant Claude and Ghost Polly. After seeing Ursa Major die, Blood-Eye Kate's face changed drastically. You know, in terms of combat power, Ursa Major is second only to Black Emperor Shao in the Hellfire Club. However, now Ursa Major was killed by the X-Men. This made Blood-Eye Kate feel full of crisis. Red Devil. Blood-Eye Kate shouted to the Red Devil, who was confronting Magneto. The Red Devil instantly teleported to the side of Blood-Eye Kate. Then Blood-Eye Kate casually pointed at Cyclops Scott. Understood. The Red Devil nodded, then turned into a ball of red mist and appeared in front of Cyclops Scott. Cyclops Scott is not Magneto. He didn't even understand what happened. A red tail grabbed his arm. Then the red mist enveloped Cyclops Scott. When Cyclops Scott reacted, he was already standing in front of Blood-Eye Kate. Follow my orders. Under the astonished gaze of Cyclops Scott, Blood-Eye Kate grabbed Cyclops Scott's shoulders. Then Cyclops Scott found that he could not control his body. Holy crap! What ability is this? Cyclops Scott screamed in horror. However, no matter how Cyclops Scott struggled, he could not resist the order of Blood-Eye Kate. Cyclops, kill Shockwave. Blood-Eye Kate gave the order to Cyclops Scott. Although Cyclops Scott was full of resistance, his body began to face Shockwave Alex, completely out of control. Boom! A laser was released from Cyclops Scott's eyes. It instantly hit Shockwave Alex. Shockwave was caught off guard and was directly hit by the laser. He fell to the ground, and his life or death was unknown. After the Hellfire Club lost one member, the X-Men also lost one member. Charles, seeing Cyclops Scott being controlled, Magneto looked at Professor X with a gloomy face. Ghost Polly is releasing a mental shield to Scott. I need time to break through Scott's mental shield, Professor X said loudly, pressing his right hand on his temple. In Professor X's eyes, Ghost Polly was releasing a transparent mental shield with both hands. The shield blocked Professor X's mental power from Scott's body. Professor X was trying hard to release his mental power. A mental shock that only Professor X, Ghost Polly, and Brian could see began to spread wildly with Professor X as the center. The mental shield applied to Scott was shaky under Professor X's mental shock, and mental cracks appeared on it. Professor X, I won't let you break through my mental protection so easily. Ghost Polly's body flashed with golden light, strengthening the release of the mental shield. The mental shield that was originally shaky began to become stable again. Boom! On the deserted island, the war between mutants has completely entered a white-hot stage. After Cyclops Scott was controlled by Blood-Eye Kate and defeated Shockwave Alex, Professor X finally couldn't sit still. He directly pressed his right hand on his temple and began to burst out his mental power with all his strength. As a level 5 psychic mutant, Professor X's mental power is so huge. At the moment of release, the mental shields of all the people in the Hellfire Club were shaken. It seemed that the mental shields in their mental world would be disintegrated by Professor X's mental force field in the next second. The mental tide formed continued to constantly impact Ghost Polly's mental consciousness. Facing Professor X's mental impact, Ghost Polly constantly released the mental shields with both hands, trying hard to prevent the mental shields on the members of the Hellfire Club from collapsing. But this has used up all his mind. As Ghost Polly fully released his mental protection ability, his mental consciousness was turbulent. The consciousness that was originally illusory became even more scattered. If it weren't for the light of the mind guarding his consciousness all the time, I'm afraid that now Polly's consciousness has collapsed and he can't die anymore. Even so, Ghost Polly couldn't hold on any longer. F asterisk asterisk K. In the battle quickly. I can't hold on any longer. Ghost Polly screamed in pain. Red Devil, we have to fight quickly and decisively. Angel, who was in the air, suddenly changed her face after hearing Ghost Polly's words. As a former member of X-Men, she knew very well how powerful Professor X was. Now their minds are protected by a mind shield. They can barely resist Professor X's mind power. Once their mind shields collapse, Professor X will probably be able to control all the mutants of the Hellfire Club in an instant. So, after realizing the seriousness of the matter, Angel quickly approached the Red Devil, ready to fight quickly. And the other members of the Hellfire Club also quickly moved closer. Hellfire Club gathered together again because of the death of Ursa Major. Now, there are only 5.5 members left in Hellfire Club. Red Devil, Angel, Blood-Eyed Kate, Mutant Claude, and Sabretooth Victor, who just joined Hellfire. Ghost Polly can only be considered half a mutant because he lost his body. Definitely, if you count the controlled Cyclops Scott. Hellfire Club has 6.5 mutants. On the other hand, on the X-Men side, Brian has been eating melons in the sky and has no intention of intervening in the mutant war. Shockwave Alex is even more unknown. The battlefield is left with Professor X, Magneto, Beast Hank, Wolverine Logan, and the Siren who lost the flight ability and fell to the ground with serious injuries. Among them, Professor X needs to use all his mental power to break Ghost Polly's mental protection. Before the mental shield is broken, Professor K can be ignored. Therefore, the only ones who are capable of fighting among the X-Men are Magneto, Wolverine Logan, Beast Hank. It is already a routine operation to block Professor X's mental power at the beginning. In mid-air, Brian looked at Professor X standing behind and couldn't help but complain. He obviously has the strongest mental power in the world, but he is repeatedly targeted. This is ironic. Not only Brian couldn't stand it, even Magneto on the battlefield couldn't stand it. Charles, you really should study how to make your mind work under the condition of mind shielding. Magneto glanced at Professor X and said earnestly. Then Magneto opened his right hand, and the coin in his hand flew straight to Angel at a speed that broke the sound barrier. Swoosh! The coin instantly pierced Angel's forehead, and then, stained with blood, came out from the back of Angel's head. Bang! Angel fell to the ground instantly, deader than dead. Magneto swung his right hand, and the coin instantly changed direction, instantly piercing through the mutant Claude below Angel, piercing his heart. After becoming a level 4 mutant, Magneto's control over metal can be said to be handy, like an arm and a finger. Originally, Magneto was going to pierce Claude's head like Angel. But Brian had not yet obtained Claude's ability, and he would definitely not sit idly by and watch Magneto pierce Claude's head. So when Magneto's coin was about to hit Claude's head, Brian used psychokinesis caught Claude. That's why Claude's head was intact, but his heart was pierced. After killing Claude, Magneto was stunned for a moment. Then he controlled the coin with his right hand again and attacked Sabretooth Victor next to Claude. Roar! Sabretooth Victor roared. He blocked Magneto's coin with his claws. However, just as Sabretooth Victor was about to rush towards Magneto, a steel nail on the ground quickly floated up. Then, in Sabretooth Victor's astonished eyes, it instantly pierced Sabretooth Victor's head. Bang! The brain was pierced, and Sabretooth Victor collapsed to the ground. His consciousness instantly fell into darkness. Victor, seeing Victor's brain being pierced, he collapsed to the ground. Wolverine Logan, who had always depended on Sabretooth Victor, roared in anger. Magneto looked at Wolverine Logan strangely, with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't know that the Sabretooth he had knocked down was Wolverine Logan's half-brother. Magneto ignored the angry Wolverine Logan and moved his right hand slightly, and the coin that had turned blood red instantly flew to Bloody Kate. Seeing the mutants on his side being killed one by one, Bloody Kate had been scared and hid behind Cyclops Scott. "Scott, protect me." Blood-Eye Kate panicked and gave Cyclops Scott an order. After hearing Blood-Eye Kate's order, Cyclops Scott immediately released a laser and hit the coin directly. Magneto's coin was knocked out. It flew directly back into Magneto's hand. The laser that can penetrate steel cannot destroy Magneto's coin. Magneto frowned and glanced at Cyclops Scott, then stopped his attack. In just a moment, Magneto easily killed 3 members of the Hellfire Club. Even if it weren't for Cyclops Scott, he could easily kill Blood-Eye Kate. With just 1 coin, Magneto can instantly kill everyone in the Hellfire Club except the Red Devil. This is the face of Magneto, who belongs to the scene. As a level 4 mutant, the power displayed by Magneto is simply unmatched by these members of the Hellfire Club. When Magneto easily killed Angel, Mutant Claude, Sabretooth Victor. In the Hellfire Club, only Red Devil, Blood-Eye Kate, and Ghost Polly were left standing. However, Ghost Polly was about to give up. Under Professor X's mental shock, Ghost Polly's mental consciousness became increasingly scattered. It was only a matter of time before Ghost Polly died. Scott, kill Magneto. Seeing that Magneto's attack had no effect, Blood-Eye Kate gave Cyclops Scott another order. Boom! Cyclops Scott, under Blood-Eye Kate's order, released a huge amount of lasers. Facing the attack of the laser, Magneto raised his hand casually. A nuclear submarine wreckage as tall as a person in the distance instantly hit Cyclops Scott. Scott groaned after being hit hard on the back of his head and fainted directly. The laser shot at Magneto also disappeared instantly. Magneto! Seeing Magneto easily kill the trash of Hellfire Club in an instant, Beast Hank couldn't help but roared excitedly. Although there were not many people left standing on the X-Men side. But after all, there were more people than the Hellfire Club. Sure enough, he is a scene man, and he is a face as soon as he makes a move. Brian looked at Magneto, standing proudly on the battlefield, and looked at Magneto with new eyes. Although he is only a level 4 mutant now, but the combat effectiveness shown by Magneto is comparable to that of a level 5 mutant. His understanding and application of his mutant ability exceeds 99% of mutants. It is no wonder that Magneto can become one of the leaders of mutant in the future. Powerful mutant ability and top combat power are the prerequisites for Magneto to become the leader of mutant. However, Brian glanced at the nuclear power room. This mutant battle, at most, lasted only an hour, counting the time the X-Men spent on the road, and the time to find the nuclear submarine. Only 5 hours have passed. There is still an hour before Black Emperor Shao absorbs the energy of the nuclear power room. This battle can end so quickly. Brian glanced in the direction of the X-Men. At this moment, it seems that there are only 2 members of the Hellfire Club left, which makes the X-Men relax. Beast Hank began to walk to Shockwave Alex. After checking Shockwave Alex's injuries, Beast Hank breathed a sigh of relief. Alex is still alive, Beast Hank said to Professor X, then took out the healing potion he developed from the pocket of X's uniform and injected it into Shockwave Alex's body. As the healing potion was injected, Shockwave Alex's body glowed with red light. Then his injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, Shockwave Alex recovered as before. Hank, is the battle over? Shockwave Alex slowly opened his eyes, with some confusion in his eyes. The battle is not over yet, but it will be soon. Looking at Shockwave Alex, who had become lively again, Beast Hank patted his shoulder, pulled him up, and then briefly explained the current situation. When he heard that Magneto had instantly killed most of the Hellfire Club members, Shockwave Alex was shocked. Beast Hank did not hesitate. He came to the seriously injured Siren again. Then he injected a healing potion into the Siren's body. The Siren also recovered. Thanks, Hank. The Siren thanked Beast Hank with a grateful face. Beast Hank looked at the Siren with a smile on his face, and then said earnestly, "Don't get hurt again. I only have 2 healing potions left." In fact, just as Beast Hank said, he only made 5 healing potions. He used 1. Shockwave Alex used 1. The Siren used 1. Now he only has 2 healing potions left. And these 2 healing potions, Beast Hank plans to leave for Professor X and Magneto. After all, after fighting with the members of the Hellfire Club, they still have to fight a life-and-death battle with the world's strongest mutant, Black Emperor Shao. Don't worry, Hank. I won't get hurt again. The Siren nodded confidently. After this battle, he felt that his ability had become stronger. He felt that he could emit super infrasound that could kill people. Beast Hank patted Siren's shoulder and then walked in front of Cyclops Scott. After waking up Cyclops Scott, all X-Men were revived with full health. "You have already lost. Surrender, Red Devil." Magneto looked at the Red Devil opposite calmly and said in a deep voice, "Really?" The Red Devil looked at Magneto without comment, then grabbed Blood-Eye Kate and disappeared on the deserted island. Escaped. Magneto frowned slightly, then opened his right hand, and the nuclear power room in front of him was instantly pulled in front of him. Looking at the nuclear power room in front of him, Magneto couldn't hide his excitement. He was finally going to stand in front of Black Emperor Shao. He was going to kill Black Emperor Shao with the coin in his hand. Just as Magneto was about to destroy the nuclear power room in front of him and pull Black Emperor Shao out of it, tearful air sounds quickly rang in the ears of all X-Men. In the Gulf of Cuba, Bloody Kate was on the Soviet warship. In front of her was General Alexei, the Supreme Commander of the Soviet warship, and General James, the Supreme Commander of the America Aircraft Carrier Formation. At this moment, Bloody Kate was giving orders to the two. "Bomb that island flat." Under Bloody Kate's ability, the two generals quickly gave the order to fire missiles. For a moment, countless missiles were released from the warship and flew towards the island. "Red Devil, are you really sure that you can kill the X-Men like this? And who just gave us the order?" After giving the order, Bloody Kate looked at the only veteran of the Hellfire Club, Red Devil, with some trepidation. In response to Bloody Kate's inquiry, Red Devil Song looked at her coldly. "Blood-Eye Kate, just follow the orders. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask." Seeing the indifferent Red Devil, Blood-Eye Kate closed her mouth instantly. However, she was in a state of turmoil at the moment, because just now Blood-Eye Kate and Red Devil heard an order that only the two of them could hear. It was also under this order that Red Devil brought Blood-Eye Kate to the Soviet warship and let Blood-Eye Kate control Alexei and James. Blood-Eye Kate didn't know who was issuing the order. Red Devil believed in the order just now. Obviously, there is a mysterious mutant hidden behind the Hellfire Club. The smart Blood-Eye Kate didn't dare to ask more questions. She even had a feeling that the decisive battle between the Hellfire Club and the X-Men was under the control of the mysterious mutant. Blood-Eye Kate only felt that the water of the Hellfire Club was deeper than she thought. Black Emperor Shao was only the leader of the Hellfire Club on the surface. In fact, in secret, Black Emperor Shao is probably just a puppet. Just when Blood-Eye Kate was suspicious and thinking wildly. On the island, the X-Men looked at the dense missiles in the sky and changed color. Only Magneto remained calm. Facing the dense missiles, he just stretched out his right hand. The missiles that were originally flying towards the island all stopped in midair. Just when the X-Men members breathed a sigh of relief, Magneto suddenly used ability to turn the missiles around and aimed at the warships in the Cuban waters. "Eric, what are you doing?" Professor X, who was focusing on fighting Ghost Polly's mental protection, suddenly changed his face after seeing Magneto's actions. He had realized what Magneto was going to do. "You know, Professor X, I just want to solve the Hellfire Club's mutant once and for all." After Magneto finished speaking, missiles began to accelerate towards the warships. Unknown deserted island. Magneto controlled the missiles in the sky with one hand, and then gently turned his right hand, and the direction of the missiles suddenly changed. Seeing that Magneto was about to use these missiles to destroy all the warships in the Cuban waters and kill the Blood-Eye Kate hiding on the Soviet warship, Professor X, who was confronting Mutant Polly, panicked. "Stop, Eric. Don't hurt innocent people." Professor X took a step back and took back his mental power. Ghost Polly, who was being suppressed by Professor X's mental power, was relieved. "As long as we can kill the members of the Hellfire Club. Tens of thousands of casualties, what does it matter? There's one thing that Black Emperor Shao said right. In this world, only mutants are the most noble. We are evolvers, natural selectors. We are born to be higher level and stronger than humans," Magneto said lightly while controlling the direction of the dense missiles. Magneto is a student of Black Emperor Zhao. He has great respect for Black Emperor Zhao's theory of mutant supremacy. That is why he is very indifferent to the lives of ordinary people. He now only wants to use these missiles in reverse. Kill Blood, Kate, hiding in the warship. As for whether the humans on the warship will be killed by his missiles, this is not within Magneto's consideration. However, although Magneto does not consider the life and death of humans, but Professor X will never let Magneto kill innocent people indiscriminately. Eric, there's no difference between us and humans. Our awakening ability just gives us one more skill than ordinary people. Mutants are not special. Professor X frowned and completely disagreed with Magneto's theory of mutant supremacy. Professor X has always believed that there is no difference between mutants and ordinary people. They are essentially human beings. 047. It is just because the mutants' X gene awakening gave them the ability to have extraordinary abilities. This is just like among humans. There will always be a few super geniuses, great men who lead the times, etc. They also have extraordinary abilities. Mutants are equivalent to the genius group among humans. Geniuses are always not understood by ordinary people. This is not the fault of ordinary people. That is why Professor X is always demanding of mutants, but tolerant and gentle to humans. You are still so naive, Charles. Magneto looked at Professor X with some disappointment. He was not going to waste his words. He knew very well that Professor X was more stubborn than himself. Magneto had persuaded Professor X more than once, but Professor X always believed that he was right. Over time, Magneto stopped persuading. He no longer paid attention to Professor X, but concentrated on controlling the missiles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the missiles began to accelerate. They sped towards the warships in the waters of Cuba. Oh God! In the waters of Cuba, tens of thousands of soldiers saw the missiles go back and forth, and their faces were suddenly filled with despair. As a spiritual mutant, Professor X instantly sensed the despair and helplessness of these soldiers. He glanced at Magneto. Then he stopped hesitating. He pressed his right hand directly on his temple. Buzz! Magneto, who was concentrating on controlling the missile, felt his consciousness was in a trance, and then he could not control his body at all. Charles, what are you doing? Seeing that he could not control his body, Magneto knew that he was being controlled by Professor X's mental power. His brain was occupied by Professor X's mental consciousness. This made Magneto furious, and he turned his head to ask Professor X's mental consciousness in front of him. Eric, it's not that I'm naive, it's that you are a little too extreme. I won't let you go down the wrong path. After Professor X occupied Magneto's brain, he began to control the missiles in the air while talking to Magneto. All the missiles hovered in the air again. My thoughts are extreme? Charles, you should have seen what happened to me in my childhood. My childhood was miserable. However, you clearly saw what happened to me. You know how humans treat mutants. But you chose to turn a blind eye. Charles, no, Professor X. Now tell me, whose thoughts are extreme? Magneto was so angry that he laughed at Professor X. He was angry that Professor X turned a blind eye to his experience. The various inhumane studies that humans did on mutants were selectively forgotten by Professor X. Professor X forgot Raven's miserable childhood, forgot what happened to Silver Fox Kayla and Toad at the Trask Institute. He even forgot that humans once discriminated against and hated mutants. Professor X only chooses what he wants to see. Eric, Professor X's face was full of bitterness. He was about to speak when he was rudely interrupted by Magneto. Call me Magneto. Magneto's words struck Professor X like lightning. From Magneto's heart, Professor X felt Magneto's complete disappointment in him. The relationship that had just eased a little. It broke down completely at this moment. Hey, Professor X sighed, but said nothing more. Although the two are good friends, they have different ideas and are destined not to be together. The honeymoon period of Professor X and Magneto is completely over. Not far from the battlefield, Brian, who turned into a spiritual consciousness and entered the invisible state, watched with relish. In fact, Brian had expected that the two would have such a scene. As the saying goes, people with different paths cannot work together. Originally, I wanted Blood-Eye Kate to send the energy of these missiles to Black Emperor Shao, but I didn't expect that it would cause Professor X and Magneto to break up. It's really a pleasant surprise. Yes, the reason why the Red Devil took Blood-Eye Kate to control the warships in the Cuban waters. It was because of Brian's order. Originally, Brian was going to send these missiles to Black Emperor Shao for him to absorb, but he unexpectedly saw the famous scene of Professor X and Magneto breaking up. Just right, while Professor X and Magneto are paying attention to each other, I can take the opportunity to harvest the mutant ability. Brian glanced at Professor X and Magneto. Then the mind consciousness quickly fell in front of the dead Ursa Major. Brian made a casual stroke. Ursa Major's mind was opened. A few seconds later, Brian had obtained Ursa Major's ability, and one click maxed it out. Giant Bear Transformation. Brian can switch between human form and giant bear form at will. It is also possible to transform only part of the giant bear's body. Just like now, Brian raised his hand. His right hand swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The muscles swelled rapidly, and an extremely thick meat pad appeared in the palm of his hand. And then countless brown hairs covered his palm. In the blink of an eye, his right hand turned into a thick bear paw. Brian's mind moved, and his head instantly turned into a giant head, and his height also expanded to 5 meters in an instant. He became a huge bear that was as huge as a meat mountain. Just standing there was full of oppression. Its strength, defense, and recovery is 5 times that of the Ursa Major. If Brian's super strength is taken into account, Brian estimated that his slap could easily knock down a skyscraper. Such power could be called the Godzilla of the mutant universe. Brian just casually looked at his giant bear body. Then he turned back into a human. He glanced at the body of the Ursa Major, and then ignored it. No one would care about a corpse. Even Professor X would not pay any more attention to the dead mutant. After obtaining the Ursa Major ability, Brian found Mutant Claude's body. Then he did the same thing. He obtained Claude's Earthquake ability again. Under the one-click full level, Brian only needs to step on the ground lightly to create a strong earthquake. Moreover, he can release the ground vibe through his fists, and he can control the direction of the ground vibe at will. He can create a maximum earthquake of magnitude 9. As for Claude's ability, it can only create strong earthquakes, but it is not immune to strong earthquakes. For Brian, who has a pseudo-steel body, this is not a big deal. After obtaining Claude's ability, Brian stepped on the ground lightly with his right foot. A ground vibe was released. The ground under Claude collapsed silently, buried Claude directly. Claude's ability is very suitable for burying people. Brian was full of smiles. He was very satisfied with the earthquake ability he obtained. Let's not talk about anything else. The earthquake ability is really suitable for burying people. Brian stepped on the ground again with his right foot. The ground beneath the Ursa Major collapsed instantly, burying the Ursa Major. The X-Men heard the sound of the ground collapsing, and they looked in the direction of the sound, and immediately saw the scene of the Ursa Major being submerged by the collapsed ground. The X-Men just took a look and didn't care. The entire island became full of collapses and cracks because of Claude's ability. The collapse of the ground, where the Ursa Major was located, was not something worth thinking about. Their attention was now on Professor X and Magneto. Professor X, Magneto. Beast Hank wanted to persuade him. Shut up, Bigfoot. Shut up, Hank. Professor X and Magneto said in unison. Beast Hank shut up decisively. Let me go, Professor X. Magneto glared at Professor X. Definitely, Magneto, I will let you go. But you need to promise me that you will not attack those warships again. Professor X put his right hand on his temple and said righteously. Looking at Professor X in such a posture, Magneto just sneered, 0. You will reap what you sow, Professor X. Seeing Magneto give in, Professor X gave up his mind control of Magneto. Magneto snorted coldly. Then he took back his ability. Boom, boom, boom. After losing Magneto's control, All the missiles collided with each other and exploded. Balls of firelight shone on the faces of Magneto and Professor X. The two said nothing. They just watched the explosions in the sky, silently. Bang! Just when Magneto and Professor X were silent and the atmosphere was heavy, a ball of red mist instantly appeared in front of Magneto. The moment he saw the red mist appear, Magneto subconsciously wanted to dodge. But after seeing Professor X, Magneto gave up the idea of dodge. The Red Devil instantly appeared in front of him. Bang! The Red Devil's body flashed in front of the X-Men and then disappeared again. And Magneto disappeared with the Red Devil. Magneto was captured by the Red Devil. Cyclops Scott said with a shocked face. Professor X just glanced at the red mist in front of him. Then he sighed again. How could Professor X not know what Magneto was thinking? Magneto was voluntarily captured by the Red Devil. Apparently, because Professor X stopped Magneto, Magneto was dissatisfied. So, when the Red Devil appeared, he let the Red Devil capture him. As for whether Magneto would be killed by the Red Devil, Professor X was not worried at all. If Magneto was killed by the Red Devil, he would not be Magneto. Let Magneto vent in this way. Professor X was very tolerant when dealing with Magneto. And after Magneto was taken away by the Red Devil, the next second, the members of the Hellfire Club returned to the island again. And this time, Bloody Kate's right hand had touched Magneto's face. Magneto, now tell these X-Men who you are fighting for now. Bloody Kate stood beside Magneto and said to him very proudly. The X-Men said, I fight for Hellfire. Magneto said mechanically. After that, Magneto said to Professor X without any apology, I'm sorry, Professor X. I was controlled by Bloody Kate. Hearing Magneto's insincere explanation, Professor X's eyes twitched slightly. If Magneto didn't volunteer, how could Bloody Kate approach Magneto and control him? Obviously, to vent his dissatisfaction, Magneto temporarily turned against Hellfire. He joined the camp of Hellfire Club. Magneto, I hope you can realize your mistakes after venting. Professor X was also very tolerant of Magneto's temporary betrayal. Professor X only hoped that Magneto could reconcile with him after venting his dissatisfaction and anger, even return to the past. However, Professor X's wish was doomed to fail. Magneto, kill those disgusting X-Men. Bloody Kate gave the order directly. 1.6. Definitely, I am happy with it. Magneto smiled. He raised his right hand. The nuclear submarine wreckage behind him flew towards the X-Men. Boom! Facing huge amounts of nuclear submarine wreckage, Shockwave Alex and Cyclops Scott released energy shockwave and laser lasers at the same time. Two red energy beams split the attacking nuclear submarine wreckage into two. Roar! Wolverine Logan, who had been playing soy sauce just now, roared at this moment, and his claws popped out, flying down to Magneto at a rapid speed. Magneto just glanced at Wolverine Logan indifferently. Then he opened his right hand. Metal spikes pierced into Wolverine Logan's body in an instant. Magneto raised his hand again, and Wolverine Logan, who was flying towards him, suddenly floated in front of Magneto. Logan, you will never be able to defeat me. Magneto raised his hand again, and Wolverine Logan flew backwards. Magneto versus Wolverine Logan. Wolverine Logan was defeated. Plop! Wolverine Logan's body was thrown directly into the sea by Magneto. Gulp! With the sound of drowning, Wolverine Logan's consciousness blurred instantly. After a brief appearance, Wolverine Logan regretfully withdrew from the first battle of Mutant. Tisk! Magneto is really a perfect match for Wolverine Logan. Brian looked at the result of this battle and couldn't help but marvel. Whether it is now or in the future, Magneto is Wolverine Logan's natural enemy. The ability to manipulate metal completely defeats Wolverine Logan. X-Men, prepare for battle. Knock out Magneto. Seeing Wolverine Logan offline, Professor X frowned and gave an order. X-Men, prepare for battle. Target Magneto on the island, because Magneto turned against them at the last minute. The situation has changed dramatically. Now, the battle with the Hellfire Club is over. The battle with Magneto is about to begin. X-Men versus Magneto. This is a rare scene. How could Brian miss such a scene? He has now successively obtained the giant bear transformation of the Ursa Major of the Hellfire Club and the earthquake ability of Mutant Claude. Now only Sabretooth Victor's self-healing factor is left, and Ryan has not obtained it yet. So, before watching the show, Brian came to Sabretooth Victor. At this moment, the wound on Sabretooth Victor's forehead, pierced by Magneto's coin, has completely healed. Brian casually cut Sabretooth Victor's forehead with psychokinesis. Under the effect of the self-healing factor, Sabretooth Victor's injuries have completely healed. However, it seems to be due to brain damage. Sabretooth Victor fell into a coma and did not wake up. However, this made it easier for Brian to obtain Sabretooth Victor's self-healing factor. Brian observed Sabretooth Victor's brain. His brain was like a very simple mechanical structure diagram. Brian easily found Sabretooth Victor's brain circuit. In an instant, Brian had obtained Sabretooth's ability. Sabretoothization, bloodthirsty instinct, self-healing factor. Brian did not care about Sabretooth's other abilities, because whether it was Sabretoothization or bloodthirsty instinct, they were just super variants. They did not have much potential. What Sabretooth Victor showed was the final form of these abilities. What really concerned Brian was Sabretooth Victor's self-healing factor ability. What surprised Brian was that self-healing factor also had levels. Self-healing factors are divided into body level, cell level, and immortal level. This is the setting of this book. Please don't criticize. Body level self-healing factors can perfectly self-heal all injuries of the body. But if the cells in the body disintegrate, the self-healing factors cannot be cured. This is why the future William Stryker did not choose Sabretooth Victor as the experimental subject of the X-Weapon plan. Because Sabretooth Victor's self-healing factor cannot withstand the dissolution and reintegration of his body cells by adamantium. Moreover, this level of self-healing factor will die directly if the head is cut off. The cell-level self-healing factor can instantly restore all injuries of the body through cell regeneration. Even if the body disintegrates into powder, it can still regenerate a complete body from the cell level. Wolverine Logan has such a self-healing factor. It is also because Wolverine Logan can regenerate cells that he can be tough with Phoenix Jean Grey and crush the mental storm of cell molecules. As for the immortal self-healing factor, the representative figure is Deadpool. Sabretooth Victor's self-healing factor is undoubtedly the worst. Definitely, although Sabretooth Victor's self-healing factor is the worst among the immortal trio, but can still make Brian immortal. It can be said that after obtaining Sabretooth Victor's self-healing factor, Brian has truly defeated time. He will not age with time. He will remain young until the end of the world. But in order for Brian to truly defeat death, Brian still needs to obtain Wolverine Logan's self-healing factor. Sure enough, when it comes to self-healing factors, Wolverine Logan is the orthodox. Brian glanced in the direction of the Cuban waters. At this moment, Wolverine Logan has broken free from the patch on his body and began to float up. F***K. I really should learn how to swim. Wolverine Logan struggled hard in the seawater and made up his mind to learn how to swim. Brian retracted his gaze. Compared to harvesting Wolverine Logan's self-healing factor, it was more important to watch the show. He had already placed a perception mark on Wolverine Logan. No matter where Wolverine Logan went, Brian could easily find him. It can be said that obtaining Wolverine Logan's self-healing factor is a sure thing. Therefore, Brian was not in a hurry at all. He glanced at Sabretooth Victor. The wound on Sabretooth Victor's forehead had completely self-healed. Brian was in a very happy mood now. He didn't even have to deal with the aftermath. Watch the show. Brian came to the center of the battlefield invisibly and then found the best position to watch the show. At this moment, in the center of the battlefield, under the command of Professor X, the X-Men quickly rushed towards the Lord of Magnetics. Magneto just stretched out his hand lightly. Then, they flew back at a faster speed. Facing these X-Men members, Magneto really had no pressure. He even had the leisure to remind Beast Hank. Hank, remember not to use metal to make X-Battle suits next time. And, to be honest, this X-Battle suit is really ugly. Under Magneto's reminder, all X-Men looked at Beast Hank. Beast Hank's face showed embarrassment. He designed the X-Battle suit carefully. The entire X-Battle suit is made of the special alloy fiber he developed. This not only makes the X-Battle suit have good defensive power, but also very light and close-fitting. Beast Hank could not imagine that his carefully crafted X-Battle suit is now convenient for Magneto. Magneto raised his hand again. All X-Men members, except Professor X, flew into the air. The X-Battle suits on their bodies quickly tightened, and the original battle suits instantly turned into cages. Roar! Beast Hank's face flashed with embarrassment, and then he roared, and his muscles and bones instantly tensed. He wanted to use brute force to break free from the X-Battle suit. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from the X-Battle suit on his body. Magneto completely ignored Beast Hank. He set his sights on Shockwave Alex and Cyclops Scott. Magneto knew the abilities and weaknesses of the X-Men very well. So, he waved his right hand gently. Shockwave Alex and Cyclops Scott were instantly facing each other, and their X-Battle suits were tightly sucked together. The metal on the ground quickly floated up. It fixed the bodies of the two people and made them unable to move. Now, whether it was Shockwave Alex or Cyclops Scott, neither dared to release their abilities casually. As for the siren, Magneto snapped his fingers lightly, and the siren's mouth was sealed by metal. The battle had just started. The X-Men were already annihilated. Hank, remember to use non-metallic materials next time. Seeing the X-Men's instant defeat, Professor X's eyes twitched slightly. He first complained to Beast Hank. Then he looked at Magneto with a serious face. Magneto, have you vented enough? Professor X's words made Magneto's face suddenly gloomy. In Professor X's opinion, is he fighting against the X-Men just to vent his inner dissatisfaction? It turns out, Professor X, your X-Men are vulnerable. Just like your ideals, they're also vulnerable in the face of absolute strength. Don't be obsessed, Professor X. Humans and mutants can never coexist. This is a war, a racial war. And we mutants are destined to win this war. Magneto opened his hands. His face was extremely calm, and his voice was extremely firm. It's you who is obsessed, Magneto. Professor X sighed helplessly. Neither of them could convince the other. Magneto, don't you believe in power? Then I will use power to defeat you. Let you know that in this world, you can't do whatever you want just because you have strength. Professor X's words stunned Magneto for a moment. Then he looked at Professor X in exasperation. Professor X, my mind has been shielded by Ghost Polly. Your mental power is completely ineffective against me. How can you defeat me? Use your ideals to influence me. At this moment, Magneto was really a little angry. Professor X's words seemed as if he could kill Magneto at any time. How much did Professor X despise him, Magneto, to say such a shameless thing? Especially when Magneto could restrain Professor X's mental power. Looking at the exasperated Magneto, Professor X didn't say anything. He just gently pressed his fingers on his temple. Boom! A mental storm swept down. Everyone, including Brian, was affected by this terrifying mental storm. The original island disappeared instantly. Instead, there was another scene. All mutants were instantly in a world of nuclear wasteland. The sky was gray. The radioactive dust produced by the nuclear explosion was scattered everywhere. It made it difficult to breathe. The ground was full of bones, and the entire city had become ruins. In the ruins of the city, Brian keenly saw a familiar building. It was Xavier Manor. However, at this moment, Xavier Manor had completely turned into ruins. On the ruins, several familiar figures were lying on the ground in a mess, with blood flowing on their bodies. These people were the current members of the X-Men. However, they have now become corpses. They can't be deader. Welcome to my spiritual fantasy. In the ruins, a corpse suddenly crawled up. This corpse was Professor X. Magneto looked at everything in front of him in astonishment. For a moment, his eyes widened and he couldn't react at all. He turned his head and looked around. Everything in front of him was as real as if it was reality. He could smell the strong smell of sulfur in the air and the unique smell of nuclear radiation dust. He could feel the burning sensation on his skin. He could feel the reality of the ground under his feet. Everything in front of him was so real. Professor X, what did you do to me? Magneto's face changed drastically. He looked at Professor X in front of him and asked angrily, Magneto, didn't you ask me to study how to use my ability when my ability was blocked? Now, I think of it. I don't need to invade your brain at all. I just need to use my telepathy power to build a bridge between you and me. Then, let go of my brain, and you will see what I see, what I hear, and what I feel. And what I fear. I call it the illusion of the mind. Professor X talked freely. This is indeed the most suitable fighting method that Professor X found after thinking hard. Professor X gave up the violent mind invasion method. Instead, he adopted a very gentle method, using the power of telepathy, to build a channel between his own spiritual world and the other party's spiritual consciousness. And Professor X only needs to manipulate this spiritual channel. You can pull the other person's mind into your own mind world. This is not mind invasion. It's a kind of telepathy, or it should be called mind sharing. As a level 5 mind mutant, the mind illusion created by Professor X is more real than the real world. Moreover, in the mental illusion, Professor X can use the power of the mind to subtly influence the brain of the mental consciousness body. In short, if you get hurt in the mental illusion, your body in the real world will also show symptoms of injury. If you die in the mental illusion, your body in the real world will be brain dead. Mind illusion? I have to say, the professor really brought me some surprises. Brian was in a mind illusion because Professor X opened his mind world. He could clearly perceive Professor X's thoughts. He could also feel that everything in this mind illusion was the most fearful scene in Professor X's heart. Brian looked at Professor X. It should be said that Professor X was timid when facing other people. But when facing Magneto, he punched hard. Just as Brian was looking at the mind illusion in front of him, a sonic boom sounded. Then a figure wearing Homelandy uniform and Red Star cape slammed in front of Magneto. Magneto looked at the figure in front of him, and his face changed. Even Brian was attracted. So the boss is me? Looking at this Homelander Brian, who stood proudly in front of Magneto like Superman. Brian's eyes twitched slightly. He didn't expect that Professor X was most afraid of himself. With Professor Brian, who was connected to Professor X's mind, could clearly perceive why Professor X was afraid of him. As Brian grew rapidly, Professor X gradually began to worry. He was afraid that Brian would become another Black Emperor Shao, even stronger than Black Emperor Shao. This was not Professor X's unfounded worry. It was because Brian's style of doing things was reckless. This made Professor X very uneasy. This uneasiness, over time, turned into fear. Brian became Professor X's nightmare. It was lingering. Even every night when Professor X woke up from his dreams, he would be awakened by the nightmare of Homelander Brian slaughtering the world. Professor X, you actually think of me like this. Brian's dissatisfied voice appeared in Professor X's brain. In the real world, Professor X pressed his right hand on his temple with a bitter smile on his face. The thing he feared most was seen by the real owner. It made Professor X a little embarrassed. However, this was his truest thought. Professor X could not deny it. Compared to apologizing to Brian, he felt that it was more important to defeat Magneto. He wanted to make Magneto, seeing that this world is not about strength. At the same time, Professor X also wanted to vent the frustration of being targeted during this period. He wanted to prove to the X-Men. He, Professor X, was still a powerful psychic mutant. He was a qualified leader of the X-Men. Magneto, feel the terror from the psychic mutant. Professor X's face was serious, and then his consciousness began to concentrate on controlling the psychic illusion. Boom! In the psychic illusion, Homelander's cloak moved automatically without wind. Just standing there, A strong aura spread instantly. Under Magneto's gaze, his eyes instantly emitted a red light. Boom! A red laser instantly knocked Magneto out. After knocking Magneto out, Homelander jumped above Magneto, then raised his right fist and smashed it down heavily. Boom! Magneto was blasted into the ground, creating a crater. Above the crater, Homelander held a huge rock in both hands and smashed it down. F***KU. Looking at the huge rock coming, Magneto couldn't help but swear. In a mental illusion, Brian looked at Homelander, who was as cold and robot-like as he was, with great interest. As the source of Professor X's fear, Homelander possessed many of Brian's abilities. Cyclops, flight, four-winged angel form, super strength, infinitely adaptable body, psychokinesis control, energy shockwave. Although this was not all of Brian's power, it was enough to easily beat Magneto. At this moment, under Brian's gaze, Homelander held a rock as big as a hill in both hands. His eyes glowed with red light. He was staring at Magneto coldly and ruthlessly, and then threw the rock in his hand down. Facing such a huge rock, F***KU, Professor X, UB***H, Magneto only had time to swear. Then he had to roar. Red Devil, help quickly. Professor X's mind illusion is a large-scale mind sharing. Not only Magneto entered Professor X's mind illusion. All X-Men, and the only 3 remaining members of the Hellfire Club, all entered Professor X's mind illusion. Even Brian, who had been watching the show in stealth, was pulled in. That's why, when facing Homelander's attack in the mind illusion, he did not release his ability. Instead, he asked the Red Devil for help. Magneto knew very well that Homelander in front of him was too strong, especially Homelander's super strength, which he could not fight at all. So, instead of fighting Homelander, it is better to directly knock down Professor X in the mind illusion. Bang! As Magneto asked for help, a ball of red mist suddenly appeared in front of him. Then the Red Devil took Magneto away from the deep pit. Boom! After Magneto left, rocks weighing hundreds of tons suddenly fell down. The whole ground shook violently. The place where Magneto was originally located completely turned into a huge pit with a diameter of 20 meters. Brian, is there any way to deal with this Homelander? The Red Devil appeared in front of Brian, who had been watching the show with Magneto. In fact, after entering the mental illusion, Brian lifted his invisibility. After all, this is Professor X's mental illusion. No matter how Brian is invisible, Professor X can perceive Brian's existence. Moreover, everyone in the mental illusion is in the state of mental consciousness. Brian's mental consciousness is not abrupt. In this case, why hide the body? Just watch the show openly. Yes. Facing Magneto's inquiry, Brian said with a smile on his face. What method? Magneto was full of expectations. After all, the people of the country were based on Brian. Brian definitely knew Homelander's weaknesses. As long as you're stronger than him, you can easily beat Homelander. Just like this, Brian said as his body floated up and rushed towards the oncoming group. Boom! The two collided at supersonic speed, and then each raised their fists and smashed the other directly. Boom! Brian punched Homelander hundreds of meters away, and then directly knocked down several buildings in succession, and the group finally stopped. Brian, on the other hand, was unscathed. Gift Crab. Seeing Brian punched such a powerful Homelander away, Magneto and others suddenly widened their eyes. They couldn't believe it. Homelander was so strong that they were a little powerless. Unexpectedly, Homelander was as weak as a child in front of Brian. Homelander was created by Professor X subconsciously based on me, because he has never fought with me. So Professor X can only imagine how powerful I am. And the fact proves that Professor X can't imagine how powerful I am. Brian was suspended in the air, and the Red Star cape on his body moved without wind, showing his invincibility. Swoosh! Homelander, who was knocked away by Brian, flew back again, still expressionless, as cold as a robot. Brian really had no interest in paying attention to this imposter. His body landed on the ground, and then patted Magneto on the shoulder. "The king has been handed over to you. Now, it's up to you." Brian's words made Magneto frown slightly. "Brian, don't you want to kill your imposter?" Originally, Magneto was a little excited when he saw Brian knock Homelander away. But he didn't expect that he would have to face this Homelander himself in the end. "This is a matter between you and Professor X. I won't interfere. As for the account between me and Professor X, I will settle it with him personally." Brian shrugged, and then looked at Professor X calmly for 10 times. Professor X smiled bitterly. He knew that, because of his opinion of Brian, that made Brian alienated from him. Professor X was a little sad about the rift with Magneto. But after the rift with Brian, Professor X was full of crisis. Because, from the beginning to the end, he had never really trusted Brian. After opening his heart, Professor X knew very well that Brian already knew his distrust of him. He didn't know what Brian would do. So, this made Professor X even more uneasy. He glanced at Magneto and was not going to play house with her anymore. Boom! Following Professor X's thoughts, Homelander's eyes suddenly lit up again. Then Homelander stretched out his right hand, and Magneto's body flew backwards. At the moment when Magneto's body flew backwards, Homelander had appeared behind him and punched him again. Boom! Magneto was like a missile, crashing into 2 buildings in succession before finally stopping. There is no doubt that Magneto was beaten by Professor X's mental illusion Homelander, just like he easily beat the X-Men. Facing Professor X's heavy punch, Magneto was completely powerless to fight back. If Professor X hadn't used his mental power to protect Magneto's mental consciousness, Magneto would have been seriously injured and dying just from the attack. IZI. Magneto had just gotten up when the body of the Homelander was already suspended in front of Magneto. His eyes were red, and his chest was shining with dazzling energy. F***K, Professor X, UB***CH. Are you going to kill me? Seeing Homelander about to attack, Magneto was completely broken. He cursed at Professor X on the side. As Magneto cursed, Homelander's attack stopped. "Magneto, I hope you can remember the lesson of this failure. This world is not about strength." Professor X, who taught Magneto a lesson, smiled. Homelander, in front of Magneto, suddenly spoke up and said earnestly, "You are the boss. You have the final say." Magneto's face was extremely gloomy. However, the winners are the losers. Professor X defeated himself, and Magneto had nothing to say now. Magneto's surrender made Professor X feel very happy. He turned his head and looked at the Hellfire Club members beside him. Boom! The laser that Homelander had prepared suddenly changed direction, and 2 lasers instantly pierced through the bodies of Blood-Eye Kate and Ghost Polly. At the same time, the energy shockwave on Homelander's chest was aimed at the Red Devil. However, the moment the energy shockwave hit the Red Devil had already turned into red mist and disappeared. Professor X frowned slightly, and the Red Devil's teleportation made him feel powerless. Then he looked at Blood-Eye Kate and Ghost Polly. Blood-Eye Kate died instantly after being hit by the laser. And with the death of her spiritual consciousness, her body in the real world also instantly became brain dead. Compared to Blood-Eye Kate, Ghost Polly did not die immediately. The ability of spiritual protection prevented Ghost Polly's spiritual consciousness from dying. But the light of his soul deep in his heart became dimmer and dimmer. Feeling the change in his own spiritual light, Ghost Polly began to lie. He knew very well that once the light of his soul completely disappeared, he would die without a burial place. Professor X, I surrender. Ghost Polly decisively chose to surrender. However, facing Ghost Polly's surrender, Professor X was unmoved. Although Professor X was kind, indecisive, and insisted on his principles. But sometimes Professor X's principles were also very flexible. Ghost Polly's ability was very restraining to Professor X. So, as early as the beginning, Professor X sentenced Ghost Polly to death. Others can live, but Ghost Polly must die. So, no matter how Ghost Polly begged for mercy, Professor X just looked at Ghost Polly with a little indifference. And then Homelander released a laser, piercing Ghost Polly again. Ghost Polly, in the humble begging for mercy, the light of his soul was exhausted. Then he died and could not die again. Swish! With the death of Ghost Polly, Professor X directly closed his spiritual world. The spiritual illusion in front of him disappeared instantly. Everyone returned to reality again. Magneto let go of the X-Men 1. After returning to the real world, Professor X also put down his right hand. He looked at Magneto opposite him with a smile on his face and said calmly, "Humph." Magneto snorted with a very ugly expression, but still listened to Professor X's advice and waved his hand to let go of the X-Men members. Bang, 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 with a series of dull landing sounds. The X-Men who were bound in the air by Magneto regained their freedom. Cyclops Scott and Shockwave Alex, grinning, climbed up from the ground and glared at Magneto. Beast Hank was thick-skinned and didn't suffer any damage from falling from midair, but he still roared at Magneto with some anger. Since then, only the X-Men members were left on the entire island, and the last member of the Hellfire Club, Red Devil. The battle between the X-Men and the Hellfire Club came to an end, especially after Ghost Polly's death. The mental shield in the Red Devil's mind disappeared. This allowed Professor X to control the Red Devil at will. Well, you X-Men won. Seeing the X-Men regroup, Red Devil took out a cigar from his pocket and lit it, then teleported to Brian's side, put his right hand on Brian's shoulder, and then said faintly, "By the way, I am Brian's undercover in the Hellfire Club. X-Men, Magneto, Professor X." Professor X and others were confused at this moment. Then Professor X directly used his spiritual power and began to read Red Devil's memory. At the third port of Miami, when the X-Men faced the Hellfire Club for the first time, after Brian beat Red Devil, he invited Red Devil. "Red Devil, there is no future for you to follow Black Emperor Shao, so come with me." The Red Devil used up his last strength and responded to Brian, "I, the Red Devil Azazo, am willing to follow you. Mr. Brian, welcome to join. Now, you go back to Black Emperor Shao and report to me at any time about Black Emperor Zhao's movements." Black Emperor Shao just recruited a Soviet mutant, and the strength of Hellfire has become stronger. Pictures flashed in front of Professor X. Professor X found that there were very few pictures of Red Devil and Brian, only 2 pictures. One was to tell Brian that Black Emperor Shao recruited Ursa Major. The other was to tell Brian that Black Emperor Shao needed 6 hours to absorb the nuclear energy of the nuclear power room. And Brian confidently said that 6 hours was enough time for the X-Men to kill the members of the Hellfire Club. As for the others, Professor X did not see it. This is definitely because of Brian's brain occlusion. As early as when the Red Devil teleported in front of Brian and put his right hand on Brian's shoulder, he used brain occlusion on the Red Devil. All the conversations between him and Red Devil were sealed in the depths of Red Devil's heart. Only memories that Professor X would not doubt were left to prove the authenticity of Red Devil's words. Everything was under Brian's control, including Red Devil's undercover self-explosion. After checking Red Devil's memory, Professor X nodded seriously to Magneto and others. Red Devil is indeed Brian's undercover planted next to Black Emperor Shao. Under Professor X's endorsement, Red Devil's undercover identity was completely confirmed. The X-Men, who were originally on edge, relaxed immediately. They glanced at Red Devil, their eyes full of recognition. Obviously, Red Devil's undercover identity made the X-Men regard Red Devil as their own. "Brian, how many things do you have to hide from us?" Professor X looked at Brian with a complicated expression and said in a deep voice, "Professor X, didn't you also hide your distrust of me? In your mind, shouldn't I be like this good? A behind-the-scenes boss with ulterior motives." Brian shrugged and said calmly. Professor X was speechless after being confronted by Brian. "Okay, now that the Hellfire Club has been solved, we only have one target left. That is Black Emperor Shao." Professor X was silent for a moment, then spoke. "Now, The Hellfire Club has completely disappeared with the Red Devil's self-explosion. The Hellfire Club has completely become history. Now, there's only one enemy left for the X-Men. That is Black Emperor Shao. Everyone's eyes turned to the direction of the nuclear power room. Only Brian raised his left hand and glanced at his Rolex watch. I have some bad news for you. Brian's words attracted everyone's attention. It has been 6 hours since Black Emperor Shao entered the nuclear power room. Brian's words made everyone's face change drastically. They all looked towards the nuclear power room. Boom! As if to verify Brian's words. The heavy lead door of the nuclear power room exploded. Then, Black Emperor Shao strode out. Black Emperor Shao, who had just walked out, was surrounded by layers of energy. It was as if he was covered with a layer of golden light claws. His eyes were shining with golden light. The huge energy field contained in Black Emperor Zhao's body made his feet leave the ground. At this moment, Black Emperor Shao seemed to have activated the new star form that only Captain Marvel had. The golden energy all over his body was like a small golden sun. X-Men, did you defeat the members of the Hellfire Club? After coming out, Black Emperor Shao looked around and looked at the members of the Hellfire Club, lying in all directions. Black Emperor Zhao's face turned cold. Black Emperor Shao. On the island, Magneto, who was already depressed, was once again filled with hatred after seeing Black Emperor Shao walking out of the nuclear power room. He roared at Black Emperor Shao angrily. Then he rushed towards Black Emperor Shao. At this moment, Black Emperor Zhao's whole body was surging with layers of energy fields. His whole body was shining with golden light, and the energy in his body was dissipating uncontrollably. The whole person was like a dazzling golden little sun. The surging energy field made his body float uncontrollably. Although Black Emperor Shao absorbed the energy of the nuclear power room and turned himself into a human-shaped self-propelled nuclear bomb, but he still needed time to adapt to these energies before he could completely absorb them. So, although the X-Men killed the members of the Hellfire Club, he was a little angry and surprised. But he was not in a hurry to take action now. Looking at Magneto rushing over, Black Emperor Shao showed a smile on his face. Little Eric, don't be so stubborn. Because he couldn't perfectly control the energy in his body. Even his voice contained huge energy, making Black Emperor Zhao's voice like the voice of God, instantly covering the island. The sound was even spreading outward. The huge sound shook the water surface, and Wolverine Logan, who was paddling on the water, was directly hit into the water by the waves. And Magneto was directly overturned to the ground by the energy contained in Black Emperor Zhao's voice. Bang! Magneto, who was overturned to the ground, still glared at Black Emperor Shao and raised his hand suddenly. Boom! The nuclear power room behind Black Emperor Shao suddenly crashed into Black Emperor Shao. However, huge amounts of kinetic energy and magnetic energy were lost when a nuclear power room was 5 meters close to Black Emperor Shao. Then it fell heavily on the ground. Eric, when will you understand that in this world, everything is based on strength? Black Emperor Shao slowly floated towards Magneto. The huge energy pushed Black Emperor Zhao's body and quickly approached Magneto. Bang! As Black Emperor Shao approached, a huge energy field instantly enveloped Magneto's body. Under this terrifying energy field, Magneto instantly knelt on the ground. In my eyes, you are still as weak as a child. Black Emperor Shao slowly fell to the ground, and the golden energy layer on his body slowly disappeared. He turned back from his original state of being like a golden little sun to a flesh and blood body. This is not that Black Emperor Shao has become weaker. It is that Black Emperor Shao has completely controlled the energy in his body and completely absorbed it into the cells. Black Emperor Shao moved his body. Then he walked in front of Magneto's 183. As Black Emperor Shao controlled his energy, the pressure on Magneto disappeared instantly. He quickly stood up and punched Black Emperor Shao on the head. Black Emperor Shao did not dodge Magneto's attack at all and let Magneto's fist hit his helmet. Black Emperor Shao was unharmed. He just looked at Magneto with some indifference. After seeing Black Emperor Zhao's eyes, Magneto was immediately reminded of his childhood. His originally angry eyes instantly turned into fear and helplessness. At this moment, Magneto seemed to have turned back into the child in the concentration camp. Black Emperor Zhao saw the change in Magneto's eyes. Black Emperor Zhao smiled. From the curved iron gate all the way, Black Emperor Zhao gently patted Magneto's shoulder with a hint of reminiscence and relief in his tone. "I'm proud that you can grow up to this day." After seeing Black Emperor Zhao's relieved eyes, Magneto's heart was moved. His expression was extremely complicated. Magneto had a deep hatred for Black Emperor Zhao. But apart from the hatred, Black Emperor Zhao was indeed a qualified teacher. Half of the reason why Magneto is so powerful is due to the teachings of Black Emperor Zhao. "Go to hell, Black Emperor Zhao." Magneto slowly retreated, then opened his hands, and a nuclear power room disintegrated instantly. Countless metal debris rushed towards Black Emperor Zhao frantically. However, all the metal debris lost kinetic energy when they were 5 meters away from Black Emperor Zhao and fell to the ground. "Eric, you still have a long way to go." Under Magneto's horrified gaze, Black Emperor Zhao walked up to Magneto and gently patted Magneto's shoulder. Boom! Magneto was beaten to his knees again. Magneto struggled hard, but Black Emperor Zhao's right hand was like a mountain, making Magneto unable to move at all. "Eric, my most lovely student, I can give you another chance. Child, follow me. Let's rule the world together. We are the future of mankind." Black Emperor Zhao invited Magneto again. Black Emperor Zhao still valued Magneto's ability very much. He also knew how great Magneto's potential was, especially after the Hellfire Club was annihilated. Black Emperor Zhao wanted to recruit Magneto even more. Magneto looked at Black Emperor Zhao in silence, and then glanced at Professor X behind Black Emperor Zhao. "You're right, Zhao. We are the future of mankind. Mutant hail." Dab. Magneto turned against him again and surrendered to Black Emperor Zhao. "A wise choice, Eric." Black Emperor Zhao patted Magneto's shoulder and pulled him up himself. "Magneto, don't let yourself repeat the same mistakes." Professor X's voice sounded behind Black Emperor Zhao. This made Black Emperor Zhao frown slightly and turned to look at Professor X. "I almost forgot about you, Professor X." Black Emperor Zhao looked at Professor X with a smile on his face, then turned to the other Magnet Master and said, "Eric, kill him." Hearing Black Emperor Zhao's order, Magneto looked at Professor X with a complicated look. He definitely didn't really surrender to Black Emperor Zhao, but he was ready to find an opportunity to take off Black Emperor Zhao's mental protection helmet. So, when facing Black Emperor Zhao's order, Magneto hesitated. His eyes subconsciously looked at Professor X. At the same time, he raised his right hand, and a coin quickly floated up in the palm of his right hand. "Do it, Professor." Magneto suddenly sent a telepathic message to Professor X, then turned around abruptly, and the coin instantly attacked Black Emperor Zhao's mental protection helmet. Magneto was ready to use the coin to pierce Black Emperor Zhao's helmet unexpectedly, then let Professor X use mental power to directly control Black Emperor Zhao. "Eric, your path is narrow." Faced with Magneto's attack, Black Emperor Zhao's face turned cold. He raised his hand instantly and slapped the coin that Magneto attacked. The huge energy instantly changed the direction of the coin. In Professor X's horrified eyes, the coin, at an extremely fast speed, passed through the center of Professor X's forehead and then drilled out from the back of his head. DBA. The pain of the coin piercing the brain tissue made Professor X scream sharply. "Charles!" Magneto looked at Professor X, whose brain was pierced by his own coin, with a look of astonishment on his face. Magneto was extremely angry. He roared. All the metal on the entire island attacked Black Emperor Zhao. Behind Magneto, Cyclops Scott and others were also extremely angry. They watched Professor X fall in front of them. The young X-Men immediately began to attack Black Emperor Zhao regardless of anything. Cyclops Scott released a laser as thick as an arm. Shockwave Alex even released a huge energy directly from his chest. Shockwave. As for the siren, it screamed and rushed directly towards Black Emperor Eyebrow. Facing the attack of the X-Men, Black Emperor Shao just sneered. All the attacks lost their energy when they were 5 meters away from Black Emperor Shao. The attacks of Cyclops and Shockwave were directly drained of energy. The two of them collapsed to the ground in an instant because their energy was drained, unable to fight again. Looking at the siren flying in the sky, Black Emperor Shao raised his hand and threw an energy ball at it. The siren had no time to dodge and was hit by the energy ball. The huge energy contained in the energy ball directly enveloped the siren and then exploded. The siren screamed and was instantly blown into a bloody mess. It fell directly from the sky and hit the ground heavily. As for Magneto, Black Emperor Shao jumped lightly and appeared in front of Magneto. Then, in Magneto's horrified eyes, Black Emperor Shao slapped Magneto away with a slap. Boom! Magneto seemed to be hit by a high-speed train, and his whole body was immediately covered with blood. At least dozens of bones in his body were broken. The whole person collapsed to the ground, and he had no strength to fight anymore. Beast Hank, who was charging towards Black Emperor Shao, stopped with fear on his face when he saw Black Emperor Shao defeat Magneto and the other four in an instant. F***K, Brian, why don't you do it? Magneto collapsed to the ground. He tried to raise his head and looked in Brian's direction and couldn't help cursing. Why are you panicking? I'm here, you'll die. Brian walked to Magneto and through Magneto to Beast Hank, who was not far away with psychokinesis. Just as Brian said, the God Blood ability he possessed could easily turn dead men into flesh and bones. As long as he was not blown to pieces by Black Emperor Shao, Brian could be saved. So, Brian was not in a hurry at all. Let these X-Men experience what despair is first. Only in this way can the X-Men face the next nuclear explosion calmly. After all, Brian didn't want to fight the nuclear explosion with these X-Men when Black Emperor Shao exploded. Although Brian could be safe and sound under the nuclear explosion, but the X-Men might be blown to pieces by Black Emperor Shao. That would be a complete annihilation. It doesn't matter if the others died, but Professor X and Magneto died, which was not worth it for Brian. After all, Professor X and Magneto were the leaders of mutants. They were also the core of the mutant universe. Once the two died, who knows if those big mutant events would happen again. Brian would never allow Professor X and his men to die in a nuclear explosion. That's why Brian didn't intervene when Black Emperor Shao easily defeated the X-Men. Professor X's brain was pierced, which Brian didn't expect. At this moment, after letting this group of X-Men experience the unparalleled power of Black Emperor Shao, Brian stood up. Brian, you're not my opponent. He Huang Shao also saw Brian. At this moment, He Huang Shao was extremely confident. He did feel that Brian's ability was very tricky before, but now he has unmatched energy. He is confident that he will never be able to fight Brian on equal terms. Boom! Brian squatted slightly, and then the whole person crashed into He Huang Shao at supersonic speed. The battle instantly became white-hot. Bang! Brian instantly came in front of He Huang Shao, then clenched his right fist and super strength burst out. Boom! The terrifying power directly knocked He Huang Zhao's body back a few steps. However, the power that was enough to collapse a skyscraper only made He Huang Shao retreat a few steps. He Huang Shao was unscathed. Brian raised his eyebrows, having expected such a thing. Brian's body floated up, and then countless variant abilities were released. Boom! A huge amount of tornado swept out, and He Huang Shao was shrouded in it. At the same time, psychokinesis formed a storm, and the whole earth shook. Huge rocks rose from the ground. Brian was suspended in the air, waving his right hand, and all the boulders hit Black Emperor Shao at a very fast speed. Boom, boom, doctor. A series of huge amounts of roars sounded. All the attacks submerged Black Emperor Shao. The entire island stirred up dust, and in the dust, Black Emperor my Fufa strode out unscathed. Classic smoke without injury. Black Emperor Shao exerted a little force on his feet, and the whole person rushed into the sky in an instant. Then he punched Brian. Brian's body was like a meteor, directly hitting the ground from a high altitude. The kinetic energy attached to Black Emperor Zhao's punch was enough to collapse several buildings. The entire ground was smashed into a deep pit by the momentum attached to Brian. A ball of explosion flames burned fiercely. However, Black Emperor Shao did not show any joy. His brows were tightly furrowed. In the explosion flames, Brian walked out. At the moment of Black Emperor Zhao's attack, the adaptive evolution ability allowed Brian to evolve into a new form instantly. At this moment, Brian's muscles bulged all over his body like a diamond rock. On the purple skin, there were complex and cool inscriptions. This is the new form that Brian has evolved. Brian calls it Thanos form, because Brian looks exactly like Thanos at this moment, except for the lack of vertical lines on his chin. Purple skin has terrifying defensive power, especially the defensive power against energy attacks. Brian is now completely immune to the energy attack of Black Emperor Shao. After Brian evolved into Thanos form, adaptive evolution solidified this form into an inscription. Brian can freely activate Thanos form. Black Emperor Shao, come again. Brian flew towards Black Emperor Shao again. The huge kinetic energy directly brought Black Emperor Shao down from a high altitude to the ground. Boom! Black Emperor Zhao's body hit the ground heavily, and Brian's attack had just begun. Bang, bang, bang. Brian clenched his fists, super strength and vibe, and attacked Black Emperor Shao crazily. With Brian's attack, the whole island shook violently. F***K die. Black Emperor Shao released a terrifying nuclear shockwave from his chest, directly knocking Brian out. However, in the Thanos form, Kai-In was unharmed. Black Emperor Shao also stood up from the ground. The two fought fiercely. However, as the only BUG-level mutant of this era, the battle between the two was still smoke without injury. Neither could beat the other. Brian almost released his ability once, whether it was psychokinesis, tornado, sound wave, earthquake, super strength, etc. Black Emperor Shao could absorb it. And Brian was also immune to Black Emperor Zhao's energy attack. The two sides were still evenly matched. So, after fighting for 10 minutes, the two stopped at the same time. Red Devil. Black Emperor Shao turned his head and looked at the Red Devil on the side. He didn't know that the Red Devil was Brian's undercover. Brian sent a sound wave to the Red Devil that only he could hear. Red Devil glanced at Brian obscurely, then teleported to Black Emperor Shao. Take me to New York. Black Emperor Shao looked at Brian deeply, then gave the Red Devil an order. Bang! Red Devil grabbed Black Emperor Zhao's shoulder, and then the two disappeared in the red mist. Black Emperor Shao went to New York, and Brian also came to the X-Men. How is Professor X? Brian walked to Beast Hank and patted Beast Hank's shoulder gently. I have injected Professor X with a healing potion, but for some reason, Professor X has not been able to wake up. Brian, how is Professor X? On the island, the Battle of Mutant has completely ended. The whole island is in ruins. Magneto came to Brian with a worried look on his face. Looking at the unconscious Professor X, his face was full of self-blame. The healing potion developed by Beast Hank has cured Professor X's brain, but so far Professor X is still in a coma. Brian gently patted Magneto's shoulder and briefly explained Professor X's situation. Hearing that Professor X was just unconscious, Magneto breathed a sigh of relief. Then Magneto raised his right hand, and Professor X's body instantly floated up. Let's go see Beast Hank and the others. Brian said to Magneto casually, and then came to Beast Hank. At this moment, Beast Hank, Cyclops Scott, and Shockwave Alex looked at the body of the Siren Sean Cassidy with a heavy face. I'm sorry, Siren. I only have the last 2 healing potions left. Please forgive my selfishness. Professor X and Magneto really can't die. Beast Hank also looked at the body of the Siren with self-blame and said with extreme guilt, When Brian and Black Emperor Shaw were fighting, Beast Hank weighed the pros and cons and used the only 2 healing potions on Professor X and Magneto. Siren Sean Cassidy also died due to serious injuries, although this was not Beast Hank's fault. However, Beast Hank always felt that he had killed Siren with his own hands. This made him feel full of guilt and self-blame for Siren's death. At this moment, Beast Hank began to hate himself, which made him unable to let go for a long time. Siren, you are an excellent X-Men member and a hero, Shockwave Alex said with a sad face. He still remembers the days of training and growing up with Siren. Brian manipulated the metal fragments beside him and made a metal coffin for Siren. Beast Hank put Siren into the metal coffin with a sad face. Then, under the gaze of all X-Men, Beast Hank directly carried the metal coffin. Hank, do you need help? Magneto glanced at Beast Hank and asked. No, Magneto. I want to send Siren off personally. Beast Hank refused Magneto's help. Then he left the island step by step. America's warships had been waiting for a long time. A few minutes later, a supersonic fighter took off from the America warship and disappeared into the clouds. After Brian and others left. In the devastated island, Sabretooth Victor, who was originally thought to be dead, slowly opened his eyes. Roar. Self-healing factor repaired his brain, but it could not repair his damaged memory. Who am I? Where am I? Jimmy, where is Jimmy? Sabretooth Victor sat up, looking around with a confused face, and the unfamiliar environment in front of him made him extremely panic. Sabretooth Victor lost his memory. He now only has the memory of escaping from the manor and wandering together with his younger brother James when he was a child. As for who he is and where this place is, who is Jimmy? He knows nothing. He only remembers his younger brother, James. Roar. The confusion in the brain and the panic of being in an unfamiliar environment made Sabretooth Victor's claws popped out instantly. What is this? Looking at the claws on his hands, Sabretooth Victor panicked even more. He fumbled around on his body and found a dog tag around his neck. Sabretooth Victor tore the dog tag off with a little force. Looking at the Sabretooth on it, Sabretooth took it as his own name. I am Sabretooth. Sabretooth stood up and let out a heavy tiger roar. He quickly landed on all fours and left the island quickly. Although he had lost his memory, the bloodthirsty instincts he had cultivated for 200 years still made him a level 4 mutant. In fact, because of the loss of memory, the current Sabretooth Victor has become more beastly. His image gradually overlapped with the future Sabretooth who followed Magneto. Wolterfake, where am I swimming to? Is this the same island where we fought before? Where are the X-Men? Where are the members of the Hellfire Club? Why can't I see anyone here? It wasn't until 2 minutes after Sabretooth Victor left the island that Wolverine Logan finally climbed onto the island. Then Wolverine Logan was stunned. All that was left in front of him was the devastated island. The X-Men and the members of the Hellfire Club had all disappeared. Even the wreckage of the nuclear submarine in the center of the island was gone. Wolverine Logan once suspected that he had swam to another island. However, Wolverine Logan's nose moved and he smelled blood. Following the smell of blood, he found the dead Bloody-Eye Kate and Mutant Polly. Looking at the injuries of the 2 mutants, Wolverine Logan frowned. Bloody-Eye Kate died in a very strange way. Without any injuries on her body, her eyes were wide open, as if she had seen something horrible. And Mutant Polly's death was even more strange. His mind was full of ideas, but the fatal injury was the metal thorn inserted in the heart. For some reason, from the way Mutant Polly died, Wolverine Logan felt a sense of suffocation of death. By the way, Victor, Wolverine Logan withdrew his gaze from Mutant Polly, and then he turned his head and looked around. Thanks to his beast instinct, Wolverine Logan smelled the scent of Sabretooth Victor. However, what made Wolverine Logan a little strange was that Sabretooth Victor's scent seemed to have changed a little. But Wolverine Logan didn't know what the change was. Sabretooth Victor left the island. It seems that this mutant war is over. I just don't know whether the X-Men won or the Hellfire Club won. Wolverine Logan knew through his sense of smell that Sabretooth Victor had left the island. He looked around, and then followed Sabretooth Victor's scent and quickly left the island. So far, this mutant war has come to an end. Half an hour later, the X-Men's supersonic fighter appeared in New York, then passed through several blocks and landed on the lawn of Xavier's Manor. Then the door of the supersonic fighter opened. Brian flew out of the cabin first. Magneto followed closely. Behind Magneto, Professor X floated into the air, and Beast Hank carrying the Siren's coffin. Finally, Cyclops Scott and Shockwave Alex. Everyone quickly walked to Xavier's Manor. Raven, who had restored her mystique form, had been waiting for a long time. "Brian, how is Charles?" After Brian and others entered the living room, Raven immediately came to Brian's side and asked with a worried look on her face. "Don't worry, Raven. Professor X is fine. He just hasn't woken up yet because of the previous brain injury." Brian patted Raven gently and comforted her. Raven never doubted Brian's words. Brian said Professor X was fine, which meant he was really fine. Raven breathed a sigh of relief. "Professor X is unconscious, and the X-Men will be under my command for the time being." Seeing that the X-Men are in a low mood, Brian took over the command of the X-Men without hesitation. Yes, Homelander. The X-Men, including Magneto, had no objection to Brian taking over the leadership of the X-Men. They were even happy to see it happen. Obviously, everyone was convinced of Brian's strength. The Black Emperor Shao has arrived in New York, and the nuclear explosion can happen at any time. Now immediately transfer the materials in Xavier's Manor to the underground nuclear shelter. Brian gave the order. Under the order, all X-Men members took action. Magneto and others began to collect supplies at a rapid speed. Then, like ants moving house, they moved all the supplies to the nuclear shelter. And Brian brought Ray to the X-enhancement room. Brian opened his hands, and psychokinesis burst out. The metal plates of the X-enhancement room were all opened. The parts of the brainwave enhancer inside were exposed. I didn't expect the inside of the brainwave enhancer to be so complicated. Raven looked at the various mechanical parts on the wall of the X-enhancement room and couldn't help but exclaimed. However, the complex mechanical structure for Raven, in Brian's eyes, it was extremely simple. The ability to see through the laws of operation of all things. Let him deconstruct any mechanical deconstruction at will. As early as when Beast Hank built the brainwave enhancer, Brian had already mastered the construction of the brainwave enhancer perfectly through his ability. At this moment, these complex mechanical structures were rapidly decomposed and reconstructed in Brian's eyes. He could see through the function and position of each part in the mechanical structure. Click, click, click. Brian snapped his fingers lightly. The psychokinesis storm instantly swept through the X-enhancement room. "Zero, please give me flowers, Zero." The original complete mechanical structure, like a butcher cutting a cow, was quickly decomposed into parts, and then these parts were controlled by Brian. Flew out of the X-enhancement room, then flew into the nuclear shelter by itself, and quickly assembled. It took only a few minutes. Brian dismantled the brainwave enhancer that X had enhanced. Then he rebuilt the X-enhancement room in the deepest part of the nuclear shelter. And during the reconstruction process, Brian also optimized the performance of the brainwave enhancer. And in the brainwave enhancer, he added some functions that only Brian knew. And just after Brian completed the reconstruction of the X-enhancement room, Magneto and others also moved all the materials in Xavier's Manor into the nuclear shelter. Now, the X-Men have completely moved their base into the nuclear shelter. "Brian, do you know when Black Emperor Shao is going to explode?" Magneto settled Professor X, then walked to Brian and sat down, saying with some worry, "Magneto, are you worried about the people of New York?" Brian looked at Magneto with a smile. "This is not Magneto's character. I'm worried about what the people of New York will do. What I'm worried about now is that Black Emperor Shao. I'm afraid we can't kill him." Magneto smiled bitterly. Whether the people of New York live or die is none of Magneto's business. What he really worries about is that he can't kill Black Emperor Shao. After all, the current Black Emperor Shao is invincible. He defeated the X-Men in just one encounter. If it weren't for Beast Hank's healing potion, he would be dead now. Black Emperor Shao is too strong. Magneto has lost the confidence to kill Black Emperor Shao. Black Emperor Shao is destined to die. We just need to wait for the opportunity now. Brian's eyes are extremely confident. What did he join the X-Men with so much difficulty for? In addition to letting Professor X search for mutant for him, the most important purpose is that Brian wants to kill Black Emperor Shao. Now, everything is ready. Only the East Wind is missing. Magneto, you have to know that we have an old saying in the East. If you want to destroy it, you must first let it expand. Brian's eyes are extremely deep. Now is the time when Black Emperor Shao is the strongest. It is also the time when Black Emperor Shao is the most inflated and arrogant. Arrogant people lead themselves to destruction, even if he is the strongest mutant in the world. No exception. If you want to destroy it, you must first make it swell. Magneto pondered Brian's words, but he could not understand the meaning. Magneto, do you really want to defeat Black Emperor Shao? Brian suddenly looked at Magneto seriously and asked with a smile on his face. Definitely, I want to kill Black Emperor Shao all the time. Magneto nodded and said in a deep voice, "Very good. Come on, Magneto." Brian's abrupt words made Magneto stunned for a moment. Magneto looked at Brian with a puzzled face. Brian ignored Magneto's doubts. He took Magneto to the top laboratory in Xavier Manor. Here, there's an instrument that is ahead of its time. It is a nuclear magnetic resonance device developed by Beast Hank. Now lie down. Brian brought Magneto to the MRI machine and gestured to Magneto. What is this for? Magneto looked at the MRI machine in front of him in confusion, not knowing what Brian asked him to do here. Magneto, do you remember my ability? Brian asked solemnly. Definitely. Hank said your ability is copying. Magneto nodded and said, Yes, my ability is copying. Recently, I found that the magnetic field generated by the MRI makes it easier for me to copy other people's abilities. Brian said nonsense casually. However, Brian was not lying. Through the MRI machine, Brian can indeed easily obtain other people's abilities. It's just that the method is a little different. I see. Magneto nodded in sudden realization. Then he lay in the MRI machine without hesitation. Very good. Magneto's magnetic field control is in hand. Looking at Magneto in front of the MRI machine, Brian smiled very brightly. Then he quickly started the MRI machine. Brian sat at the control panel of the MRI machine, watching the increasingly clear brain scans, and he comfortably poured himself a cup of coffee with psychokinesis. New York, Xavier Manor. In the top medical room built by Beast Hank, the MRI machine made a series of buzzing sounds. In the machine, Magneto waited quietly. A minute later, the MRI machine stopped. At the same time, in front of the control panel of the MRI machine, Brian was holding a cup of coffee and observing Magneto's brain scan structure diagram with a comfortable face. The ability to see through the laws of operation of everything. It took Brian only a few seconds to find the ability center of Magneto's brain. In an instant, Kyan had obtained Magneto's ability. Magnetic field control. This is the movie universe. Comic fans don't criticize. And directly one-click full level. Magneto can only control metal now. And Brian can already perceive the Earth's magnetic field and control at will. At this moment, in Brian's eyes, there are many magnetic fields floating around him. And these magnetic fields are complicated. Some are magnetic fields released by the human body. Some are magnetic fields released by surrounding objects. Some are metal magnetic fields. Some are magnetic fields formed by various electromagnetic signals. These magnetic fields have different file sizes, and one of the larger ones is Magneto in the MRI machine. The smallest magnetic field is an ant, and its magnetic field is very weak. After gaining control of Magneto's magnetic field, Brian gained an extremely magical perspective. Magnetic field sensing perspective. He can perceive all objects around him through magnetic field sensing. He can resonate with the magnetic field of the surrounding environment by releasing his own magnetic field, so that Brian can easily perceive everything around him. This kind of perception is countless times clearer than the imaging of MRI. Even the visual clarity of magnetic field sensing exceeds Brian's naked eye observation. He can not only observe the object around him, he can even perceive the internal structure of the object through the magnetic field. Similarly, Brian can perceive the human body by sensing the magnetic field generated by the surrounding human body. The magnetic field on Brian's body instantly enveloped Magneto lying on the MRI machine. Under Brian's magnetic field perception, he clearly saw the brain tissue blocked by Magneto's skull. Even the internal organs, bones, flesh, blood, etc. of the body. At this moment, Brian was like a full-range scanning perspective device. All the structures inside Magneto's body were in Brian's sight. In addition to magnetic field perception, Brian could do everything that Magneto does. He can not only control metal. As long as there is an object with a magnetic field, he can control it. He can control the magnetic field of life with ease. Moreover, he can control electric current through magnetic field, and even directly generate electric current through magnetic field, and accelerate a coin directly into a super electromagnetic gun through magnetic field. Definitely, Brian can also apply magnetic field to the human body so as to generate high-voltage electric current between cells. Constantly stimulate cells through electric current to enhance their own physical strength. Under the full level of one click, Brian's control of magnetic field is as easy as using his arms. If he bursts out magnetic field with all his strength, he can even temporarily affect the huge amounts of magnetic field of the Earth, thereby causing terrible destructive power. It is easy to destroy a city. After gaining control of Magneto's magnetic field, Brian was in a good mood. From this moment on, Brian would completely say goodbye to the way of gaining abilities by cutting brains. Now he only needs to use magnetic field perception to obtain any desired variant ability. Brian came to the MRI machine. Under Magneto's gaze, strands of electric current fell from the MRI machine into Brian's hands. Under Magneto's astonished gaze, the blue arc danced in Brian's hands like a fairy. "Brian, how did you do this?" Magneto looked at Brian, who was controlling the electric current at will, and was stunned for a moment. He was very sure that Brian had copied his ability, because the coin in Magneto's palm was gradually floating towards Brian. Obviously, Brian had obtained his own magnetic field control ability. However, what made Magneto unbelievable was Brian, who had obtained his own ability, could actually control the electric current. Magneto was a little numb. Could it be that his magnetic field control was fake? Seeing Magneto was confused by his own operation. Brian flicked his hand, and the blue electric current turned into a thick blue beam of light under the acceleration of the magnetic field, and then directly hit the door of the nuclear power room. Boom! The alloy door was directly penetrated by the high-voltage electric current. Brian took back the ability, patted Magneto on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Magneto, you should learn more when you have time. Magnetic field control is not just about controlling metals." After Brian finished speaking, he left the MRI room. Only Magneto was left, and he began to doubt life. He looked at his hands, then looked at the MRI machine, and then he raised his hand to release his ability. Bang! However, as Magneto released the ability, the MRI machine was instantly squeezed into a ball of scrap copper and iron. The electric current formed by the short circuit of the instruments spread wantonly. Looking at the electric current on this iron lump, Magneto opened his right hand, trying to learn from Brian and attract the electric current. However, no matter how Magneto released his ability, he never caused the electric current to fluctuate even a little bit. This made Magneto doubt his life again. F***K. How did Brian do it? Magneto was not convinced. He tried his best to release his ability, but he did not learn to control the electric current until he was exhausted. Magneto began to lose his defense. Should I really study hard? Magneto frowned. From childhood to adulthood, he was either killing people or practicing his ability and never really went to school. In short, Magneto was illiterate. Originally, he did not think that the knowledge would be helpful to him. But after seeing Brian controlling the electric current at will, Magneto felt that he might really need to study hard and enrich himself. After making up his mind, Magneto came to the library of Xavier Manor and picked up a few books on electromagnetism. After flipping through a few pages and finding that he could not understand them at all, Magneto had no choice but to settle for the next best thing and start learning physics from elementary school. Just when Magneto was ready to work hard and study hard, Brian had already arrived above Xavier's manor. At this moment, he was suspended 50 meters above Xavier's manor, and then directly released his magnetic field perception. Boom! An invisible magnetic field instantly spread from Brian's body to all directions. It instantly enveloped the entire New York. Everything in New York was in Brian's sight. He seemed to be observing the entire New York from a god's perspective. At this moment, countless people in New York were still evacuating in panic. On the streets, the American military was maintaining order. At the same time, they were also setting up fortifications in various places in New York. Although Professor X had previously released a mental broadcast that Black Emperor Shao was about to transform into a humanoid nuclear bomb and bomb New York. However, some high-ranking military officials in America still didn't care. They didn't think anyone could release a nuclear explosion, even if this person was a powerful mutant. These high-ranking officials in America stubbornly believed that Professor X's telepathic broadcast was a bit exaggerated. They only needed to build fortifications that could defend against missiles. They could resist the attack of Black Emperor Shao, especially after the President of America disappeared. Some politicians and high-ranking officials who had originally succumbed to the President of America began to stir. They tried to defeat Black Emperor Shao through human power, and thus become a superhero comparable to X-Men. Even these people were ambitious to overthrow Black Emperor Shao, and then study Black Emperor Zhao's ability through technological means. That is why, in just 1 hour, Trask Industries became the target of these politicians and high-ranking officials. After all, in this era, only Trask Industries had studied mutants. Moreover, in order to completely overthrow Black Emperor Shao, these high-ranking officials not only secretly prevented the evacuation of the American people, but also constantly sent reinforcements to New York. In a short period of time, the New York Army has already had hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Moreover, the New York Army transported all kinds of modern armed forces that were not in the concept. That is why, until now, the population of New York City is still as huge as 1.5 million. TSK. These American military are really giving. Brian used magnetic field sensing to observe the entire New York City. Magnetic field sensing allows him to sense everyone even if they are hidden in heavy fortifications. Super hearing allows him to hear everyone's voice clearly. At this moment, Brian seemed to be an observer, observing every move of everyone in New York City. At this moment, in the city of Manhattan, New York, huge amounts of fortifications are nearing completion. A young colonel officer is worried at this moment. He sat in the temporary command post. His eyes looked dim. "Colonel Stryker, what's wrong with you?" In the command post, a dwarf in a scientific white coat was walking out of the general's office and happened to see the young officer, who was looking very sad. "Dr. Bolivar, I think we are too optimistic." Looking at the short doctor in front of him, the young colonel frowned and said. Brian knew the two people in the conversation. One was William Stryker, the father of Wolverine. The other was Dr. Bolivar Trask, the father of Sentry. One of them was a colonel in the military. The other was the head of Trask Industries. Both were recruited to New York to fight against the evil Black Emperor with the American military. Colonel William Stryker, who had met Brian once and witnessed Brian's unparalleled power, now he's panicking. Unlike those idiotic and ambitious military leaders, William Stryker has truly seen the power of mutant. Brian brought him extreme despair. That is why William Stryker is always careful and cautious when facing mutant. He doesn't think that the powerful X-Men are exaggerating. Black Emperor Shao can really explode. William Stryker doesn't want to face a nuclear explosion, so he is ready to escape. But as a military personnel, unless he has a special transfer order, even if he dies, he can only die in New York. Helpless William Stryker can only focus on Bolivar Trask. After all, Bolivar is the actual controller of Trask Industries. The military high-level officials have given him very high authority. You are right, Mr. Stryker. Black Emperor Zhao's ability is really too powerful. Before my century was built, no one could match Black Emperor Zhao. Bolivar nodded seriously. It was not just Stryker who was panicking. In fact, Bolivar was even more panicking. He had studied mutants. He knew that some mutants were simply the bugs of this world. He once extracted the blood of a Nig mutant through social experiments. Through the blood study of the Darwin Nig, Bolivar discovered that Darwin's genes had the ability to adapt to evolution infinitely. This discovery laid the foundation for his century research. Similarly, it also made him realize the potential and power of mutants. A powerful mutant is really destructive. So, when he heard that Black Emperor Zhao was going to bomb New York, Bolivar was ready to leave New York. He was just an ordinary human being, but he didn't have the infinitely adaptable body like Darwin. Bolivar and William Stryker hit it off. Under Brian's watch, the two requisitioned a supersonic aircraft with Bolivar's authority. Then the supersonic plane took off quickly and left New York quickly. In fact, it was not just William Stryker and Bolivar. There were also many soldiers who tried every means to escape from New York. As for the people of New York, under the instigation of the top leaders of America, they were still carefree and maintained a normal lifestyle. Brian no longer paid attention to these people who were destined to die. He quickly locked the location of Black Emperor Zhao at the moment. Now Black Emperor Zhao was in a Michelin restaurant, enjoying a rare delicacy. He was sitting at the dining table at the moment, with a napkin hanging around his neck, a knife and fork in his hand, and was cutting a steak very gentlemanly. I haven't tasted the taste of America for a long time. Black Emperor Zhao put the steak into his mouth, his face full of enjoyment. During this period, because of the existence of X-Men, Black Emperor Zhao was forced to go to the Soviet Union. He hadn't tasted American food for a long time. Especially spending a lot of time absorbing nuclear energy made him a little hungry, although he was already the strongest mutant in the world. But Black Emperor Zhao still couldn't get rid of the physiological needs of ordinary people. So after the Red Devil brought him to New York, he found an empty Michelin restaurant. Then he asked the Red Devil to bring Michelin chefs from other cities to make a sumptuous dinner for Black Emperor Zhao. Red Devil, how many people have gathered in the south of America? After finishing the steak, Black Emperor Zhao drank a sip of red wine elegantly, then took off the napkin around his neck, wiped his mouth, and asked the Red Devil beside him, "Zhao, the American military has gathered 500,000 soldiers." The Red Devil sat on the other side of the table, eating heartily while answering Black Emperor Zhao's question. Come to New York. This way I can solve the American military once and for all." Black Emperor Zhao tapped the table lightly with his right hand, his face full of smiles. The reason why he didn't immediately nuclear New York, it was to let the American military send more people to New York to die. In this way, he could solve the American military once and for all. Moreover, Black Emperor Zhao is very arrogant now. He thinks he is destined to win. He is about to create a new world. So, he needs to have some sense of ritual for his self-destruction. That is why New York is still safe and sound until now. Red Devil, notify the American military and ask them to speed up their actions. In 2 hours, I will announce to the world that an era belonging to mutant will completely come. In 2 hours, I will nuclear bomb New York. After a moment of silence, Black Emperor Zhao ordered the Red Devil again. The Red Devil paused while eating, then nodded and disappeared in the restaurant. When he appeared again, the Red Devil had appeared in Xavier Manor. Xavier Manor. A red mist suddenly appeared in the manor. Then the Red Devil walked out of the red mist. He came here to tell Brian about Black Emperor Zhao. However, before the Red Devil could speak, Brian spoke first and told Black Emperor Zhao's decision. Red Devil, I already know. Black Emperor Zhao will bomb New York in 2 hours. Brian's words stunned the Red Devil. He looked at Brian in surprise. He never thought that Brian already knew the news. What does this mean? It means that Black Emperor Zhao's every move is under the control of Buchanan. Brian ignored the Red Devil's surprise. He was concentrating on releasing magnetic field perception at this moment. However, when Brian covered Black Emperor Shao with his own magnetic field perception, his magnetic field was instantly absorbed by Black Emperor Zhao's body. And Black Emperor Shao also stopped eating. This is the energy of the magnetic field. Is it Eric? He's not dead yet. Black Emperor Shao frowned slightly. Just now, he suddenly realized that his body was spontaneously absorbing energy. His ability let him know that. He absorbed the energy of the magnetic field. And the only one who possessed the controlling magnetic field ability was his good student Magneto, Eric Lyncher. Eric, it's your fate. After realizing that the increase in energy came from Magneto's magnetic field control, Black Emperor Shao just snorted coldly and then continued to enjoy his dinner. And on Xavier Manor, Brian sighed slightly. His face was full of pity. Just now, he was going to see if he could directly obtain Black Emperor Zhao's ability through magnetic field perception. But obviously, Brian failed. Black Emperor Zhao's ability was too buggy. He could absorb all forms of energy, and the magnetic field is also a kind of energy. He could only sense the existence of Black Emperor Shao through magnetic field induction. But he couldn't use magnetic field perception to scan the inside of Black Emperor Zhao's body. That's why Kaian couldn't perceive Black Emperor Zhao's brain structure. He couldn't directly obtain Black Emperor Zhao's ability through magnetic field perception. Well, we still have to defeat Black Emperor Shao to obtain his ability. Brian shrugged helplessly. If you want to obtain Black Emperor Zhao's ability, you still have to fight with Black Emperor Shao in the final Battle Point 30. However, although you can't obtain Black Emperor Zhao's ability, it's still possible to get the Red Devil's ability in advance. Brian retracted his magnetic field perception. Then he fell from midair. He came in front of the Red Devil, and then a magnetic field perception enveloped the Red Devil. The Red Devil's body was under Brian's magnetic field perception. It was like perspective. His skin disappeared instantly, and flesh, bones, internal organs, etc. appeared in front of Brian. The scan result was even clearer than Superman's perspective ability. In an instant, Brian saw the Red Devil's brain. The next second, a red mist appeared on Brian's body. Brian obtained the Red Devil's teleportation ability. One-click full level. Brian obtained a teleportation ability that is far more powerful than the Red Devil. The correct name of the Red Devil's ability should be walking in a different space. He can go to any corner of the real world by briefly entering the different space. His demonic body can temporarily resist the pressure of the different space. However, he cannot stay in the different space for a long time. For the Red Devil, the different space is more like a transit station that can transport him to all parts of the world. And Brian, after obtaining the Red Devil's ability, he can stay in alien space for a long time without worrying about the erosion of the alien space. Bang! Under the confused gaze of the Red Devil, Brian's body disappeared in the red fog. At this moment, Brian has appeared in a strange alien space full of red fog. The entire alien space looks not much different from reality, but the sky and the earth are both red, and it is very desolate. In the entire alien space, there is nothing except the thick red fog. These red fogs have very magical effects. They will open the channel to the real world according to Brian's thoughts. Even if Brian has never been to that place, the red fog will accurately send Brian to where he wants. However, in addition to being able to open the real channel, the red fog also has a very strong erosion effect. The red fog can erode any creature that enters this space, causing their body structure to change and gradually become like the Red Devil. And once they are completely transformed into creatures of another space, they can no longer leave this space. However, Brian is not subject to this restriction. The level 5 teleportation ability can make Brian immune to the erosion of these red gardens. Bang! Brian's mind moved, and he instantly returned to Xavier Manor. Unlike the Red Devil, who needs to gradually appear after the red fog appears, Brian's teleportation is the same as the Red Dew and himself. There is no delay in his teleportation. What he thinks in his mind is achieved instantly. Gift Crab. Looking at Brian emerging from the red fog, The Red Devil opened his mouth in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes at all. Brian actually has the same teleportation ability as himself. He can even see that Brian's teleportation ability is stronger than his own teleportation. Because Brian's teleportation is too fast, there is even no trace. When the red fog appears, it means that Brian's teleportation has ended. Brian, why can you also use teleportation? Red Devil looked at Brian in disbelief and asked subconsciously. Originally, Red Devil thought he would not get an answer. But unexpectedly, Brian actually answered. And the answer was so understated. Because my real ability is copying. I can copy any mutant's ability. When I learned that Brian's ability was not adaptive evolution, but copying, the Red Devil was stunned. He was shocked. He can copy other mutants' abilities at will. This is simply a magical skill. The Red Devil opened his mouth and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Brian ignored him. His body was submerged in the red mist again. New York, Brooklyn, number 233. A ball of red mist appeared in the living room. Brian teleported to his home. He returned to his home. I came to pick up White Queen Emma and Silver Fox Kayla. After Emma left the Hellfire Club, she came to New York according to Brian's request and stayed temporarily in Brian's home. At this moment, in the living room on the first floor, White Queen Emma and Silver Fox Kayla were chatting. Both of them had a trace of sadness on their faces. Obviously, the fact that Black Emperor Shao was about to bomb New York made them very uneasy. Silver Fox Kayla is just an ordinary person except for her mutant ability. White Queen Emma has telepathy and diamond ability and has strong defense. But the diamond transformation could not keep her safe in the nuclear explosion. That is why they are very nervous now. The reason why they did not leave New York immediately. It is completely out of trust in Brian. As early as after the X-Men returned to New York, Brian used sound waves to let the two people in New York return home to wait for him. It was also because of Brian's message. White Queen Emma and Silver Fox Kayla have been waiting patiently. Just when the two were chatting, Brian appeared between them. Silver Fox Kayla was immediately startled by Brian. White Queen Emma was very calm. It was just that her body turned into diamond in an instant, and she took a fighting stance. Emma, sweetheart, relax. Emma didn't relax until she heard Brian's voice. She looked at Brian, who appeared in front of her, and a smile appeared on her face. And Silver Fox Kayla directly connected to Brian's Huichin. Emma, Kayla, let's go back to Xavier Manor. Brian embraced people on both sides, and then prepared to teleport back to Xavier Manor. However, just when the red mist was spreading over Brian, Emma stopped Brian directly. Brian, wait a moment. The relevant documents of Water Company also need to be taken away. As Emma spoke, she returned to the bedroom on the second floor and handed a thick document to Brian. Brian took the document with curiosity and then simply flipped through it. Brian's smile instantly blossomed. This is a relevant qualification document of Water Company, a subsidiary of the Water Group, and an investment certificate from a New York venture capital company that is as numerous as snowflakes. As early as after arriving in New York, Emma has been helping Brian to prepare for matters related to Water Company. Emma has excellent administrative ability. It took only a few days to complete the establishment of Water Company, and, relying on her administrative ability, Emma successfully made Water Company the darling of New York capital. In just one day, it absorbed tens of billions of dollars in assets. With these funds, Emma easily made Water Company a top company that mass produces superheroes. Although Water Company is currently only known to New York capitalists. But there is no doubt that Water Company, which is committed to creating superheroes, has become a new star of the New York Capital Group. Especially in X-Men, is already famous all over the world. Countless capital tycoons wave their mane in their hands, wanting to join the board of directors of Water Company. And Emma firmly controlled the board of directors and harvested all these capital tycoons. It can be said that the current Water Company only needs an office building to be completely formed. Well done, Emma. Brian gave Emma a passionate kiss. It must be said that Emma's ability is really strong. Not only the mutant ability, but her administrative ability is also an ability gift. Brian felt that he had picked up a treasure. He was originally a little worried about how to manage Water Company after establishing it. After all, Brian would not spend any time to manage water company. Now it's good. With Emma, Brian can completely hand over the affairs of water company to Emma, and he himself only needs to be a hands-off shopkeeper. After Brian finished reading the documents, a cloud of red mist came out of his body. Brian casually threw the documents into the different space through the channel constructed by the red mist. I have to say that the alternate space is a very good space warehouse. Brian can control the teleportation ability at will and enter and exit the layer space freely. Similarly, it is also possible to establish a one-way channel between the real world and the alternate space, and it is very convenient. With just a thought, the file appeared in his hand again. Let's go, we should go back. Brian stretched out his hands to Emma and Silver Fox Kayla. The two immediately held Brian's hands. Bang! A red mist enveloped the three people. When the red mist dissipated, Brian had already appeared in Xavier Manor with Emma and Silver Fox Kayla. White Queen Emma. Magneto, who had just come out of the library, saw Brian and Emma and Silver Fox Kayla beside him. Magneto was no stranger to Silver Fox Kayla. But after seeing Emma, Magneto frowned. Before that, Emma was the White Queen of Hellfire Club. So, Magneto subconsciously opened his right hand, ready to release the coins in his hand. However, Magneto hadn't acted yet. His mind stopped instantly. Poor Magneto. He looked at Magneto, whose mind was still, with some sympathy, and then Brian brought Emma and Silver Fox Kayla to the nuclear shelter. It was not until Brian and the other two walked away. Magneto finally got rid of the still mind. F***K. The psychic mutant is my nemesis. Magneto's face is very ugly now. Obviously, facing Emma's psychic power, Magneto has no way. He now understands why Black Emperor Shao always wears that ugly helmet. Although it is ugly, it is really useful. Magneto glanced at the direction Brian left, then shook his head and stopped worrying about White Queen Emma appearing in Xavier Manor. After all, the current leader of the X-Men is Brian, and White Queen Emma was brought back by Brian himself, which is not something Magneto can question. Magneto shook his head and walked straight to the meeting room of the nuclear shelter. When he just walked out of the library, he met the Red Devil. The Red Devil brought him a message. In 2 hours, Black Emperor Shao will bomb New York. Magneto wants to tell the X-Men this news. The nuclear shelter in Xavier Manor is very large, and in order to facilitate survival, the nuclear shelter is occupied by Professor X's parents built many rooms. A nuclear shelter can accommodate hundreds of people at the same time. At this moment, Brian brought Emma and Silver Fox Kayla to Raven's room. As soon as he entered Raven's room, Brian found that Raven was taking a bath. During this period of time, Raven was very busy as the president. There was no time to relax. So, after solving the Hellfire Club, Raven decisively left the White House and returned to Xavier Manor. Now she's enjoying a rare leisure time. Raven, it seems that I came at the right time. Brian looked at Raven with a smile on his face. After sending out the battle request, Brian, Emma, Ruaching, and Silver Fox Kayla started a melee. 1 hour later, looking at the exhausted Silver Fox Kayla, Brian casually released a magnetic field to Silver Fox Kayla. The magnetic field directly began to stimulate Silver Fox Kayla's cells. The fine electric current shuttled rapidly between Silver Fox Kayla's cells. Silver Fox Kayla's physical fitness increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Brian closely followed Silver Fox Kayla's situation through magnetic field perception. At this moment, 10 arcs of electricity flashed constantly in Silver Fox Kayla's eyes. The electric current between cells constantly stimulated the cells, giving her a numb feeling. Brian constantly adjusted the intensity of the magnetic field so that the electric current in Silver Fox Kayla's body could stimulate the cells to the greatest extent without causing damage to Silver Fox Kayla's cells. Under Brian's control, Silver Fox Kayla's body was changing rapidly. Her cells began to rapidly renew, and old cells were replaced by new cells. Her heart roared like an engine. That was because the electric current was madly stimulating her heart cells. At this moment, The magnetic field in Silver Fox Kayla's body pushed the electric current, generating a full 30 Q4 horsepower. This made her heart roar like an engine. The blood flow was even more surging like thunder. Xavier Manor, inside the nuclear shelter. Brian is observing the changes in Silver Fox Kayla's body through magnetic field perception. At this moment, Silver Fox Kayla is under Brian's magnetic field strengthening. The body cells are rapidly iterating and updating. Brian's magnetic field is like injecting Captain America's super soldier serum into each cell of Silver Fox Kayla. Silver Fox Kayla's cells began to vibrate at high speed, and the electric current originally generated by the magnetic field strengthening was moving at high speed in the magnetic field. Under Brian's control, all the cell magnetic fields of billions of cells in the body began to connect with each other. A huge life magnetic field was formed. Visible to the naked eye, Silver Fox Kayla's body surface is covered with a layer of golden life magnetic field. On the life magnetic field, strands of golden arcs are jumping rapidly. These golden arcs push the cell magnetic field, and Silver Fox Kayla's life magnetic field begins to strengthen rapidly. Under the influence of the life magnetic field, Silver Fox Kayla's cells began to undergo cell reorganization. Her heart was the first to change. The heart, which had been beating steadily, was now like a car engine running at high speed. The heart engine roared. The magnetic field in her body pushed the electric current, generating a powerful force of 300 horsepower. This made the blood flow rate of her heart reach a terrifying speed in an instant. A large amount of oxygen began to be inhaled into the body by Silver Fox Kayla. This oxygen was transported to all parts of the body by the blood, because the cell reorganization of Silver Fox Kayla provided the energy for the reorganization. Buzz! The golden life magnetic field on Silver Fox Kayla's body expanded slightly, and then quickly contracted. She had completed the first cell reorganization. Her appearance did not change, but every cell contained powerful power and abundant energy, especially her heart, which continued to roar constantly. Silver Fox Kayla felt the power in her body surge, and she couldn't help but punch out. The electric current in her cells gathered rapidly, and at this moment, Silver Fox Kayla was like a human engine. Her fist was surrounded by purple electric current, which directly smashed the air into a gas explosion. This punch has 300 horsepower. It is comparable to a car traveling at 120 miles per hour. If an ordinary person receives this punch, he will probably have his whole body shattered instantly. Whoosh! Silver Fox Kayla exerted a little force with her feet, and the floor beneath her feet instantly shattered. Then, purple electric current lingered on her body, and she rushed out at a speed of 80 miles per hour. Bang! Silver Fox Kayla, who had not yet fully controlled the power in her body, instantly crashed into the wall beside her. The wall was immediately dented, and Silver Fox Kayla just shook her head slightly and returned to Brian's side as if nothing had happened. This impact force was nothing to her who had been strengthened by the magnetic field. After the magnetic field cell reorganization, not only did her strength and speed increase, but her cell's defense and recovery power also increased simultaneously. At the same time, her nerve reaction speed was also strengthened. It was just the 300 horsepower magnetic field strengthening generated by the cell electric current. It is enough to make Silver Fox Kayla comparable to Captain America. Even if she bursts out with all her strength, Silver Fox Kayla's speed can even surpass Captain America by a large margin. Now Silver Fox Kayla is already a veritable super soldier. After using magnetic field perception to check the internal situation of Silver Fox Kayla's body, Brian stopped the magnetic field strengthening. Silver Fox Kayla's current cell strength can only withstand 300 horsepower of magnetic field strengthening. If it exceeds this limit, Silver Fox Kayla's cells will collapse. Definitely, this does not mean that Silver Fox Kayla cannot perform magnetic field strengthening. As long as the cells in Silver Fox Kayla's body adapt to the power of electric current, they can perform magnetic field strengthening again. Although this adaptation process may be slow. Is this the throwing what? As Brian withdrew his magnetic field, the golden arc on Silver Fox Kayla's body slowly retracted into her body. She returned to her original appearance again. It seemed that there was no change, but she could feel the power that was filled to the point of explosion in her body. At this moment, Silver Fox Kayla has completely gotten rid of her weak body, in addition to the persuasion ability. Her physical fitness has become that of a super soldier. Brian, you are simply my savior. Silver Fox Kayla gave Brian a passionate kiss with excitement on her face. Brian accepted it calmly. Brian, what's going on? Raven and Emma looked at Brian in surprise, with a hint of confusion in their eyes. Kayla was strengthened by my magnetic field. Brian briefly explained the ability of Magneto he had obtained, as well as the magnetic field strengthening. When she heard that Brian had obtained Magneto's ability, Raven was very calm. After all, she already knew that Brian's real ability was copy, and Emma seemed a little surprised, especially after learning that Brian's ability was copying. She was even more shocked. Brian, you are so strong, Emma said with shock on her face. Emma, I have always been strong, in every sense. Brian patted Emma's PG with a smile on his face and chuckled. Brian, can I accept your magnetic field strengthening? Raven looked at Brian with excitement. After seeing the effect of magnetic field strengthening, Raven couldn't wait to do it, although she's already a level 4 mutant. But Raven's ability tends to be auxiliary, and Mystique's status, although it greatly enhances her flexibility, does not increase her experience much. So much so that her combat effectiveness is not even as good as that of Special Forces soldier. That's why Raven was so excited after seeing the effect of Silver Fox Kayla's magnetic field strengthening. Definitely Raven. Anyone can be strengthened by my magnetic field strengthening. Brian snapped his fingers lightly. He used magnetic field strengthening on Mystique Raven in the same way. A few minutes later, Mystique Raven's heart began to emit the engine roar of a top sports car. Her life magnetic field was greatly strengthened, and strands of golden arcs quickly jumped on her body surface. Compared with Silver Fox Kayla, Mystique Raven's changes were more powerful. At this moment, Raven has transformed into Mystique form. Her cells have strong flexibility. This allows her to withstand a magnetic field strength much stronger than Silver Fox Kayla. That is why the electric current driving force generated in her body has reached an astonishing 5,000 horsepower. This is already the maximum engine power that a top sports car can achieve. The roar generated by Raven's heart was even transmitted outside the room. Alarmed the X-Men outside. What happened? What's this sound? Beast Hank was the most sensitive, and the violent roar of his heart almost made him deaf. Boom! Just when the X-Men were confused, Mystique Raven has completed the magnetic field cell reorganization. All the golden electric current in her body has retracted into her body. Raven was pleasantly surprised to feel the explosive power in her body. She felt that she could blow up a tank with one punch. Bang! A ball of red mist enveloped Raven, Silver Fox Kayla, and White Queen Emma in the room. Then Brian brought Raven and the other two to the center of a small Pacific island. Raven, release your power as much as you can. Brian looked at Raven, who was eager to try, and said with a smile on his face. Boom! As Brian's voice fell, Raven immediately exerted force with her feet and jumped more than 1,000 meters in an instant. Then her whole body rotated rapidly for 7.5 times. As Raven rotated, a dazzling golden electric current appeared on her body again. Raven clenched her right fist, and the electric current metal on her body gathered on her fist. An invisible magnetic field covered her fist. Under the magnetic field, the purple-gold electric current gradually began to shine. Boom! Raven punched out. The magnetic field instantly squeezed the surrounding air, forming a heavy air bomb. Boom! A 2-meter-high rock that was dozens of meters away from Raven exploded. Boom! Raven's body landed on the ground like a cannonball, and her right fist hit the ground directly. With a burst of huge amounts of explosions, a 2-meter file-size pit was hit on the ground. Now, Raven seems to have been reborn. After the electric current pushed to 5,000 horsepower, Raven's strength was strengthened to tens of tons. Her speed can reach 180 yards per hour, and the speed of nerve reaction, body defense strength, etc., all exceeded the limit of the human body under the strengthening of the magnetic field. It reached the effect of Captain America's super soldier several times. And the biggest change in Raven is her body flexibility. After the magnetic field strengthening, Raven's body seems to have no bones at all and can bend her body at will. After the magnetic field cell reorganization, Raven's cell recovery speed has also been greatly improved. Most importantly, after the magnetic field strengthening, Raven's mutant ability has also been strengthened. Raven, who was originally only a level 4 mutant, at this moment, she has been promoted to a level 5 mutant. Her ability allows her to transform into anyone. At the same time, after transforming into someone else, Raven can also automatically obtain the other person's short-term memory. This gives her a more powerful disguise ability. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, on the Pacific Island, Raven is exerting her power to the fullest. The rocks on the island exploded under Raven's powerful power. After venting her anger, Raven stopped. She came to Brian excitedly. After gaining powerful power, she is in a good mood now, and after giving Brian a full-scale hot kiss. Raven's character of giving the nickname Little Expert still plays a role. She began to look for a suitable name for the electric current driving force generated by Brian's magnetic field strengthening. Magnetic field strengthening 5,000 horsepower. How about this name? Hearing the name given by Raven, Brian blocked her mouth helplessly. The power system generated by magnetic field strengthening is called magnetic field rotation. Brian plagiarized Haihu's magnetic field rotation system without any sense of morality. Magnetic field rotation? This name is very good. Silver Fox Kayla nodded, very much agreeing with the name given by Brian. Magnetic field rotation, 300 horsepower. Magnetic field rotation, 5,000 horsepower. Well, very good. Raven also nodded in agreement. After strengthening Raven, Brian turned his head and looked at White Queen Emma. At this moment, Emma also looked at Brian with great expectation. Although Emma is already very strong, especially the diamond form, which gives her strong defense and good strength. But these powers are still not enough compared with magnetic field rotation. Besides, who doesn't want to become stronger? Brian also applied magnetic field strengthening to White Queen Emma in the same way. And this time, it took a full half an hour. When White Queen Emma's magnetic field strengthening was finished, her whole body was surrounded by a circle of substantial golden life magnetic field. This time of magnetic field strengthening, her body generated a full 10,000 horsepower of electric current. The powerful electric current pushed the cells in her body to move at high speed. At this moment, Emma seemed to have turned into a golden electric man. A powerful golden electric current flowed through her body. Her body gradually floated in the air. A pair of eyes also glowed with golden light. An extremely strong magnetic field pressure spread in all directions. The life magnetic field alone was enough to produce an extreme sense of oppression for ordinary people. Moreover, after the magnetic field rotated to 10,000 horsepower, Emma's cells evolved. Her cells gradually turned into golden cells. Powerful power continued to spread out from the golden cells. The life magnetic field was able to be substantially released. The high-voltage magnetic field on her body made the air around her tremble violently. White Queen Emma raised her hand, and a ball of magnetic field energy gathered in her palm. Boom! White Queen Emma threw out the golden magnetic field energy. A huge amount of rock instantly fell apart. After the magnetic field rotated to 10,000 horsepower, it was already able to release energy. The magnetic field rotated 10,000 horsepower, and the magnetic energy shone. Emma's right hand turned into a diamond with white light. The diamond fist was filled with dazzling golden electric current, and the white and gold colors complemented each other, making it dazzling. Boom! Emma punched. A huge amount of deep pit suddenly appeared on the ground. This punch, with a force of 10,000 horses, was enough to easily knock down a building. And Emma's speed was already able to achieve low-altitude flight. Its speed was enough to reach 360 yards. In addition to strength and speed, the biggest change is Emma's defense. At this moment, Emma has undergone magnetic field cell reorganization. Her diamond defense has reached an incredible level. She can already resist the bombardment of nuclear bombs in a short time. Zhao Wang. Definitely, this time is only 1 minute. It can be said that Emma has now become a powerful and versatile level 5 mutant. Even if it is the entire X-Men training, Emma can easily crush it. What a surprise. I didn't expect that magnetic field strengthening can actually strengthen your variant abilities. Looking at Emma, who was like a Valkyrie in front of him, Brian was full of surprise. However, he also knew that this kind of enhancement of variant abilities was a rare opportunity. Silver Fox Kayla also underwent magnetic field cell reorganization, but her variant abilities did not change. This shows that magnetic field strengthening is not omnipotent. This kind of variant ability enhancement is accidental and random. Now, it's time to obtain the abilities of both Rue and Emma. After the magnetic field strengthening was completed, Brian looked at Raven and Emma. Without any hesitation, Brian released his magnetic field perception. An invisible magnetic field instantly enveloped the two. Then the brain structures of Mystique Raven and White Queen Emma were clearly presented in front of Brian. In an instant, Brian had obtained the abilities of Raven and Emma. Raven's Mystique ability, White Queen Emma's telepathy and diamondization. For Raven's ability, Brian actually didn't need it. Although the ability to change into anyone's appearance was very powerful, but it was not suitable for Brian. After all, Kayan had no interest in changing into other people's appearance. Besides, he was already so powerful that he didn't even bother to change into other people's appearance. Even if he got Raven's ability now, it was probably the last resort. Maybe at some point in the future, Kayan would need this ability. But Brian at this stage didn't need it. Compared to Raven's ability, Brian still needed Emma's more telepathy and diamondization. Bang! A red mist appeared in Raven's room in the nuclear shelter. After the magnetic field strengthening was completed, Brian brought Raven and the other two back here. Brian, do you have the ability of telepathy? Emma looked at Brian with some curiosity just after returning to Raven's room. As a psychic mutant, Emma did not have the ability to distinguish between mutants and ordinary people like Professor X. But her telepathy could perceive psychic mutants like herself. In her perception, Brian exuded powerful mental fluctuations. Even Emma felt that Brian's mental fluctuations were stronger than her own. In fact, Emma was not wrong. After Brian strengthened the magnetic field for Silver Fox and Kayla, he also took Raven and Emma's abilities into his bag. Brian did not need Raven's ability for the time being and would not use it. What really helped Brian was Emma's ability. Telepathy and diamondization. Both were what Brian needed most at the moment, especially Emma's telepathy ability. It made Brian make up for his mental deficiencies. After obtaining Emma's mental power, Brian was able to use it at will. He could read other people's memories and thoughts at will, just like Professor X and Emma. Control other people's thinking. Create mental illusions. Even directly erase other people's thoughts. Unlike Professor X's telepathy, Emma's telepathy focuses on mind control. Her mind control is much stronger than Professor X's. Emma can easily control the people controlled by Professor X. And after Brian obtained Emma's ability, one-click full level, his mind control is even stronger than Emma's. Not only can he easily deprive Professor X of the right to control other people's minds, he can even leave a mental imprint in the depths of anyone's mind. Brian has absolute control over those who have planted the mental imprint. After obtaining Emma's telepathy, his mental consciousness has also evolved. At this moment, Brian's mind moved, and his mind consciousness body had already left his body and appeared in reality. A psychic giant several meters tall appeared in the room. On the forehead of the psychic giant, there was a golden mind protection mark. After obtaining Emma's telepathy, his mind consciousness body also grew into a psychic giant. Moreover, unlike Emma, who could only show her psychic giant body in the psychic world, Brian can project the body of the psychic giant into reality. The mind protection ability makes Brian's psychic giant body eternal. At this moment, Brian is not afraid of any psychic attack. Any psychic attack cannot cause damage to his psychic giant body. Even if Professor X uses a brainwave enhancer, he cannot erase Brian's psychic giant body. Cool. Raven, Emma, and Silver Fox Kayla saw Brian's psychic giant at the same time. The psychic giant gave Raven and Silver Fox Kayla a great sense of oppression. Just seeing Brian's psychic giant, they felt their hearts trembling. Seeing that Raven and Silver Fox Kayla were about to fall into fear at the spiritual level, Brian took back his psychic giant. The sense of mental oppression that permeated the room disappeared instantly. Now it's time to wake up Professor X. Now, there are only 15 minutes left before Black Emperor Zhao's nuclear bombing of New York. Professor X is still unconscious. The brain injury obviously affected Professor X's mental consciousness. After obtaining Emma's telepathy, Brian prepared to go to Professor X's spiritual world to take a look. Why Professor X couldn't wake up? But before that, Brian needs to gather the X-Men. Brian put his right hand on his temple, and a huge mental power suddenly spread to the entire Xavier Manor. The X-Men in the meeting room suddenly heard Brian's mental voice in their brains. X-Men, assemble everyone. With this voice, Magneto and others were stunned. They looked at each other, a little confused. After Professor X fell into a coma, the mental network built by Professor X could no longer be used. That's why Brian's mental communication suddenly sounded in their minds, making them unable to react for a while. It's Brian. He may have copied Professor X's mental ability. Or copied White Queen Emma's ability. It was Magneto who reacted first. Realizing that Brian might have copied Professor X or White Queen Emma's telepathy ability, Beast Hank, Shockwave Alex, and Cyclops Scott looked at each other, and a look of realization appeared on their faces. They agreed with Magneto's explanation. After all, Brian's ability to copy was a fact recognized by all X-Men. Under the power of mind, Brian knew the thoughts of the X-Men very well. He even read their memories while the X-Men were talking. Decades of memory took Brian only 1 second. His mind consciousness entered the memories of all X-Men at the same time and saw all their memories from birth to the present. Emma's telepathy was ahead of Professor X in control and reading. But the range of telepathy was very small. Even after one click reached the maximum level, Brian's mind power was greatly enhanced. But he could only barely cover Xavier Manor. Professor X's mind power also needs to be obtained as soon as possible. Brian muttered helplessly. Apparently, he was very dissatisfied that telepathy could only cover Xavier Manor. After all the X-Men came to the center of the nuclear shelter, Brian snapped his fingers lightly. A ball of red mist enveloped Brian, Raven, Silver Fox Kayla, and White Queen Emma. Under the full level of one click, Brian's teleportation ability is many times stronger than that of the Red Devil. When the Red Devil teleports others, he needs to hold hands. But Brian doesn't need to do that at all. He only needs to expand the range of the red mist and wrap everyone in the red mist, and he can easily teleport people. Bang! In the central hall of the nuclear shelter, a ball of red mist appeared, and Brian appeared in front of the X-Men with Raven. After seeing Brian appearing from the red mist, the X-Men did not have any doubts. Instead, they were envious. F***K. When can I have the ability to copy? It's so cool. How many abilities has Brian copied now? Copying abilities is really a bug. Brian must be an Omega-level mutant now. Under telepathy, Brian clearly heard the voices of the X-Men. Cyclops and Shockwave both envied Brian's abilities, and Magneto was guessing how many abilities Brian had obtained at this moment. As for Beast Hank, he was already considering whether to define Brian as an Omega-level mutant. Brian directly blocked the voices of the 4 people, and then looked at Professor X in the center of the hall. At this moment, Professor X was lying on a metal bed. A brainwave detector was worn on his head. The instrument next to him was recording Professor X's current brain waves. The flat brain waves indicated that Professor X was still in a deep coma. Professor X has closed his spiritual world because of brain damage. I will now use my spiritual power to wake up Professor X, Brian said to the X-Men, and then came to Professor X. He placed his index and middle fingers on Professor X's temples. However, just when Brian was about to release his psychic power, Magneto stopped Brian. Wait, Brian. Magneto glanced at Professor X, who was lying on the bed like a vegetable, with a frown. I heard Professor X say this before. In order to prevent his brain from being invaded by the same psychic mutant as him, he has been building his own mental defense since he was very young. Now, Professor X, who has become a level 5 psychic mutant, has a very strong mental defense. Although you have obtained the power of telepathy, I am afraid you cannot break through Professor X's mental defense. Magneto looked at Brian and said solemnly, as a close friend of Professor X, he knew many of Professor X's secrets. Among them, Professor X has set up a strong defense in his mind. This mental defense is to prevent psychic mutants like Brian from invading his brain. Now, Professor X has closed his mind. I am afraid that even if Brian obtains the same mental power as Professor X, he cannot break it. However, Brian only used one sentence to leave Magneto speechless. Magneto, you know nothing about my power. Magneto was silenced by Brian. Brian no longer paid attention to Magneto, and all his spiritual power flowed into Professor X's brain. Buzz, with a burst of spiritual vibration. When Brian opened his eyes again, he had come to Professor X's spiritual world. Brian looked at the spiritual world in front of him with interest. At this point in time, Professor X did not regard Xavier College as a spiritual sustenance. His spiritual world was not the appearance of Xavier Manor. Instead, it was the appearance of Oxford University, where he once worked. In the whole university, people came and went, and all kinds of students and teachers had smiles on their faces, as if this was not a spiritual world at all, but a real world. Buzz, Brian's mind swept across, trying to find Professor X. However, as Brian released his spiritual power, tens of thousands of students in the whole school suddenly looked at Brian. Invader! A student looked at Brian with cold eyes, and then all the students made the same cold voice as this student. Open the spiritual barrier. Buzz! Under Brian's gaze, the entire school was shrouded in a thick layer of golden barrier. This golden mental barrier directly blocked Brian outside the campus. Is this the mental defense set up by Professor X? Brian touched the golden barrier in front of him with a look of surprise. Then Brian released a mental attack towards the barrier. A mental energy was released from Brian's hand and then bombarded the golden barrier. Buzz! After the mental energy touched the golden barrier, it was immediately bounced back. Looking at the oncoming mental energy, Brian crushed it with a palm. It has to be admitted that the mental defense set up by Professor X is really strong. Even if Professor X himself comes to crack it, it will take a long time. His mental defense can almost block the invasion of any mental mutant. However, Brian is no longer blocked, because Brian not only has mental power, he also has the ability to adapt and evolve infinitely. Brian came to the mental barrier and punched it with all his strength. Boom! Brian's full mental power attack did not shake the mental barrier at all. On the contrary, after enduring this mental attack, the mental barrier instantly rebounded Brian's mental power. Brian did not dodge or avoid. He let the rebounding mental power hit him. Buzz! As the mental power touched Brian's body, his adaptive evolution ability was activated instantly. The body of the mental giant, which had already reached several meters in height, rapidly increased by 2 meters. Brian looked at his strengthened mental power and couldn't help but laugh. He laughed very brightly. The mental power that evolved through adaptation will not degenerate. Brian did not hesitate at all and stood in front of the mental barrier, firing at full power. At this moment, Brian clenched his fists, gathered all the mental power of the mental giant's body, and punched the mental barrier one by one. He only used mental power to attack, but never defended. At this moment, there was a rare way to quickly enhance mental power. So how could Brian not seize the opportunity? Under Brian's crazy attack, his body grew rapidly in an instant. After a few minutes, he had become a mental giant hundreds of meters tall. The entire campus in front of Brian was like a miniature campus model. The mental barrier below, it was even smaller. Brian raised huge amounts of his right foot and instantly stepped on the mental barrier. Crack, click. Brian's mental power was so terrifying at this moment. It was even better than the future apocalypse. Professor X's mental barrier was very strong, but it couldn't withstand Brian's mental bombardment this time. As Brian's right foot collapsed, the mental barrier collapsed. Invader died. As the mental barrier shattered, everyone in the campus rushed towards Brian. These people were Professor X's mental projections. Although the power of a mental projection was very weak, the power formed by tens of thousands of mental projections was so strong that even White Queen Emma could not resist it. As these people rushed towards Brian, everyone instantly turned into a mental storm and swept towards Brian. Facing the mental storm, Brian just raised his right hand. Then he slapped it suddenly. Boom! The entire mental storm, along with the campus, was all destroyed by Brian's mental power. Looking at the empty mental world, Brian snapped his fingers lightly. His body shrank rapidly. Then it became Brian's original height file size. This did not mean that Brian's mental giant body disappeared. Rather, he used his mental power to compress the hundreds of meters tall mental giant body to Brian's height file size. As his mind compressed, Brian's mind became more and more solid. The mental consciousness body originally had no mass. But now, Brian's mental body has mass. His mental body is no different from the body in the real world. He looked down at his mental body. Brian smiled. In terms of the strength of the mental consciousness body alone, Professor X can't catch up with Brian. Definitely, this is only in the mental consciousness body. Apocalypse's mental consciousness body is also many times stronger than Professor X. But in terms of telepathy and mind control, Professor X can easily beat Apocalypse. After Brian destroyed Professor X's mental campus, the original mental campus instantly became the X enhancement room. And Brian, at this moment, was standing outside the X enhancement room. Looking at the closed door in front of him, Brian's mind swept over it, and the door opened in response. Brian, you are here. At this moment, the X enhancement room was dark, and as Professor X's voice sounded, the lights in the X enhancement room lit up. And Brian also saw what Professor X looked like at the moment. Professor X's spiritual world. After shattering Professor X's spiritual defense, Brian finally saw Professor X, who had locked himself in the X enhanced room. At this moment, in the enhanced room, Brian walked into it. The entire X-enhanced room was dark. As a spiritual mutant, Brian could sense that this darkness was completely made up of despair and fear. Brian, you're here. In front of the console of the X-enhanced room, a slightly decadent voice sounded. Then in this dark X-enhanced room, a light shone on Professor X. With the help of this light, Brian finally saw Professor X at the moment. Then his face became weird. Professor X in front of him was too decadent. His beard was sloppy. His eyes were dull. His eye sockets were deep. His suit, which was very neat in the past, became dirty at this moment. He looked like a beggar, especially Professor X's behavior at this moment. He held a bottle of vodka in his right hand and was pouring it into his mouth in big gulps. His body was even crooked and slumped on the chair. He looked at Brian with blurry eyes. It was more than decadent. It was simply too decadent. Pain, despair, fear. So that's it. Professor X, you were autistic because of the Black Emperor Shao. Brian looked at the decadent Professor X in front of him and pressed his right hand on his temple, perceiving Professor X's emotions and thoughts. Then Brian suddenly realized the reason why Professor X was so decadent in the spiritual world was because he was autistic because of the invincible Black Emperor Shao. F***K, Brian, don't use telepathy on me. Seeing Brian reveal the reason for his decadence, Professor X instantly broke down and yelled at Brian. At the same time, Professor X also stood up from his chair with his right hand on his temple, and a huge spiritual power instantly surged towards Brian. Facing Professor X's spiritual attack, Brian also released his spiritual power. Boom! The two spiritual powers collided in the X-enhanced room, and the originally dark X-enhanced room was instantly shaky. The metal plates in the enhanced room fell inch by inch, and as Brian strengthened his spiritual power, Professor X's spiritual power was gradually crushed. In terms of spiritual range, Professor X is the strongest. But in terms of mind reading and mind control, Emma is undoubtedly the strongest. Definitely, Brian is the strongest now. White Queen Emma's telepathy. F asterisk asterisk K. F asterisk asterisk K. Stop, Brian. Stop. Seeing his telepathy being easily crushed by Brian, Professor X stepped back. The metal plate of the X-enhancement room fell again. At the same time, on the remaining metal plate, the scene that Professor X was most reluctant to face at the moment was reflected. There was only one figure in the picture. That was Black Emperor Shao, who walked out of the nuclear power room. At this moment, Black Emperor Shao exuded an invincible posture. Charles, do you still want to challenge again? Do you still want to continue to face failure? Black Emperor Shao looked at Professor X's direction with a look of arrogance and disdain on his face. No, no, no. Seeing that Brian had begun to read his thoughts, Professor X could not help but grab his hair with both hands in annoyance, and then slumped down in the chair. Professor X no longer resisted. He allowed Brian to use the power of telepathy to read his thoughts at the moment. As Professor X gave up resistance, the original X-enhancement room disappeared instantly. Instead, there was a scene of Black Emperor slaughtering X-Men again and again. Black Emperor Shao is too strong. I can't think of a way to defeat Black Emperor Shao. Seeing that he could no longer hide his thoughts, Professor X simply said it out. One of the reasons why he didn't want to wake up was that Black Emperor Shao had beaten him into autism. Black Emperor Shao was too strong. X-Men were just like ants in front of Black Emperor Shao. Black Emperor Shao could easily crush X-Men to death. Before the coin pierced his brain, Professor X saw Black Emperor Shao ruthlessly slaughtering X-Men. In just a moment, X-Men's Magneto, Siren, and himself were killed by Black Emperor Shao. As for Cyclops and Shockwave, they were exhausted and became lambs to be slaughtered. In this battle, X-Men were completely defeated. The invincible posture shown by Black Emperor Shao made Professor X fall into deep despair. When he was unconscious, he had challenged Black Emperor Shao more than once in the illusion of his mind. However, without exception, the ending was Professor X's miserable defeat. Failure after failure made the young Professor X lose all confidence and even began to give up on himself, especially when he heard that Beast Hank sacrificed the Siren to save himself and Magneto. Professor X blamed himself even more. He blamed himself for the death of the Siren. In fact, although he was in a coma, he could still perceive what was happening outside, especially when he heard that there were still millions of people in New York who had not evacuated. Professor X didn't want to wake up even more. He couldn't find a way to defeat Black Emperor Shao. This also meant that he couldn't stop Black Emperor Shao from bombing New York. It was an established fact that New York was hit by a nuclear explosion. This meant that millions of innocent people would be wiped out by Black Emperor Zhao's nuclear explosion. The kind Professor X didn't want to see the scene of New York being devastated. So he shut himself in. He closed his inner world. He chose to escape. Escape from the invincible Black Emperor Shao. Escape from the fact that New York was about to be bombed. Professor X shut himself in. He was surrounded by the despair and helplessness of darkness. He began to fear Black Emperor Shao. Black Emperor Shao, in his mind, became an invincible, unbeatable source of fear. Brian, I'm scared. Black Emperor Shao is invincible. I don't want to face Black Emperor Shao again. I don't want to see all the X-Men killed by Black Emperor Shao, just like Hellfire Club. I don't want to see Black Emperor shout and nuke New York and millions of people die as a result. Professor X said painfully. So, you're living a life of drunkenness and dreaming in your own spiritual world and completely giving up? Brian did not despise Professor X. Professor X is still very young now. He is far from being the future leader of the mutant. Fear of Black Emperor Shao is inevitable. However, although he does not despise Professor X's behavior, but this does not mean that Brian agrees with Professor X's practice of closing himself off. As the strongest mental mutant in the world, Professor X's mind is fragile. This has to be said to be an irony. Professor X was hit by Brian's words, which made Professor X's long-accumulated emotions collapse instantly. What else can I do? Should I leave the X-Men to die? F***K, you have an infinitely adaptable body. No one can kill you. You are definitely not afraid. But not everyone has an immortal body. Professor X roared at Brian. Brian scratched his ears and looked at Professor X with some disdain. Remember the name of the predicted event I told you before? This is just the first battle of mutant. In the future, there will be many such events. Among all the major events, Black Emperor Zhao's ability can only reach level 5 mutant, which is the weakest enemy. Professor X, do you plan to escape from the beginning to the end? Brian did not lie. Black Emperor Shao is indeed very strong. But there will be stronger mutants than Black Emperor Shao in the future. Whether it is the Sentry who reverses the future, or the mutant Apocalypse who is about to wake up, or Dark Phoenix, both are stronger than Black Emperor Shao. In comparison, Black Emperor Shao is strong, but his weaknesses are also obvious. If Professor X can't even face Black Emperor Shao, how can he face Apocalypse and other mutants in the future? With Brian's resounding question, Professor X's collapsed expression solidified. He looked at Brian in silence. Then the expression on his face gradually became firm. Just as Brian said, if even Black Emperor Shao, who fought the first battle of mutant, escaped, how could he grow into a true mutant leader in the future? Thank you for your enlightenment, Brian. I won't escape anymore. Professor X quickly adjusted his mood. As Professor X was no longer autistic, the surrounding lights turned on instantly, and the X enhancement room became very bright. As the lights came on, Professor X regained his figure again. His decadent look disappeared instantly, replaced by Professor X, who was full of energy. Professor X walked to Brian with a grateful face and nodded to Brian. But Brian just looked at Professor X calmly. Professor X, don't hide anymore. Brian's words made Professor X's expression, who was full of determination, instantly freeze. Brian, I don't know what you were talking about. Professor X was stunned for a second, and then he smiled again and said with a smile, Professor X, remove the mental illusion in front of you. Brian didn't even look at Professor X in front of him. He spoke to the darkness beside him. Brian, I don't understand what you're talking about. Professor X looked at Brian with a puzzled face, as if he didn't know what Brian was talking about at all. Professor X, I don't want to say it again. Brian slapped Professor X in front of him and flew him away, saying in a deep voice, Swish. As Brian's voice fell, the X enhancement room in front of him disappeared instantly. Instead, it was the lawn of Ware Manor. On the lawn, a young man was sitting in a wheelchair, quietly watching the sunrise of the spiritual world. The previous X enhancement room was just a mental illusion created by Professor X using his mental power. And now, the Professor X on the lawn is the real Professor X. Brian walked to Professor X's side and gently patted the wheelchair under Professor X. Brian, as you can see, this is the real me. Professor X turned his head and said with pain in his eyes, the coin of the Black Emperor, Shao, has Magneto's magnetic field attached to it. When it penetrated my brain, Magneto's magnetic field had some effect on my mind. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. This damaged my mind. I can no longer stand up. Professor X looked at his legs in pain. Just as Professor X said, the coin of the Black Emperor Shao has a strong magnetic field. The Black Emperor Shao did not absorb the magnetic field energy in Magneto's coin. That is why the strong magnetic field energy, after entering Professor X's brain, produced a certain induction with Professor X's mental power. This caused a mental magnetic storm. Professor X's mind was damaged. The mental magnetic storm disturbed Professor X's mental cognition. He mistakenly believed that he was paralyzed by Magneto's coin in the last battle. Professor X thought he was paralyzed, and he was really paralyzed. This is a mental trauma. Even Brian's divine blood cannot heal it. Professor X is probably aware of this, so he is reluctant to wake up. I told you a long time ago, you are destined to sit in a wheelchair, Professor X. Brian patted Professor X's shoulder without any sympathy and said very angrily, "Well, I didn't escape the prophetic curse of Irwin after all." Professor X spread his hands. In Brian's previous persuasion, Professor X had figured out, and he no longer avoided the battle with Black Emperor Shao. Moreover, after this time of mental autism, Professor X became even bigger. He was ready to face the fact that he was paralyzed. He even thought very optimistically that if he sat in a wheelchair, his mental power would become stronger. "Let's go, Professor. Your X-Men are waiting for you." Brian patted Professor X's shoulder and said seriously, "Yes, X-Men needs a qualified leader, rather than a lawless and reckless homelander." Professor X glanced at Brian and said teasingly, "Is it wrong to do whatever you want?" "Professor X, you must admit that I am the only one who understands America's spirit of freedom. Free America, staring at the National Day. I do whatever I want. Isn't it reasonable?" Brian's words made Professor X speechless instantly. "Maybe we will become enemies in the future. But no matter what, Brian, I owe you a favor." After a moment of silence, Professor X said solemnly, "After experiencing spiritual autism, Professor X's way of looking at problems has changed. He is increasingly overlapping with the future Professor X. He lost the recklessness of young people and gradually became calm and steady. That is why he sees Brian more clearly. He and Brian are destined not to be the same people. The future Brian is destined to take a completely different path. Perhaps he and Brian will stand on the opposite side and become enemies. But no matter what, Professor X does owe Brian a favor, because it was Brian who pulled Professor X out of the abyss of autism. Let him face the Black Emperor Shao bravely. Face himself. Professor X, you did me a favor." Brian nodded calmly, and then exited Professor X's spiritual world. In the hall, Brian opened his eyes instantly. What happened in the spiritual world before seemed to take a long time. But in fact, only 1 second passed. Brian took his hands away from Professor X's temples, and then ordered Beast Hank, "I have awakened Professor X. Beast Hank, go find a wheelchair." Beast Hank, Magneto, Cyclops, and Shockwave. The 4 people looked at Brian with confusion. They had no idea why Brian said that. "What are you looking at me for? Go find a wheelchair, preferably a sturdy one. This will be the best companion for Professor X for the rest of his life." Brian shrugged and said something that made the X-Men feel overwhelmed. However, although he didn't understand what Brian meant, Beast Hank still followed Brian's order, went to the utility room, and found a wheelchair. At the same time that Beast Hank pushed the wheelchair, Professor X on the bed slowly opened his eyes. "Professor X, are you awake?" Cyclops Scott was the first to discover the awakened Professor X, and immediately reminded him with a face full of surprise. Everyone's eyes were all on Professor X. At this moment, Professor X on the bed supported his upper body with both hands and sat up. After seeing the wheelchair pushed by Beast Hank, Professor X cast a grateful look at Brian. "Guys, who can help me move to the wheelchair?" Professor X glanced at the X-Men and then asked for help. Professor X's words stunned all the X-Men. "Yes, just as Brian said, I will be accompanied by a wheelchair for the rest of my life. Guys, I am paralyzed." Professor X's words made the X-Men look at each other in bewilderment. Xavier Manor, Nuclear Shelter Lobby. Professor X sat in a wheelchair. The surrounding X-Men all looked at Professor X in silence. The atmosphere in the entire hall seemed very solemn. In fact, just now, Professor X had explained that his paralysis was caused by the confusion of mental cognition. That was why the atmosphere in the hall was so solemn. Because the X-Men had realized that even if Beast Hank could still develop a cure, it would not cure Professor X's paralysis. At the same time, they also understood why Brian said that Professor X would spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. I'm sorry, Charles. Magneto felt even more guilty. If he hadn't attached a huge magnetic field to the coin, perhaps the mental magnetic storm would not have been triggered. Professor X might not have been paralyzed. At this moment, Magneto looked at Professor X's intact legs, his eyes full of apology. Eric, this is not your fault. Professor X shook his head gently and said gently, because Professor X was paralyzed. The relationship between Magneto and Professor X eased a lot. Gentlemen, there are only 2 minutes left before the nuclear explosion of Black Emperor Shao. Brian couldn't bear it anymore and interrupted the two of them. After hearing Brian's words, the professor and others suddenly felt heavy in their hearts. However, no one proposed to stop Black Emperor Shao from bombing New York. Even Professor X was silent. Even though Professor X knew that there were nearly 2 million innocent people in New York City. Although he couldn't bear to see these innocent people die in the nuclear explosion of Black Emperor Shao. But at this moment, he had no way. Black Emperor Shao was invincible. At least not the current X-Men could defeat him. Even if Professor X led the X-Men to forcibly stop him, it would only add a few more mutant souls to the nuclear explosion. 217, Professor X didn't want the X-Men to die in vain. So, weighing the pros and cons, Professor X could only choose to wait and see. As for the 2 million innocent people who were about to die, Professor X could only pray to God that these people could survive the nuclear explosion. This shelter can help us withstand the nuclear explosion. After Professor X said this, it meant that he had given up New York and the 2 million people in New York. No one objected to Professor X's order. In fact, it was not just Professor X who didn't want to face Black Emperor Shao. Cyclops Scott, Shockwave Alex, Beast Hank, none of them wanted to face Black Emperor Shao. As for Magneto, he didn't care about Black Emperor Zhao's nuclear explosion in New York. He only cared about one thing, that is, how to kill Black Emperor Shao. Eric, are you interested in playing chess? Professor X invited Magneto to play chess. Magneto nodded, then waved and took out a chessboard. The two of them started playing chess as if no one was around. The other X-Men saw Professor X and Magneto start playing chess. They also began to relax. Beast Hank went directly to the wine cellar of the nuclear shelter and brought a few bottles of red wine. Brian looked at the red wine that Beast Hank brought, picked up a bottle of 18th century classic red wine with psychokinesis, and then raised his hand to get 4 wine glasses. Brian poured a glass of red wine for himself, Raven, and the other two. Let's toast to the new era of mutant. Brian raised the wine glass in his hand, gentlemanly, and said with a smile on his face, "Cheers. ×3. White Queen Raven, Mystique Raven, Silver Fox Kayla." The three looked at each other, then smiled at each other and toasted to Brian. Raven and the other two definitely knew what Brian was celebrating. He was celebrating that Black Emperor Shao was about to start a new mutant era for him. After the nuclear explosion, the base number of mutants will increase exponentially. Black Emperor Shao thought he was fighting for his ideal. Black Emperor Shao thought he had won. Little did he know that everything Black Emperor Shao did was just to prepare for Brian. If Brian hadn't wanted to use a nuclear explosion to start the mutant era in New York, I'm afraid Black Emperor Shao would have had no chance to carry out a nuclear explosion. It could be said that the entire first battle of mutant was under Brian's control. Cheers to the upcoming nuclear explosion. Brian drank the red wine in high spirits. Then he raised his glass and gestured to the other X-Men. Cyclops and others, who had completely relaxed, also raised their glasses like Brian. Cheers! Cyclops and other X-Men drank the red wine in their hands, and then completely relaxed under the stimulation of alcohol. They drank red wine wantonly. Some even expected the nuclear explosion to come soon. Looking at the X-Men who were getting excited, Brian smiled non-committally. Then he glanced at Professor X and directly released his magnetic field perception. Professor X's brain structure was instantly presented in front of Brian. The next second, Brian obtained Professor X's telepathy ability. Boom! As Brian obtained Professor X's ability, his telepathy range instantly expanded to the entire New York City. He clearly perceived the thoughts and thinking of everyone in New York City. His mind was connected to the consciousness of everyone in New York City. At this moment, he saw 2 million people in New York. Like a tide, the voices of the mind poured into Brian's brain. However, these voices were not chaotic. Under the full level of one click, Brian can easily sort out these voices of the mind through the power of the mind. At the same time, a series of mental projections appeared around Brian. Through these mental projections, Kyan could clearly observe the actions of these people. This is my telepathy. The mental fluctuations around Brian startled Professor X, who was playing chess with Magneto. His telepathy sensed the same mental power fluctuations in Brian. This made Professor X realize it instantly. Brian copied my ability. As Professor X spoke with a little surprise, all the X-Men asked Brian, "Brian, how many abilities do you have now?" Cyclops Scott looked at Brian with envy. He had already started to calculate the abilities that Brian had copied. According to Cyclops Scott's calculations, Brian had at least 20 abilities. Brian perceived Cyclops Scott's thoughts. He just smiled faintly. In fact, not counting his Sera template, he already had 30 variant abilities. Adaptive evolution, occlumency, tornado, four-winged angel form, psychokinesis control, life expert, divine blood, danger prediction, sound waves, energy shockwave, Cyclops, super hearing, persuasion ability, invisibility, carbon skin, super strength, mind protection, perception, energy shield, microwave heating, flight, giant bear, transformation, earthquake creation, opening of the calendar, magnetic field control, teleportation, self-healing factor, Sabretooth version, telepathy, White Queen version, diamond transformation, telepathy, Professor X. Definitely, there is also the most evolved form. It can be said that at this moment, Brian has physical strength, mental power, energy radiation, flight, and psychokinesis control in one, except for the inability to absorb energy and rewrite molecular structure. Brian is now beyond the level 5 mutant and is about to become an Omega-level mutant, as long as Brian obtains the energy absorption of Black Emperor Shaw. Brian is a complete Omega-level mutant. Once he becomes an Omega-level mutant, Brian can almost walk sideways in the mutant universe. The reason why I say almost is because there are Omega-level mutants, such as Apocalypse and Phoenix Jean Grey in the mutant universe. Brian ignored Cyclops Scott's inquiry. He is now concentrating his consciousness on the center of New York City. Here, there are tens of thousands of New York military personnel and reporters from various countries who were forcibly brought here by the Red Devil. And in front of them is the Black Emperor, who is wearing a suit and standing proudly like a European aristocrat. Professor X, Black Emperor Shao, is giving his final speech. Brian's mind moved, and he directly projected the spiritual consciousness of everyone in the nuclear shelter hall into the brains of several humans in downtown New York. Everyone felt dazed. When they regained consciousness again, they had already appeared in downtown New York, occupying the bodies of some people. Brian, you are abusing your telepathy. Professor X saw Brian directly use his spiritual power to let the X-Men occupy the bodies of those ordinary people, and immediately frowned and said, "No, Professor X, you are wasting your spiritual power." Brian patted Professor X's shoulder, and then his spiritual consciousness instantly crossed most of New York and instantly occupied a person's body. At this moment, downtown New York City, Black Emperor Shao has set up a podium. He is standing in front of the podium with high spirits, turning a blind eye to the American military below. And opposite Black Emperor Shao, a group of American soldiers are holding their rifles with fear on their faces, and their bodies can't help shaking. Some American soldiers have even begun to curse. F***K, those brain-dead idiots. Let us use rifles to deal with a nuclear bomb. Swish. As the American soldiers cursed, all the soldiers threw away their rifles at the same time and turned around and ran. Despite the constant urging and cursing of the military leaders in the headset, the engineers were unmoved. However, when the soldiers were running away frantically, some soldiers suddenly stopped with confused eyes. The next second, the eyes of these engineers changed. They seemed to have become another person. They turned their heads to observe the surrounding situation. Holy shit, Brian. What did you do to us? F***K. How did I become Nig? So is this a mind invasion? Professor X can actually do such a thing. 0. The soldiers uttered a series of surprised voices. These voices attracted Black Emperor Shao on the rostrum. Mind transfer. Although Black Emperor Shao did not have telepathy, he instantly realized that these people had suffered mind transfer just by hearing the conversation between these people. And the only one who could do mind transfer, except for the missing White Queen Emma, the only one who could do mind transfer was Professor X. I didn't expect Professor X to be still alive. He is really lucky. Black Emperor Zhao's face was slightly gloomy, but then he regained his composure. Now Black Emperor Shao is very arrogant. He already has invincible power. No one could defeat him now. Even if the X-Men are resurrected, it won't work. Black Emperor Shao no longer pays attention to those X-Men. Now, there's only 1 minute left before he bombs New York. He's going to give a global speech. This is to welcome the coming new era of mutant. Just as Black Emperor Shao was preparing to give a speech, below him, 3 female reporters were stunned for a moment, and then their minds were replaced by the consciousness of Raven, Emma, and Silver Fox Kayla. Next to the female reporters, a white man was also confused, and then his consciousness was replaced by Brian. Beast, Cyclops, Shockwave, don't panic. You just occupied the brains of these people. Among the fleeing soldiers, a white strong man stopped and said to the stunned X-Men in a gentle voice. This voice was Professor X's voice. With Professor X's comfort, Beast Hank, Cyclops Scott, and Shockwave Alex, who became America's soldiers, gradually calmed down. As for Magneto, he looked at his temporary body with great disdain at this moment. This body is a Nig soldier. After adapting to their own bodies, the X-Men came behind Brian. Raven and the other 2 had already stood on both sides of Brian. They watched the speech of Black Emperor Shao before the nuclear explosion from a close distance. Dear global human beings and Black Emperor Shao, I am also the creator of the new era, the savior of mutant. In 1 minute, I will first detonate New York, then Washington, D.C., San Francisco, Houston. Black Emperor Shao is like the messiah of the new era, expounding his nuclear explosion plan. Black Emperor Zhao's speech, after being broadcast by these news media, instantly spread to the world. The global human beings fell into the panic of nuclear explosion again. I will use the energy of nuclear explosion to activate the X gene in human body. My mutant brothers will be reborn from the ashes under the nuclear explosion and become new humans of the new era. Now, I declare that a new era has arrived. Black Emperor Shao suddenly opened his hands. Then a strong golden light burst out from his body. At this moment, Black Emperor Shao released all the energy in his body. He instantly turned into an energy sun. The violent energy field instantly crushed everyone into powder. The spiritual consciousness of Professor X and others instantly returned to their bodies. In the entire downtown of New York City, only Brian's spiritual consciousness was left. For point 0, after Black Emperor Shao exploded with all his energy, Brian activated the power of mind protection and came out directly from the brain of the occupied white man. At this moment, Brian's mind consciousness body is no different from his real body. He stood quietly in front of Black Emperor Shao, watching Black Emperor Zhao's nuclear explosion in New York. This is a rare scene. Originally, he planned to let the X-Men witness the scene of Black Emperor Zhao's nuclear explosion in New York. But he didn't expect that after Black Emperor Shao released all his energy, His energy field would be so strong. Ordinary people's bodies can't bear this violent energy field at all. X-Men are fine. Brian was a little regretful that Emma and the other two didn't watch the New York nuclear explosion with him. Brian looked up at Black Emperor Shao, who was gradually floating up. His face was full of expectations. Mind protection made his mind consciousness immortal. It also made him immune to the next nuclear explosion. Boom! The violent energy field was venting unscrupulously around. The glass of the surrounding buildings shattered. At the same time, the vehicles on the street were directly crushed by the energy field and turned into a pile of scrap metal. Boom! A huge amount of the sound of the nuclear explosion resounded throughout New York. Black Emperor Shao completely released all the energy in his body. In front of Brian, a huge amount of mushroom cloud rose up. Above the mushroom cloud, energy shock waves swept across dozens of kilometers in an instant. Wherever the energy shock wave passed, skyscrapers exploded and collapsed in an instant. The ground collapsed. The American army closest to the center of the explosion was vaporized in an instant. The energy shock wave released by the mushroom cloud alone instantly wiped out tens of thousands of American troops. And the nuclear explosion has just begun. Rumble. In the center of New York City, a new sun is rising. Brian, a spiritual consciousness body, is in the center of the nuclear explosion. Only spiritual power can hurt him. Even a nuclear explosion cannot cause any harm to Brian. Brian is now like Black Emperor Shao. He has put on a physical immunity buff. Under Brian's gaze, Black Emperor released all the nuclear energy in his body. He truly became a nuclear bomb. Huge amounts of mushroom clouds rose rapidly over New York City. The huge nuclear shock wave swept dozens of kilometers. The sound of the nuclear explosion spread throughout America. Brian's body flashed with red mist, and he had appeared in the sky 10,000 meters above New York City. From the sky, the entire mushroom cloud rose thousands of meters. Then the energy in a mushroom cloud exploded. A nuclear bomb without radiation exploded in the center of New York City. 2 million people in New York were instantly blinded by the strong light produced by the nuclear explosion. The terrifying sound waves of the nuclear explosion made them deaf. At the center of the nuclear explosion, energy compressed the air, and the scorching heat instantly melted the buildings in the center of New York. Then the nuclear explosion spread. Brian was suspended in the air at an altitude of 10,000 meters, quietly watching the nuclear explosion in New York. At this moment, the powerful energy shock wave generated by the nuclear explosion swept across New York. All the buildings in the center of New York were instantly turned into dust, and a huge amount of nuclear explosion pits appeared on the ground. The nuclear explosion pit was spreading rapidly. The energy shock wave spread from the city center to all directions at a very fast speed. Wherever it passed, the once prosperous steel city instantly turned into a ruin. Everything made by humans was as fragile as paper in the face of a nuclear explosion, and it would break at the touch. Oh my God! Black Emperor Shao really exploded New York. The high-ranking American military officials who were originally ambitious and ready to overthrow Black Emperor Shao were full of despair, and then their bodies instantly vaporized and disappeared. Along with the disappearance of the high-ranking military officials, there were also 2 million soldiers and ordinary people. The energy released by Black Emperor Shao was so huge. In just a breath, a super-large modern city was instantly reduced to ruins. At this moment, in a nuclear shelter under Xavier Manor, 30, Professor X and others were holding their ears. The huge sound waves generated by the nuclear explosion were enough to make them dizzy even if they were hiding in the nuclear shelter. At the same time, the earthquake caused by the nuclear explosion made Professor X and others start to stagger. Magneto opened his hands, and the magnetic force instantly fixed him in place. He even had time to control Professor X's wheelchair, so that Professor X would not be shaken out of the wheelchair. As for Beast Hank, Ray Eyes Scott, and Shockwave Alex, Beast Hank was better. When the nuclear explosion and strong earthquake hit, he had already pierced the floor with his sharp claws, fixing his body in place. As for Cyclops Scott and Shockwave Alex, their mutant ability is very powerful, but their bodies are just ordinary people. Therefore, when a strong earthquake hit, they were directly blown away, and the country was grimacing. As for White Queen Emma and the other two, Emma directly released her diamond transformation, and a nuclear explosion and strong earthquake could not cause any damage to her body. Mystique Raven and Silver Fox Kayla turned on the magnetic field rotation mode. The golden electric current lingered all over their bodies. The life magnetic field rotated, and the whole body exuded a powerful force, like a Valkyrie, attracting the attention of the X-Men. Rumble. The nuclear explosion continued. In a few minutes, the whole New York had been reduced to ruins under the nuclear explosion. In the center of New York, a nuclear explosion crater with a diameter of several kilometers appeared. After New York was reduced to ruins, the energy field generated by the nuclear explosion, like nuclear radiation, began across New York City layer by layer and swept towards other parts of America. It only took 1 minute for a solid energy field to sweep across Rochester, which is adjacent to New York City. All the building glass in Rochester shattered instantly. The powerful energy field even caused some buildings to collapse. At the same time, the powerful energy field swept through the bodies of millions of people in Rochester. The powerful energy field caused everyone's body to have varying degrees of discomfort. At the same time, some humans miraculously absorbed part of the dissipated energy field. They felt as if something in their bodies was being activated. An hour later, the energy field generated by the nuclear explosion had swept across the entire America. In the center of the nuclear explosion, Black Emperor Shao slowly fell down. He had released all his energy. The entire New York had been turned into a ruined city by Black Emperor Zhao's nuclear explosion energy. Black Emperor Shao showed satisfaction on his face. He tidied up his messy clothes and jumped out of the nuclear explosion pit. He turned his head and looked around. The whole New York was devastated. The invisible energy field still filled the entire New York City. After the nuclear explosion, led by Professor X, the X-Men walked out of the nuclear shelter. Looking at the ruined Xavier Manor, Professor X's eyes flashed with 10 traces of sadness. Xavier Manor is Professor X's only home. It is also the only property left to Professor X by the Xavier family. The Xavier Manor was reduced to ruins, which also meant that Professor X was on the verge of bankruptcy. After feeling sad, Professor X quickly adjusted his mood, and his face became calm again. Let's go see New York now," Professor X said to Magneto and others. Magneto nodded, then opened his right hand, and all the X-Men flew up quickly. After seeing Brian's application of magnetic field control, Magneto was suddenly awakened. He was no longer limited to controlling metals. After reading elementary school physics and understanding what magnetic fields are, Magneto was finally able to use his variant ability, a part of magnetic field control. Using magnetic fields to fly is the result of Magneto's hard work. Although Magneto's flight speed is far slower than Brian's flight, but it also allows the X-Men to observe New York after the nuclear explosion from high altitude. Magneto opened his right hand, and his body flew up quickly under the push of the Earth's magnetic field. Beside him were Professor X and the X-Men members. Under the control of Magneto's magnetic field, they slowly flew over New York. As far as the eye could see, there was a scene of ruins. Everything that originally belonged to human civilization disappeared under the nuclear explosion. Only some building ruins were left on the entire Earth. And in the ruins, Professor X and others also saw the logo of the Empire State Building in New York. New York, after the nuclear explosion, made Professor X and others feel extremely heavy. They flew over Brooklyn and Midtown Manhattan. This was originally one of the richest places in New York. Now it has been completely razed to the ground. There was not even any building debris on the entire Earth. There was only heavy dust. This dust even covered the sky, and the heavy dust cloud made it almost impossible for the X-Men to breathe. Although the nuclear explosion of Black Emperor Shao would not produce nuclear radiation, but this nuclear explosion dust cloud would still appear. This was not nuclear radiation dust, but just the dust layer produced by the buildings turning into ashes. Just as the X-Men observed New York City after the nuclear explosion, below them, the air raid shelters in New York City suddenly opened. Amid the piercing air raid alarms, the New York citizens hiding in the air raid shelters slowly walked out. They looked at everything in front of them in shock. They stood on the ruins of the building, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. F***K, Huang Xiao Dai. A white man lost control of his emotions and couldn't help but curse loudly, and a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. At this moment, the surviving New York citizens hated Black Huang Xiao to the extreme. Anyone who could kill Black Huang Xiao, they could put him on the altar. Everyone began to curse. Angry voices gradually gathered together, formed a wave of condemnation of Black Emperor Xiao. Seeing that this group of New York citizens who had finally survived were about to completely lose control, the Doctor and Black Emperor Xiao fought desperately. Professor X glanced at Magneto. Magneto immediately understood what Professor X meant, pressed his hands down, and all the X-Men slowly fell in front of this group of New York citizens. It's the X-Men. They are still alive. Some people saw the X-Men appearing in front of them with sharp eyes and immediately shouted excitedly, "Great, the X-Men are still alive. Our superhero is still alive. X-Men, please save New York, save us. X-Men, please kill Black Emperor Xiao." Walala. Under the gaze of the X-Men, all the surviving New York citizens knelt down in front of the X-Men, even prostrated on the ground, constantly praying to the X-Men. After witnessing the nuclear explosion of Black Emperor Xiao in New York, they completely regarded the X-Men as the savior of mankind. They were like the most devout believers, praying for the salvation of this group of mutant messiahs. At this moment, the X-Men completely became the God Jesus of this group of people. Professor X and others looked at each other. They looked at the New York citizens kneeling in front of them, humbly begging for salvation. For a moment, their faces were full of embarrassment. Even Professor X did not speak for a long time. He knew very well that the power of the X-Men alone could not fight against Black Emperor Xiao. But he did not want these New York citizens to fall into deeper despair. So, at this moment, silence is the best way. Boom! Just as Professor when X and the others were silent, a sonic boom exploded above their heads. Then a figure floated in the sky above the citizens of New York. The group looked up. They immediately saw a tall figure wearing a red star cape, with red eyes and muscles like rocks. Homelander, it's Homelander. Some people looked at the figure floating in the air and shouted again. Others also recognized the floating figure in the sky. This figure was Brian. After witnessing the nuclear explosion in New York, Brian's spiritual consciousness returned to his body. After returning to his body, Brian saw the situation here through magnetic field perception. So, he used flight directly to come to the citizens of New York. At this moment, Brian's body slowly landed. The red star cape behind him fluttered, and the blue Homelander uniform made Brian look extremely handsome and powerful. At this moment, Brian seemed to be a Superman walking out of DC Comics. His feet touched the ground, and his eyes radiated red light, as if there was a flame burning in his eyes. "I heard your prayers." Brian's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by all New York citizens. "I declare again that I, Homelander Brian, will fulfill my duties as a superhero. I will fight for you, and fight for justice. Fight for all mankind. Even if I am torn to pieces, it will not shake my determination. I will fight the Black Emperor Eyebrow with a body of steel, until justice defeats evil. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is justice." Brian's voice exploded in New York City. Even other humans who were still hiding in the air raid shelter also heard Brian's powerful words, which contained the wrath of God, but were extremely exciting and made people see hope instantly. "Homelander, Homelander." After Brian finished speaking, the citizens of New York who were crawling on the ground all raised their heads and looked at Brian enthusiastically. At this moment, Brian in their eyes is God, Jesus who brings them hope and justice. Superhero 7, assemble. Brian gave the order directly to the X-Men. All the X-Men, including Professor X, obeyed Brian's order and walked behind Brian. At this moment, Brian has become the real leader of the Superhero 7. Bang! Brian opened his hands, and a ball of red enveloped all the X-Men. When the red mist disappeared, Brian and others also disappeared in front of the citizens of New York. When Brian 500 and others appeared again, they had returned to Xavier Manor. X-Men have lost the qualification of superhero. Professor X sat on the ruins of Xavier Manor, looked at Brian standing upright in front of him, and sighed helplessly. As Brian shouted out the title of the Superhero 7, the entire New York citizenry remembered the name of this superhero team. As for the name of X-Men, they have selectively forgotten it. After Brian delivered a speech on justice execution, in their eyes, there was only superhero Brian the Hushia. As for X-Men, what X-Men? Aren't they members of the Superhero 7? Professor X knew it very well. From this moment on, X-Men has completely ended. X-Men is just a mutant team, and no longer a superhero team. Professor X felt a little lost. Brian's action has announced that he has completely left X-Men. Although Professor X had expected this day a long time ago. But when this day really came, Professor X still couldn't let it go. X-Men was originally a temporary mutant organization established to fight against Black Emperor Shaw. Isn't it? Else. Magneto walked to Professor X's side, gently patted Professor X's shoulder, and comforted him. Eric, are you also planning to leave the X-Men? Professor X glanced at Magneto. Through telepathy, he already knew Magneto's thoughts. You know, Charles, X-Men are not suitable for me. Magneto shrugged and said bluntly, Are you going to join Brian's superhero team? Professor X sighed and asked. Brian did invite me to follow him. Magneto was silent for a moment and spoke. What's your decision? Do you want to accept his invitation? Professor X asked curiously. I haven't thought about it yet. Magneto shook his head and said confusedly, Professor X, Magneto, is it too early for you to discuss this? Our primary goal now is to kill Black Emperor Shao. Brian's voice rang in the minds of Professor X and Magneto. Professor X and Magneto looked at each other and agreed with Brian's words. Brian, how do you plan to kill Black Emperor Shao? Professor X retracted his divergent thoughts and asked Brian. Definitely, he will directly blow up Black Emperor Shao. Brian's face was extremely confident at this moment. Now, after obtaining Professor X's telepathy, he no longer needed the power of X-Men to deal with Black Emperor Shao. The next stage was the stage for Brian and Black Emperor Shao. He had no intention of letting X-Men intervene. Now Brian has the ability to fight Black Emperor Shao alone. Holy shit. Are you going to fight Black Emperor Shao alone? In front of the ruined Xavier Manor, Professor X and other X-Men looked at Brian in front of them in doubt. They couldn't believe what they heard. Brian was going to fight Black Emperor Shao head-on? Professor X and others took a breath. They had thought of many ways to fight Black Emperor Shao before. For example, let Brian be the meat shield of the X-Men. Magneto used his magnetic field control to launch a sneak attack from the side and wait for an opportunity to take off the helmet on Black Emperor Shao's head. Then Professor X used telepathy to control Black Emperor Shao. Then they studied how to kill Black Emperor Shao. Even Professor X was ready to control Black Emperor Shao for his whole life. Even Magneto had imagined that he could use Black Emperor Shao's identity as a student to move Black Emperor Shao with emotions and let Black Emperor Shao willingly die. The only thing they hadn't thought of was to fight Black Emperor Shao head-on. So, when they heard that Brian was going to fight Black Emperor Shao head-on, they were shocked. Brian, you're really fishy. The ability to adapt to evolution allows you to face almost any extreme environment. But even if you have an infinitely adaptable body, you can only fight Black Emperor Shao on equal terms, and you can't really defeat Black Emperor Shao. As for defeating Black Emperor Shao, it is almost impossible. Professor X was the first to speak his mind. He admitted that Brian was very strong. However, Black Emperor Zhao's ability is the most buggy at this stage. Energy absorbing makes Black Emperor Zhao immune to all physical attacks. And the Mind Protection Helmet makes Black Emperor Zhao completely immune to mind attacks. It can be said that Black Emperor Zhao is wearing a double buff of physical immunity and mind immunity at this moment. The current Black Emperor Zhao is invincible. Professor X doesn't think Brian could defeat Black Emperor Zhao head-on, even if Brian has copied many variant abilities. However, as long as Brian's abilities are still physical, energy, and mind, Brian has no way to cause damage to Black Emperor Zhao. Charles is right. Magneto nodded and agreed with Professor X's opinion. Although Magneto wanted to kill Black Emperor Zhao right now, but he was just thinking about it. X-Men, you know nothing about my power. Brian laughed. He laughed recklessly. Now it was time for Brian to strike hard. He was now standing at the top of the mutant universe. Boom! As Brian laughed recklessly, the violent psychokinesis pressure was transmitted from his body. At the moment, Brian no longer hid himself and began to release his psychokinesis with all his strength. The violent psychokinesis was like a mountain, covering the entire ruins of Xavier Manor. Bang! The Xavier Manor, which had already become a ruin, was instantly turned into powder under Brian's mental pressure. At the same time, the ground collapsed. Professor X and others were caught off guard and were instantly Brian's psychokinesis made it impossible to breathe, and his body was directly pressed into the ground. Magnetic field. Magneto's body was pressed against the ground by Brian's psychokinesis, and he could only use his hands to open an invisible magnetic field for himself and Professor X. As for Beast Hank, Cyclops Scott, and Shockwave Alex, they fainted directly under Brian's psychokinesis. With just one psychokinesis outbreak, only Professor X and Magneto were left in the X-Men. The two future mutant leaders looked at Brian, standing proudly in horror, and were shocked and speechless for a while. They knew very well that Brian's power was very strong, but they had no specific concept of how strong it was. And now, they have a deep understanding of Brian's power. Brian is already like Black Emperor Zhao. He has an invincible posture. If I have to describe him, it is Superman. At the moment, Brian is already the same as Superman in DC Comics. His power has completely begun to surpass the model. Brian glanced at Professor X and Magneto on the ground, and then waved his hand to release a ball of red mist to cover Professor X and others. Professor X and others have not yet reacted. All X-Men members have instantly appeared in the X-enhanced room of the nuclear shelter, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar X-enhanced room in front of him. Professor X subconsciously glanced at the X-enhanced room control panel and then smiled bitterly. There is no chair in this X-enhanced room built entirely by Brian. If he had not been injured, Professor X would probably have to stand to start the brainwave enhancement machine. And now, Professor X, who has a wheelchair, has no such troubles. Buzz. Just when Professor X was sighing, he suddenly felt that he was wrapped in an invisible magnetic field. Then, his brain saw the situation of the entire New York. This is Brian's magnetic field perception, ? Professor X was stunned for a moment, and telepathy instantly let him know what this magnetic field was. This is Brian's magnetic field perception. Now, Brian connected the magnetic field perception with Professor X's life magnetic field. This allows Professor X to see the whole New York through magnetic field perception like Brian. Professor X, use your brainwave enhancer to broadcast my next battle live. I want all mankind to witness the next New York final battle with their own eyes. I, Brian, will become the Superman of the mutant universe. Brian's voice rang in Professor X's mind. Professor X was silent for a moment, but still listened to Brian's mental transmission and put the X helmet in front of him on his head. Boom! As the brainwave enhancer started, Professor X's consciousness was connected to the global human beings. At the same time, the eyes of the global human beings were dazed for a while, and then they saw the situation of the entire New York City clearly in front of them. The global human beings fell into a brief panic because of this. Then, in their minds, Professor X's gentle voice that instantly calmed everyone was heard. Hello, all people in the world. I am Professor X, the leader of the X-Men. Superhero Homelander Brian, in order to save all mankind, resolutely fights Black Emperor Shao. This battle is related to the survival of the world. It also concerns the life and death of everyone. Homelander wins, world peace. Black Emperor Shao wins, the world is destroyed. Let us pray that our superhero, Homelander Brian, can win the final victory. This will be a final battle. Professor X's voice spread all over the world. People all over the world know that Brian will fight Black Emperor Shao to the death for all mankind and for justice. Homelander, Homelander. At this moment, Homelander Brian's name seemed to turn into a beam of light, shining on the justice of all mankind. In Xavier's manner, Brian used the power of telepathy to perceive that Professor X had connected the consciousness of all mankind, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Now, let the entire mutant universe forgive me. 014309-230 Falu 1710-72250 was the power of a supermodel. Brian's body slowly floated up. His body flew towards the sun. At this moment, Brian faced the sun, opened his hands, bathed in the sun, and slowly closed his eyes. A minute later, Brian suddenly clenched his hands and opened his eyes instantly. A deep red laser beam burst out from Brian's eyes and hands. Cyclops' ability allows Brian to strengthen Cyclops by absorbing solar energy. The more solar energy absorbed, the stronger the power of Cyclops. At this moment, the laser that absorbed the energy of the sun for a minute evaporated the air in front of Brian the moment he opened his eyes. Boom! A deep red laser swept across most of New York for hundreds of kilometers at the speed of light. Wherever it passed, the air was split in two. It was as if the sky was split in half. Boom! In the center of New York City, Black Emperor Shao, who was absorbing the energy of the nuclear explosion, was knocked out by the laser before he could react. The violent energy pushed Black Emperor Shao and knocked a huge gully out of the ground all the way. Boom! Black Emperor Shao was pushed several kilometers away by the laser. Until he hit the ruins of a building, Black Emperor Shao suddenly clenched his fists, and his feet were deeply embedded in the ground, fixing his body. On his chest, the laser was still emitting terrifying energy. The constant flow of energy forced He Huang Shao to stop absorbing the energy of the nuclear explosion and start to concentrate on dealing with the laser in front of him. Buzz! He Huang Shao opened his hands and absorbed the energy inside the laser into his body. The laser retreated step by step and gradually left his chest. Boom! He Huang Shao exerted a little force on his feet, and his whole body jumped out again from half of his body embedded in the ground. At this moment, He Huang Shao frowned and looked at the laser that had traveled hundreds of kilometers. A solemn look appeared on his face. The energy contained in the laser was too strong. Even he could not absorb all the energy in an instant. Just like absorbing the energy of a nuclear reactor, He Huang Shao needed some time to completely absorb these lasers. Who is it? Who is attacking me? He Huang Shao opened his own energy to the maximum, and all the laser energy within 5 meters of him collapsed and was absorbed into his body. Black Emperor Shao looked in the direction of the laser attack, but he couldn't see Brian, who was hundreds of kilometers away. At this moment, Kyan's eyes were emitting deep red energy halos. The red star cloak behind him fluttered under the vibration of the air. Bang! The 4 huge amounts of angel wings behind Brian spread open. At the same time, under the 4 angel wings, there were 4 super huge amounts of tornadoes. Under Brian's control, the tornadoes were like 4 turbocharged tornado engines under the angel wings. Boom! Brian looked in the direction of Black Emperor Shao. Then he released the flight ability with all his strength. The 4 wings behind him flapped violently, and Kyan's body instantly flew towards Black Emperor Shao. With Brian's full firepower, His flight speed instantly reached the terrifying Mach 100. Rumble. At such a terrifying speed, the whole of New York could hear the huge sound barriers sound emitted by Brian's flight. The super-fast flight speed made Brian appear in front of Black Emperor Shao almost in a breath. Before Black Emperor Shao could react, Brian had already clenched his fist and punched Black Emperor Shao in the chest. Boom! Brian did not even use his super strength. He just used the kinetic energy generated by flight. Black Emperor Zhao's body was instantly blown away for dozens of kilometers. He was directly blasted from the center of New York City to Brooklyn, a full distance of 20 kilometers. At the moment when Black Emperor Zhao's body arrived in Brooklyn, Brian had already flown behind Black Emperor Shao and punched him again. Black Emperor Zhao's body was like a pinball and was blasted from Brooklyn to Midtown Manhattan again, a full distance of 10 kilometers. Boom! Black Emperor Zhao's body successively knocked down some of the remaining building debris in Brooklyn and Midtown Manhattan, and then his entire body was directly smashed into the rubble. Psychokinesis. Brian's body instantly flew above Black Emperor Shao. Then psychokinesis erupted. All the ruins around Black Emperor Shao were rapidly floating to the sky under Brian's psychokinesis. Then all the ruins, under the control of Brian's psychokinesis, turned into a huge ruined block weighing thousands of tons. F***K. On the ground, Black Emperor Shao was dizzy from the sudden attack. After finally getting rid of the dizziness, he saw Brian floating in the air, holding a huge ruined block weighing thousands of tons in his hands, and smashing it down with all his strength. Boom! This ruined block, under the blessing of Brian's super strength, fell to the ground like a meteorite. It rubbed against the air directly and turned into a huge fireball. Boom! Black Emperor Shao had just walked out of the ruins pit when he was buried directly by this huge amounts of ruins. The entire ground collapsed because of the weight of the ruins, and a huge amounts of deep pit appeared. Holy shit, is this Brian's real power? At this moment, in a nuclear disaster center of the Weir Manor, Professor X and others took a breath of cold air. They were shocked by Brian's series of dazzling attacks. In fact, the power displayed by Cayenne, in Brian's words, it's too supermodel. Now Brian's performance is killing. Comparable to Superman in DC Comics. With a wave of his hand, he can easily destroy the entire New York City. Not only Professor X and others. At this moment, the human beings around the world, under Brian's series of attacks, completely regarded Brian as a god. They became Brian's fanatics in an instant. Even now, even if Brian said that he was the incarnation of God, they would believe it without a doubt. The Father of God, Homelander. Homelander is simply the incarnation of God on Earth. We are saved. Money. Humanity is saved. Human beings around the world. At this moment, the sound of mountains and tsunamis almost drowned Professor X. Professor X looked painful. The sudden burst of the voice of the mind from the global human beings made Professor X miserable and his head hurt. Magneto was always paying attention to Professor X's situation. After seeing Professor X's face full of pain and his head hurting, Magneto subconsciously wanted to turn off the brainwave amplifier directly. However, Magneto had not taken any action yet. Professor X, who was screaming in pain, stopped Magneto. Eric, I can't insist. No matter what, Brian is fighting for the future of this world, although he can't go to the battlefield. However, I still want to contribute a part of my history to this battle. Professor X's face was full of pain, but his voice was extremely firm. After hearing Professor X's words, Magneto was stunned for a moment, then reached out and patted Professor X's shoulder. I know those voices make you very painful. Charles, you are not alone. You still have us and the X-Men. Magneto looked at Professor X seriously, and then held Professor X's right hand when Professor X was stunned. Yes, Magneto is right. Professor X, you still have us. Beast Hank came over, patted Professor X's shoulder, and then held Professor X's left hand. Then Cyclops Scott and Shockwave Alex came to Magneto and Beast Hank respectively, and held their hands. At this moment, The X-Men stood hand in hand, and in the center of the X-Men, Professor X was deeply moved. Without Magneto and others saying anything, Professor X already knew what they wanted to do. Magneto and others wanted to take on the global voice of the heart with him. X-Men, assemble. Professor X said with gratitude, and then transmitted part of the voice of the heart to the brains of Magneto and others.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.